Chapter 24:37. That's for sure. That kid must be from Immortal Palace. Humph. The people from Immortal Palace are really arrogant. They've provoked so many factions, and now they want to go against the peerless powerhouse of Tai Dynasty. I really don't know what they're thinking. The spectators sneered again and again. They didn't know Xing Tian, so they didn't think that Xing Tian could resist them. Xing Tian looked at the two peerless killing intents and shouted coldly. He threw out a punch. Boom. The space in front of him shattered, and a pitch-black hole appeared. It spread in all directions and formed a half-moon shape. The half-moon-shaped black hole was like a giant beast in the abyss. It was incomparably dark and emitted a terrifying aura. Whoosh! It abruptly opened its mouth and swallowed the two mysterious lights. It's useless. You can't swallow my seven gods archery technique. On the other side, Longbow King sneered. The surrounding people's eyes flickered. They didn't think much of it. However, they were soon stunned, because the two seven gods arrows didn't appear again. Damn it! How is that possible? Longbow King was also stunned. His seven gods archery technique could pierce through the void without a problem. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of the black hole. But why didn't it appear this time? It doesn't seem to be an ordinary black hole. An elder from Grand Xia Dynasty frowned. It seems to be connected to a universe. Look, there are stars flickering inside. Are you saying that the black hole lured the two arrows into the universe? It seems to be the case. The surrounding powerhouses discussed animatedly. Spatial divine ability? Isn't that the Gu family's divine ability? What's the relationship between this person and the Gu family? They were surprised. However, some people shook their heads. Not only the Gu family had spatial divine ability, the Gu family had the Void Emperor and passed down the Void technique, so their spatial divine ability was very famous. However, other powerhouses might also have spatial divine ability, but there were fewer of them. If the person in front of them wasn't a space-type king, then he might have a space-type divine ability. They guessed right. Xing Tian had indeed mastered a space-type fist technique called sky shattering. One punch could shatter the void and connect to the mysterious universe. It could devour and exile everything. The previous punch was the sky-shattering fist. Spatial divine ability. So that's how it is. But do you think you can fight me with that? Longbow King shouted coldly. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his body emitted a sharp aura. With a wave of his hand, blood dyed the void red, dripping onto the bow in front of him, causing a bloody light to overflow into the sky. Longbow King drew his bow again. This time, his movements were extremely fast as he continuously drew his bow and shot out 5 rays of light in a row. Presumably, these were the last 5 rays of the seven gods archery technique. As soon as these 5 rays of light appeared, it crushed the void. They flickered in the sky. Each one of them was like a giant dragon, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, emitting an exceptional aura. At that moment, even the faces of those exceptional almighties changed. They could feel that if they were hit by these 5 arrows, even a peerless mighty figure would die. How terrifying! Could it be the legendary heaven-tier archery technique, Seven God Arrow? The 7 rainbow piercing the sun could shatter everything. Unless he dodged, there was no way he could take it head-on. No, unless he faced it head-on, there was no way to dodge it. Someone corrected her. Just watch, he definitely won't be able to escape unless he has a heaven-defying defensive treasure. I reckon that this time, his space god art might not work. Everyone around was a top-notch powerhouse. With their knowledge and experience, they were naturally very terrifying. At that moment, they directly deduced the next battle situation. Boom! In the sky, 5 rays of light flew over, connecting heaven and earth, forming a strange scene. At that moment, the world lost its color, and only the 5 rays of light flew in the sky. Xing Tian also roared furiously. He felt a great sense of danger. Boom, boom, boom. He continuously waved his fists and used the space-shattering fist, shattering all the surrounding void, forming terrifying black holes one after another. There were stars flickering inside, which was obviously connected to the universe beyond the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These spaces were also very direct, engulfing the 5 rays of light. Whoosh. These spaces quickly healed. Were they engulfed? The surrounding people were shocked. Could it be that this person's space power had already reached such a heaven-defying level? They didn't dare to imagine. Crack, crack, crack. All of a sudden, the surrounding space began to emit cracking sounds, as if a mirror was shattering. Countless cracks spread in all directions, and then it collapsed with a loud bang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 rays of light that devoured the heavens and split the earth directly rushed out. It shattered. They really came out. The surrounding people exclaimed. It seemed that their guess was right. The other party's space power couldn't suppress the 7 gods' arrow art this time. Seeing this scene, the longbow monarch in the distance laughed. Xing Tian's face became incomparably gloomy. He didn't expect the arrows to be so terrifying that even his space-shattering fist couldn't suppress them. Humph, go to hell for me. The longbow monarch sneered. 5 rays of light burst out, and the earth-shattering rays of light flew quickly towards Xing Tian, wanting to pierce through him. Xing Tian roared as his body swayed. He changed his position and kept flashing in the sky. However, the 5 rays of light were very spiritual. No matter where he flashed, the 5 rays of light could firmly lock onto him. Ha 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 ha. It's useless. You can't escape at all. The longbow monarch looked up to the sky and laughed as if he could already see the other party being pierced through. Since he couldn't escape, he would shatter it. Xing Tian roared. His figure was tall, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. At this moment, he looked like a war demon. He didn't escape but stood in the void. With a roar, an unparalleled power erupted from his body. Ha! 5 rays of light appeared beside him, forming 5 huge palms. They were incomparably ancient and looked like the hands of the heavens. These 5 palms grabbed at the 5 rays of light in the sky. Skyrock hand, dragon lifting technique. Xing Tian roared as the 5 palms shone brightly. They were like the hands of a giant, grabbing forward. The surrounding people exclaimed because these palms were too terrifying. In the distance, the longbow monarch sneered. You want to catch my 7 gods archery technique with your bare hands? You're overestimating yourself. Just wait, you'll be pierced through soon. Boom, 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 boom. 5 rays of light flashed and danced in the air like 5 flood dragons. They emitted a monstrous aura. However, the 5 palms mercilessly grabbed at the 5 dragon-like rays of light. Boom, boom. The two collided, and an earth-shattering explosion of energy erupted. What? Caught. The surrounding experts were shocked and didn't dare to believe it. The longbow monarch's eyelids twitched and his eyeballs almost popped out, because he realized that the 5 rays of light in front of him were firmly caught by the 5 palms. At this moment, the 5 palms looked very strange. They didn't look like the palms of a human, but the claws of a demonic beast. Blotting out the sky and covering the earth, they descended from the void and grabbed the 5 streaks of arrow light. It was as if they had caught the weak spot of a snake. They were abnormally sharp and decisive. The 5 rays of light couldn't resist at all. Chapter 24:38. The Longbow King's mind went blank. Heavens, how is this possible? His 7 gods archery technique was a heaven-grade archery technique. Its power was incomparably terrifying. If the 5 arrows shot out at the same time, they would be able to kill a peerless powerhouse of the same level. However, they could not do anything to the other party. In fact, they did not even cause any damage to the other party. Instead, the other party grabbed them tightly. Look, doesn't that palm look like the palm of the legendary Skyrock? An old man asked in a low voice. The others looked over carefully, and then they were extremely shocked. Indeed, the claw looked too strange. It looked like the claw of a demonic beast. Upon closer inspection, it did look very similar to the legendary Skyrock. The Skyrock was one of the peerless beasts of ancient times. It was extremely terrifying. Legend had it that it fed on dragons. No one had truly seen it before. However, the Skyrock dragon technique was passed down. It was said that the Golden Rocks were the descendants of the Skyrock. They knew the Skyrock dragon technique and could kill flood dragons. Moreover, there were also peerless figures in the human race who created a terrifying technique based on the Skyrock dragon technique. It was probably that guy who used the Sky Rock Hand and the Sky Rock Dragon technique. No wonder it was so terrifying. Everyone was shocked. Indeed, the Heavenly Rocks Dragon Unleashing technique could even kill a Flood Dragon, let alone 7 arrows. Were the people from Immortal Palace also terrifying? They actually knew such a terrifying divine ability. These people were shocked. The Longbow King's expression was extremely gloomy. He did not expect the other party to break through his 7 gods archery technique. Damn it! A hint of madness appeared in his eyes. It's not over yet. Go to hell. He roared angrily with a sinister expression. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. Oh no, he's crazy. These people fled one after another because they had already guessed what the Longbow King was going to do. In the next moment, the Longbow King exploded the 5 arrows in a frenzy. The 5 arrows were extremely terrifying. When they exploded together, they could definitely destroy everything. As expected, violent energy instantly enveloped the entire space. The sky shook and the earth shook. This attack could definitely destroy the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles. However, this was the ancient tomb of a saint. At this moment, wisps of the saints will appeared in the ancient tomb, suppressing the entire world. That was why the saint's ancient tomb was not destroyed. However, the space in the cave kept shattering. The others no longer dared to snatch the black worms and fled one after another. Longbow King quickly retreated into the tunnel behind him. Xing Tian, on the other hand, was completely engulfed by the violent energy. Let's see how you die this time. In the tunnel, Longbow King's expression was ferocious. Even though his opponent had broken through his 7 gods archery technique, the final victor would still be him. No matter how strong the other party was, it was impossible for them to withstand such a terrifying explosion. The experts from the other holy lands and great sects left one after another. This explosion was too terrifying. It would take a while for the energy to dissipate. There was no need for them to stay here. Therefore, they all set off towards the front. After flying for a while, a spacious hall appeared. This hall was very big and incomparably tall. The ceiling above was filled with a starry sky map. It was mysterious and unfathomable, as if it was a real starry sky. At this moment, many people had gathered in the main hall. However, it didn't seem crowded, because the palace was too big. At this moment, all the major forces had set up camp. However, they were not in a hurry to set off. Instead, they were resting and recovering their strength. Although they had only passed through 2 caves, it was extremely dangerous. The battle was very intense. Many holy lands and great sects had lost their disciples. Even the saints and elders had expended too much of their energy. Therefore, they were all recovering at this moment. Lin Xian and the others naturally took up a spot as well. When Lin Xian arrived, many people looked over. Among them, the people from Tai Dynasty were shocked. Damn it, what's going on? Why is that kid here? Did Longbow King fail? They were puzzled. They had already sent Longbow King to hide in the dark and assassinate him. With Longbow King's unparalleled archery technique, it should have been easy for him to kill the other party. But why did he fail? They couldn't figure it out. Longbow King hadn't returned yet. The others also looked over. When they saw Lin Xian's pale face, they were also puzzled. What's wrong with that kid? Is he injured? That's not right. I didn't see him attack earlier. These people were also puzzled. Among them, the 5-element saint, Juxiao Seiko, Thousand Thunder Saint, and the others looked over with cold eyes. It's better if that kid dies. They didn't know what kind of injury Lin Xian had suffered, but seeing how weak he was now, they gloated. If he couldn't recover, they would find a chance to kill him later. Murong Qingqing naturally saw this scene. She hurried over and asked with concern, Brother Xian, what's wrong? When they left, Lin Xian was still fine. Why did he seem to be seriously ill in such a short period of time? I've exhausted my soul. Let me recover. Lin Xian's voice was weak, but fortunately, his soul had begun to recover. However, he couldn't use the heavenly secret divine eyes for a short period of time. Palace Master, here's a purple soul pill. It's used to recover soul power. Elder Wang walked over, took out a palm-sized jade gourd, and poured out a pill. The pill was the size of a walnut. It was purple in color and had golden pill patterns on it. The moment it appeared, waves of pill fragrance floated over. It attracted everyone's attention. Then, they all cried out in surprise. Heavens! That's a purple soul pill. It's a panacea for recovering soul power. I didn't expect them to have such a divine pill. These people were envious. Murong Qingqing also ran back and asked for some panacea for one of their elders. Brother Xian, these are 2 drops of spirit congealing water. It's very beneficial for nourishing soul power. Spirit congealing water. Elderly and the others were moved. They also knew that this was a type of sacred water from the Jade Lake. It was very precious and not inferior to their purple soul pill. Lin Xian took it and swallowed it. The surrounding people were even more envious, especially the saints, princes, and the young masters of the various large families. Their eyes were red, like those of rabbits. Damn it! Why does this kid have so many divine pills and miraculous medicines? Moreover, he's able to obtain the favor of a peerless saintess like Murong Qingqing. This made them jealous to death. The eyes of the people from the Jade Lake sacred ground also flickered. To be honest, they usually wouldn't give this kind of spirit congealing water to outsiders. However, they knew that the relationship between Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian was not shallow. Moreover, they also discovered that Lin Xian's strength was not simple and was extremely mysterious. Chapter 24:39. They had also realized that Lin Xian's strength was not simple. He was very mysterious. His swordsmanship had moved them. They had also heard of the immortal palace behind him and knew that it was an organization that was not weaker than the sacred ground. Therefore, it was very beneficial for them to be on good terms with him, especially now that they were in the saint's tomb. It was safer to work together. Lin Xian's complexion had become much rosier after consuming the 2 divine medicines and divine waters. He heaved a sigh of relief, then squinted his eyes and asked, "Why isn't Xing Tian back yet? Is he all right?" "Don't worry, Palace Master. Xing Tian is definitely fine," Elderly and the others said with a smile. They were very clear about Xing Tian's strength. He was a terrifying existence. Lin Xian also nodded. Since the old palace master had asked Xing Tian to protect him, it meant that Xing Tian's strength was definitely recognized by the old palace master. Thinking of this, he was no longer worried. Instead, he looked around. Sensing Lin Xian's gaze, the 5 elements saint and the others snorted coldly. The other saint's eyes also flickered. However, at that moment, someone exclaimed, "Damn it! What happened?" Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw a gourd in the old man's arms suddenly crack open, and black worms crawled out. How is that possible? They came out again. Damn it! The old man was furious. The gourd was his secret treasure. How could it not trap the black worms? Oh no, it's the will of a saint. In the next moment, his face changed because the worms were emitting the will of a saint. Although it was very weak, it was enough to make them shudder. Ka ka ka. Not only the old man, but the 5-element sect, 9 heavens sacred ground, 4 symbols sacred ground, and a large family behind him. The black worms that they had captured had all broken the seal and crawled out. Each worm carried the will of a saint. They crawled toward the cave as if they were being summoned. Damn it! How could this be? The people from the 5 elements sacred ground and 1,000 thunders sacred ground gritted their teeth in anger. Buzz! The wavering light sacred grounds saint suddenly frowned. The dragon pattern cauldron replica suddenly floated above and trembled slightly. Obviously, the black worms inside were resisting. A sage's will was emitted. The Yao Guang saint shouted angrily. He kept slapping the dragon pattern tripod. The 2 dragons on the replica dragon pattern cauldron seemed to come alive. They emitted a powerful aura and sealed the replica dragon pattern cauldron completely. Suppress. The Yao Guang saint shouted coldly, and the dragon pattern tripod returned to his body. Whoosh! Seeing this, the people of the Yao Guang sacred land heaved a sigh of relief. However, Leaf Dao Dinier managed to rise to his feet, his energy and blood surging. Golden light shone in all directions. It was unknown what method was used, but the consciousness of those sages disappeared. On the other side, Murong Qingqing also had a solemn expression on her face. Clearly, her lotus vase had also suffered from the impact of the saint's will. Fortunately, the lotus vase was an extremely terrifying magic treasure. At this moment, Murong Qingqing quickly formed hand seals to activate the lotus vase. The lotus flower was the weak will of a saint. In the end, she also destroyed a trace of the saint's will. Other than them, the other holy lands were not so lucky. The bugs broke out of the seal and flew off into the distance. Angry roars could be heard one after another. Among them, the Granxia dynasty used a secret technique to seal the saint again. Other than that, a few holy monks from the western desert took out a purple alms bowl and sealed it again. In the Nanling Mountains, a few people in black robes held a black jar. The black bugs inside did not come out either. However, there were less than 2 people who could seal the bugs. The other great sects of the Holy Lands really didn't have this kind of sealing treasure. Some chose not to make a move, as if they were hiding their trump cards. After all, they had only been through 2 caves. Some people did not want to reveal their trump cards too early. Therefore, the black insects they obtained all flew back to them. On Lin Xin's side, Elderly frowned, because he realized that the bugs he sealed were starting to fight back. The saints will rush out again. What should we do, Hallmaster? Elderly looked at Lin Xin. Lin Xin's eyes flashed, then he said in a low voice, "Let them go." He also understood that the people who suppressed the bugs were Holy Land's aristocratic families with extreme-grade weapons. The weapons they used to suppress the black bugs were all imitations of extreme-grade weapons. Its power was unpredictable. Only then could they eliminate the saint's will. Some of the other Holy Land's aristocratic families did not have such weapons, and some did not take them out. Therefore, those people did not keep the bugs. The Immortal Palace probably also had such a heaven-defying forbidden weapon that could suppress the bugs. However, Lin Xin did not plan to take it out. Firstly, he did not want to attract the attention of these people and expose his trump cards too early. Secondly, he had successfully tamed 100 bugs. This number added up to more than the Light Shaking clan and the Yi clan combined. Therefore, he felt that it was about time. There was no need to expose his trump cards for these 20 to 30 bugs. Elderly and the others naturally understood this logic. Thus, they waved their hands and released the black bugs. Sure enough, when they saw the black bugs crawling out from Lin Xin's side, the other Holy Land's aristocratic families secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Immortal Palace was not as terrifying as they had imagined. The 5-element saint, the 10,000 thunder saint, and the others also snorted coldly, feeling much better. However, these people did not know that Lin Xin now had 100 black bugs in his hands. The number was more terrifying than the 5 top Holy Lands combined. Moreover, these 100 black bugs had completely obliterated the saint's will. It could be said that they were very safe. If these people knew about this, they would probably vomit blood. Just as everyone was feeling annoyed and jealous about what had happened before, a series of footsteps suddenly sounded in front of them. When they heard this sound, they looked up. Their eyes were like divine red as they locked onto the void in front of them. They had stopped in this hall for 2 reasons. Firstly, they needed to rest and recuperate. Secondly, they needed to think about their next path. This was because there was not only one path that extended from this hall, but 3 paths. These 3 paths were exactly the same. They were extremely dark and could not be seen clearly. Therefore, they did not know which path to choose. However, at this moment, footsteps could be heard from the 3 paths in front of them. What was going on? Could it be that someone had already entered in advance? Or could it be that something unknown had walked out from inside? They did not know. Chapter 2440. Lin Xin narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. His soul power had not fully recovered, so he could not activate his heavenly secret divine eyes easily. Therefore, he could not see clearly what was inside. However, he was not anxious because he could hear the footsteps getting closer and closer. It was obvious that someone was coming out from inside. Indeed, before long, countless lights shone from the left of the 3 passageways in front of him. Then, a group of people walked out. The first person was a girl. Her big black eyes were like crescent moons, and she looked very sweet. There were many young people and elders behind her. Obviously, this was a very large organization. Zixia Holy Land. Why did they go in early? Someone immediately exclaimed, because they recognized the identity of these people. Lin Xian was also very surprised after hearing this. Whoosh. He also stood up and looked carefully. Zixia Holy Land. Wasn't this the Holy Land that Shen Jingqiu went to? Murong Qingcheng was also surprised. She pulled Lin Xian and said, "Look, isn't that Xiu'er?" Indeed, the cute girl at the front was Shen Jingqiu. She was taller than before, and her face was more beautiful. The aura on her body was also unusually strong. Shen Jingqiu came out and felt the gazes of countless people. She snorted softly and ignored them. The martial artists of Zixia Holy Land behind her were indeed a little nervous. They did not expect so many people to come to this hall. What were these people doing? Why didn't they find a passageway to go in? When did they go in? The elders of Wavering Light Holy Land were puzzled. The people of Yi family were also asking. The people of the various families in Great Sage Land were all discussing. In an instant, all kinds of questions were asked. Suddenly, in the midst of everyone's confusion, hearty laughter was heard. Qiu. Hearing this voice, Shen Jingqiu turned around. In the next moment, she smiled, and her big eyes narrowed into crescents. Big brother Lin Xian. She turned into a bolt of lightning and came in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Then, she threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. Great, I finally got to meet you. The little girl was so excited that she was about to cry. Everyone around was stunned. They looked at this scene and their minds went blank. They couldn't believe it. The people of the Purple Afterglow Holy Land were also dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. Firmament? What happened? The holy daughter of the Purple Afterglow Holy Land actually threw herself into someone else's arms? Who was it? They didn't know who had such great charm. However, when they saw Lin Xian, they all gritted their teeth. Damn it, it's this brat again. How could it be him again? Didn't this guy have a good relationship with the saintess of the medicinal herbs sect? Why was he able to woo the holy maiden of the Purple Dawn Holy Land? Heavens, who can tell me what's going on? Strike me with a bolt of lightning. Wails of anguish rang out one after another. The people of the Zixia Holy Land were also stunned. The faces of the people from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground also darkened. This brat was too fickle in love. Damn it, I knew that this brat wasn't anything good. In the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, Zhao Jirua gnashed her teeth in anger. In this world, it was very normal to want to have multiple wives and concubines. Not to mention having multiple wives and concubines, even having a harem of 3,000 was not a problem. However, have you ever seen someone who could flirt with 3,000 saintesses? That was simply impossible. There was no difference between having 2 and having 3,000. Every saintess was extremely proud and confident. Who would allow themselves to share a man with others? But now, such a thing had actually happened. Heavens, what kind of magic does this brat have? Hee, I guess he must have deliberately concealed it and flirted with the Jade Lake Saintess and Purple Afterglow Holy Daughter separately. Now, this brat has exposed himself. Just wait, the Jade Lake Saintess will definitely be furious. There will probably be a great battle, and this brat might be killed. Some people gloated, while others sneered. They guessed that it must be like this. The Jade Lake Saintess must not know about this matter. They were looking forward to the upcoming battle. But soon, they were dumbfounded. In fact, their eyeballs almost popped out, because they saw that Murong Qingcheng was smiling. She didn't look angry at all. Heavens, could it be that the Jade Lake Saintess already knew about this matter? That was impossible. The Jade Lake Saintess was an incomparably proud person. She even looked down on the other saintesses. How could she allow this brat to have a foot in both boats? Even if the Jade Lake Saintess was willing, then Purple Afterglow was also willing? They didn't believe it. All right, aren't we meeting now? In front, Lin Xian said with a smile. Hearing this, Shen Jingqiu stood up from Lin Xian's embrace. Her little face was red and she was very shy. Big sister Qingqing, you're also here. I missed you so much, Shen Jingqiu said as she held Murong Qingqing's hand. This scene was like a clap of thunder that made everyone dizzy. Oh my heavens! What was this situation? Why were the two of them so close? Could it be that two women were really going to share a man? But damn, these were two saintesses. They had never seen such a thing. It had to be known that these holy lands and large sects had existed for many years and had produced many saintesses. But they had never heard of two saintesses falling in love with the same person at the same time. Except for that peerless demon who made the flower protector and snatched more than a dozen saintesses at once to become his harem. But he was forced to do it forcefully, and those saintesses didn't obediently agree. So, they really hadn't seen a scene like this before. Damn, who the hell was this brat? What kind of charm did he have? How could he do this? These people were all crazy. The people of the Jade Lake Holy Land and Purple Afterglow Holy Land were also stunned. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Behind them, the people of the Immortal Palace also widened their eyes. Damn, as expected of the Palace Master, he's really strong. I admire this method. This was what everyone thought. But at this time, an angry roar came from the distance. Damn brat, let go of our saintess. This angry roar came from none other than the Purple Afterglow Holy Land. The people of the Purple Afterglow Holy Land were stunned, especially the male disciples. They were all gnashing their teeth and their eyes were filled with killing intent. One of them, a tall man, looked in the direction of Lin Xian and shouted loudly. Seeing that someone had taken the lead, the other disciples of the Purple Afterglow Holy Land also roared, "Damn little thief! How dare you blaspheme our saintess? You don't want to live anymore. That's right. How dare you be so rude? We must chop you up and feed you to the dogs." These people roared again and again. Hearing this, the people of the Immortal Palace couldn't take it anymore. They stood up one by one, exuding a cold aura. In the sky, invisible pressure collided and instantly tore several black holes, bobbing up and down. It was very terrifying. Chapter 24:41. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all had playful smiles on their faces. The Five Elements Saint, Thousand Thunder Saint, Jiuxiao Seiko, and the others sneered. Let's see what this kid will do. He will definitely be torn to pieces by the people of the Zixia Holy Land. The people of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground also frowned. However, at this time, Shen Jingqiu turned around and looked at the young warriors of the Zixia Holy Land. She frowned and said, "What are you shouting about? This is my brother Lin Xian. How can he hurt me?" Hearing this, the surrounding people were shocked. The male disciples of the Zixia Holy Land almost vomited blood. They were jealous and mad. Their saintess was actually siding with him. This was intolerable. One had to know that these male disciples usually regarded Shen Jingqiu as a goddess. Even some powerful young geniuses had set their goal of marrying Shen Jingqiu. But now, they realized that their dreams had been shattered. Someone had beaten them to it and snatched their goddess. Saintess, you must have been bewitched by this kid. Saintess, you are so high and mighty. How can you take a fancy to this kid? The others were also gnashing their teeth. Among them, there was a man with an unusually gloomy face. He was tall and sturdy, and his bronze skin gave off an unusually strong feeling, especially his eyes, which were very sharp and carried a supreme sense of oppression. At a glance, one could tell that he was a very powerful person. At this moment, he stared at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Kid, I'll give you a chance. Get away from our saintess. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed. This was because there was an endless amount of purple qi between heaven and earth. Bailey, don't go too far. Hearing this, Shun Jingqiu's face turned cold. Saintess, this guy is not a good person. You'd better stay away from him. Bailey, he was very powerful. Although he was not a saint, his talent and strength were also very powerful, especially his identity. He was the grandson of the fourth elder of the Zixia Holy Land. The fourth elder was an elder with real power in the Zixia Holy Land. He was very terrifying. Moreover, his cultivation was terrifying, reaching the level of an invincible king. Therefore, Bailey he had been very arrogant since he was young. He did not put his peers in his eyes. Moreover, no one dared to provoke him. After all, he had an invincible king-level grandfather. No one would easily provoke him. This allowed him to develop a rather strong personality. Now, he even dared to criticize Saint Daughter Xixia. There was even a trace of unquestionable authority in his words. Her tone made Shun Jingqiu frown. Lin Xian also furrowed his brow. Who is this fellow? How dare he be so rude to Chou'er? Were the people of the Purple Afterglow Holy Land so unruly? Forget it, brother Lin Xian. Just ignore him. Shin Jingqiu shook her head. Seeing that Lin Xian was chatting with Shun Jingqiu and completely ignoring him, Bailey he almost vomited blood. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? In his eyes, although he was not a chosen, he did not think that he was weaker than a chosen. Therefore, he had always been high and mighty. But now, he was actually being ignored? Damn brat, how dare you ignore me? I'm going to kill you. A terrifying murderous aura surged from Bailey He's body. However, at this moment, a young man walked out from beside him. Senior brother Bailey, why do you need to kill him? I can do it. He was also a handsome young man. His eyes were long and narrow, and they shone with a cold light. Naturally, he had appeared to curry favor with Bailey He. At this moment, he stood out and looked ahead with a cold smile. Brat, you're too reckless. How dare you provoke our senior brother Bailey? Go to hell. Whoosh. He dashed over. One slash. Lin Xian did not move. Instead, he shouted coldly. Hearing that, Hu Yidao's body swayed and he stood out. Go to hell. The young man's face darkened. Lin Xian did not want to fight with him. Was he looking down on him? Roar. He roared angrily, and a terrifying aura surged out from his body. He struck out with his palm. In the sky, a large purple palm appeared and quickly descended. The terrifying aura made people tremble, and the entire void split open. Humph! Looking at this scene, Hu Yidao was expressionless. When the large purple palm approached, he pulled out the full moon scimitar from his waist. Buzz! Buzz! Two crescent-shaped saber lights flew out. One of them slashed on the large purple palm, making a thunderous sound. The space between heaven and earth shattered. The large purple palm was split open by the saber. Whoosh! The second slash sent the young man flying. What? How could he be so powerful? The young martial artist from the Purple Dawn Holy Land narrowed his eyes. He did not expect his attack to be split open by the other party. And now, he was in danger of being killed. He roared angrily. The purple chi around his body surged and formed a purple shield in front of him. Bang! A low sound was heard. The purple shield shattered into pieces. The young martial artist spat out blood and flew backward. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were in an uproar, especially those from the Purple Dawn Holy Land. Their faces darkened. Who is this person? What a terrifying saber technique! Bailey he also roared angrily. Damn it! Who are you? He did not expect that the other party would have such a powerful saber king by his side. Immortal Palace, Hu Yidao. Hu Yidao stood proudly. His expression became extremely gloomy. How dare you be rude to the master of Immortal Palace? Kneel down and accept your death. His voice was like thunder, exploding in all directions. You're courting death. Bailey he was also angry. How dare he ask him to kneel down and accept his death? No one in the younger generation dared to say that. He took a step forward, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. Not only that, but a few powerful young martial artists also came out from behind him. Their eyes were cold. On the opposite side, Hu Yidao sneered. Behind him, Ghostly and Peacock also walked up. The 100 elite martial artists were all overflowing with murderous aura, forming a terrifying pressure. This scene shocked everyone. Many people swallowed their saliva. Bailey he was also stunned. How could the other party have so many experts? He did not dare to make a move. Although he was powerful, the three people in front of him each had a terrifying aura. They were not weaker than him. Moreover, there were more than 100 elites behind them. Who was this kid? What was Immortal Palace? Why had he never heard of it? In his opinion, he did not think that Immortal Palace was some kind of Holy Land level existence, because such an existence was known in the world. No one did not know. However, he had never heard of Immortal Palace. Therefore, in his opinion, Immortal Palace should be a small sect that did not make the cut. Moreover, these people were too arrogant. They actually dared to use immortal as their name? Could it be that they were not afraid of being attacked by a group? However, although Bailey he had never heard of Immortal Palace, the pupils of the Purple Dawn Holy Land's elders constricted when they heard this name. They were all bewildered. Chapter 2442. Could it be that Immortal Palace? Had they appeared? The elders of the Purple Cloud Holy Land were shocked. That was because they had heard some legends about Immortal Palace. Although it was very vague and there was very little information, without exception, it proved that it was an existence that was not weaker than a peerless Holy Land. Moreover, it had a long history and was very terrifying. If it was really that Immortal Palace, then they could not easily start a war with them. Because if they did not handle it well, it would be a war between the two Holy Lands. They could not bear the consequences of that. Moreover, it was not a wise choice to provoke such a terrifying force for no reason. More importantly, their saintess had a very good relationship with the Immortal Palace Master. Thus, when they thought of this, the elders immediately came to a decision. An old woman shouted in a deep voice, "Stop! What are you doing? Are you rebelling?" Hearing that, the young male warriors of the Purple Cloud Holy Land trembled, and a trace of shock appeared in their eyes. Their elders had actually stopped them. What was going on? Could it be that their elders were afraid? Or was there another reason? They could not understand. Bailey's expression was also ugly. He said, "Elders, they are too arrogant." "Shut up." The elders' faces also darkened. Although Bailey's identity was special, they could not allow him to be presumptuous. After all, no matter how powerful Bailey he was only a young figure. These elders would not give him face. Bailey he was so angry that he vomited blood, but there was nothing he could do. Indeed, he was arrogant, but that was only in front of the younger generation. Towards these elders, he was still respectful and reverent. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and stand back. However, his eyes were incomparably cold as he stared at Lin Xian. He swore that as long as there was a chance, he would definitely kill this kid secretly. However, the elders of the Purple Cloud Holy Land stood out. They walked forward and looked at Lin Xian. "Are you really the Immortal Palace Master?" "Yes, I am." Lin Xian nodded. He was not particularly arrogant. Of course, he was not overly modest either. His current status was even higher than these elders. "Granny Qian, he is the big brother Lin Xian that I mentioned," Shen Jingqiu said from the side. "So it's Palace Master Lin." Elder Qian was too polite. Ling Xian smiled. Seeing this scene, the cultivators from the Purple Afterglow Holy Land were shocked. They widened their eyes in disbelief. Their elder was actually so courteous to a brat? This made them look like they had seen a ghost. Even Bailey's face was gloomy. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. At the front, Elder Li and the others also stepped forward. They looked at Granny Gon and asked in confusion, "Fellow Taoist, what did you find in the tunnel? What were the mysteries behind these three paths?" Hearing this, everyone pricked up their ears and listened carefully, because they also wanted to know what these three paths were. Elder Qian said, "We only entered the leftmost path and turned back after walking halfway, because there was a powerful formation mechanism. With just our family's power, it's very difficult to contend against them. That's why we've come back to prepare for an alliance. As for the other two paths, we don't know. But come to think of it, it should be about the same." Hearing this, everyone's expression turned solemn. They knew how powerful the Purple Afterglow Holy Land was. A formation that even they couldn't contend against must be especially terrifying. Therefore, for a moment, everyone was discussing countermeasures. Which path should they choose? Should they gather their strength and take one path? Or should they split their strength and take three paths? "Big brother Lin Xian, which path should you take? Qiu wants to go with you." Shen Jingqiu looked up and asked. She had just seen Lin Xian. How could she bear to leave? Murong Qingcheng, who was at the side, was also waiting. Lin Xian was smiling. He hadn't decided yet because Elder Li and the others were still discussing. "Elder Li, if we split into 3 teams and encounter special dangers, can we resist them?" Lin Xian asked. "No problem. We all have secret treasures on us, and I also think that we should split into 3 teams. After all, no one knows where these 3 paths will lead to, but I'm sure that one path is correct. Therefore, if we split into 3 teams, our chances of winning will be greatly increased. All right, let's split into 3 teams. We'll do it as before. Elderly, we'll take the middle team. Elder Wang and Elder Liu, you'll take the left and right teams respectively. Yes, the 3 elders agreed. Shin Jingqiu also cheered. All right, I'll take the middle path with big brother Lin Xian. Sister Qingqing, why don't you come with us? She grabbed Murong Qingqing's hand. Okay. Murong Qingqing was shocked. 2 peerless beauties, 2 saintesses, snuggled up to Lin Xian and were so obedient. This scene made many people jealous. Even the saintesses and princes were envious. However, at this moment, Bailey he spoke again. Saintess, no. What ability does that kid have to protect you? It's too dangerous for you there. You should take the left path with us. With me here, I'll definitely protect you. The elders of the Purple Dawn's sacred land didn't say anything because Bailey he still said what they thought. Shun Jingqiu was their saintess. They were indeed worried about letting their saintess go with someone else. After all, the death of a saintess was a serious matter. Even if she was injured, they couldn't bear it. How dare you question Immortal Palace? Hu Yidao and the others snorted coldly and were about to refute. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from the passage in front of them again. The footsteps were abnormally heavy. The others turned their heads one after another with puzzled expressions. Someone else is coming? Who is it? Isn't the majority of the troops already here? They looked over in confusion. Soon, a huge figure appeared in the passage in front of them. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his figure was tall like a god of war. His body was covered in blood. At this moment, his killing intent was still surging, shattering the void. This scene was really shocking. Who is this person? How terrifying! Seeing this scene, many people cried out in surprise. Isn't he the person beside that kid from Immortal Palace? Why did he come so late? What did he do earlier? Everyone was puzzled. They naturally recognized that the other party was one of Lin Xian's guards. Look, he's holding a head in his hand. It seems that he must have gone through a great battle earlier. Who did he fight? Everyone was discussing animatedly. The people of the Purple Dawn's sacred land also frowned. Their eyes were fixed on this figure. The tall figure that looked like a god of war came in front of Lin Xian and then said respectfully, "Young master, it's done." Very good. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. Seeing this scene, the people of the Purple Dawn's sacred land were shocked. They didn't expect that such a terrifying figure was also Lin Xian's subordinate. In particular, Bailey He and the others had gloomy expressions. Chapter 24:43. That was because Xing Tian turned around and threw the black object in his hand. The object streaked across the sky and landed in front of the Tai dynasty. A head. Everyone saw clearly that this thing was actually a human head. Throwing a head at the Tai dynasty? What was going on? Was there hatred between the two sides? They didn't know, but they knew that a good show was coming. The 5 elements Saint Sun, the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun, and the others sneered. They felt that Immortal Palace was too arrogant. Not only did they offend them, they even dared to offend the Tai dynasty. One had to know that this was the central state. Although they were in the Great Xia dynasty, it was easy for the Tai dynasty to send an army here. Weren't these people from Immortal Palace afraid that they wouldn't be able to leave? What a reckless guy. The 5 elements Saint Sun sneered. The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun also snorted. How could a mere head scare the people from the Tai dynasty? What a joke. The others had the same thought, but they were soon stunned. To be honest, the people from the Tai dynasty were also stunned. When they saw Lin Xian return safely, they were puzzled. What was the Longbow King doing? Now that they saw the other party throwing a head at them, the people from the Tai dynasty were furious. The other party dared to provoke them in public? Did they really think that they wouldn't dare to fight? However, when they saw the head on the ground, their bodies stiffened as if they were struck by lightning. Everyone's eyelids twitched wildly, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. That was The Longbow King's head. Damn it. How is that possible? The people from the Tai dynasty went crazy. The Longbow King was killed, and his head was cut off. They couldn't believe it. Naturally, the others also noticed this scene, and they all screamed, their faces full of shock. That was the Longbow King's head. Heavens, the Longbow King was killed? You mean the famous Longbow King of the Central State, the Longbow King? That's right, other than him. Who else could it be? Exclamations came one after another. When the people from the Purple Dawn Holy Land heard it, they also gasped. Especially the young warriors, their scalps went numb. That was at least at the almighty level, and a terrifying one at that. His archery skills were strong, but he was easily killed by the other party. Thinking of this, their bodies trembled. Before this, they actually dared to go against such a terrifying person? Wasn't this courting death? Bailey's expression was extremely ugly. Damn brat, you actually dared to kill Longbow King. You're courting death. The people from the Tai dynasty were furious. This time, they were all on the first prince's and the empress's side. Therefore, it was natural for them to oppose each other. After Lin Xian heard this, he sneered. What? You can send people to assassinate me, but I can't kill your people? This is just a warning. If there is a next time, don't blame me for killing all of you and the first prince. At this point, a cold killing intent surfaced in Lin Xian's eyes. The hearts of the people around were beating wildly. The young martial artists shrank their necks. The people of the Tai dynasty had ugly looks on their faces. The other party was too domineering and arrogant. However, the other party was so powerful. They sent Longbow King because he was a long-range attacker. Even if he was surrounded, he could easily escape. But now, the other party was killed. Moreover, he was not killed by the other party. It seemed that he was killed in a one-on-one duel. This made the situation serious. They looked at Xing Tian with a hint of fear in their eyes. Needless to say, this was definitely a terrifying and peerless expert. Humph. Just you wait, this matter is not over. The people of the Tai dynasty gritted their teeth. They were incomparably cold, but they did not attack immediately. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were even more shocked. The other party had already thrown the head in front of the Tai dynasty. This was a blatant slap in the face. With the strength of the Tai dynasty, they would definitely counterattack immediately, because no dynasty would tolerate such a slap in the face. However, the Tai dynasty tolerated it and did not attack immediately. What did this mean? This meant that the Tai dynasty was afraid of the other party. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian and the other members of Immortal Palace with a hint of fear in their hearts. The young martial artists of the Purple Dawn Holy Land gasped. They decided not to challenge the other party to a duel anymore. Of course, except for a few people like Bailey He. Bailey He, the 5-element saint, the 10,000 thunder saint, the Tuoba family, and the others looked gloomy. They felt that they had to find a way to kill the other party. Otherwise, if the other party continued to grow, he would definitely become an unimaginable enemy. The death of the Longbow King caused a huge commotion. Everyone was shocked. It was not until a long time later that everyone came to their senses. Not long after, the Yi family and the Wavering Light Sacred Land prepared to take action and entered the 3 tunnels ahead. Among them, Immortal Palace was divided into 3 teams. Lin Xian and the others were going to take the middle tunnel. In addition to the members of Immortal Palace, Murong Qingqiang and Shun Jingqiu were also following Lin Xian. Previously, the people of the Purple Dawn Holy Land and the Jade Lake Sacred Land were still worried. However, after the Longbow King was killed, they tacitly agreed. They would let the 2 saintesses stay with Lin Xian for a while. After going through the 3 tunnels, they would bring the saintesses back. The other sacred lands, great sects, and royal families also sent out teams. Most of them chose to take the form of 3 teams. After all, they did not want to miss any of the tunnels. Of course, there were a few extreme people who chose to take one of the tunnels. This was because their strength was relatively weaker. If they split up again, they might not have a chance at all. Let's go. Everyone moved and walked toward the 3 tunnels ahead. At the same time, in the second cave behind them, Yin Ruyu and the others from Demon Imperial Palace appeared again. They wondered what would happen in the second trial. The martial artists from Demon Imperial Palace were excited, but when they arrived, their expressions changed. From all directions, from the sky to the ground, there were black bugs everywhere, pouncing toward them. Get lost. An expert from Demon Imperial Palace roared. He stretched out his palm, which was covered in scales, and sent a group of bugs flying with a slap. How dare mere bugs block the path of our Demon Imperial Palace? This person snorted disdainfully. However, he was soon stunned. Not only him, but the surrounding martial artists from Demon Imperial Palace were all stunned. Even Hua Tiandu and Yin Ruyu were frowning. This was because they discovered that the black bugs that were sent flying did not receive any damage at all and crashed into the wall. Then, they crawled over again. That was way too bizarre. That strike just now was more than enough to tear an ordinary almighty being into pieces. These bugs were actually fine? This made them unable to believe it. The people who attacked were stunned, but soon, they screamed miserably. This was because a few people's armor had been bitten open, and their flesh was a mess. Chapter 24:44. Damn it! Get lost! They roared angrily, and a majestic power rushed out of their bodies. Some of them even attacked crazily. However, although they could block the attacks, they could not hurt those insects at all. How could this be? Hua Tiandu and Yin Ruyu both frowned. Damn it! An old man cried out in alarm. This old man was very strange. He had 2 antlers on his head that were covered with mysterious runes. At this moment, he exclaimed, "Those don't seem to be insects. They're not insects? Then what are they?" Yin Ruyu was puzzled. The old man with antlers became excited. Puppets. Those are mechanical puppets. Moreover, they're made of dark demonic gold. Oh my God, we're rich. What? Dark demonic gold? Is it a material to make a heaven-grade treasure? The people of the Demon King Palace were all excited. On the other side, an old man with a python tail shook his head. Don't be careless. If there's really such a good treasure, the humans won't leave it behind. They'll definitely take it away. There are traps, dangers, or mechanisms here that we don't know about. Everyone, be careful here. As soon as he said that, everyone nodded in agreement and became careful. Indeed, in their opinion, the humans were very greedy and would not give up such a treasure. Roar. Boom. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the front. Then, the black dragon turtle walked out again. It was like a small black mountain, and it had an aura that made people tremble. What's that? Yin Ruyu and the others were shocked. Could it be that it's also caused by dark demonic gold? Thinking of that, they gasped, and their eyes turned red. Go. Under Hua Tiandu's order, a burly man walked forward. That man was also a half-demon with green scales on his body. At this moment, his claw was like a beast's claw that descended from the sky. It was like a green mountain that pressed down from the sky. Bang! The large green palm directly slapped the black dragon turtle, causing an intense collision. However, the half-demon man was the one who screamed in pain. His palm was directly pierced through. Blood dyed the sky red. What? The dragon turtle is so powerful. The people of the Demon King Palace were shocked. Whoosh! Boom boom boom. In the sky, a black shadow flashed, and the burly man was sent flying. Damn it! Let's attack together. Hua Tiandu's face sank. The experts of the Demon Imperial Palace all made their moves, preparing to subdue the dragon turtle. The others dealt with the bugs. Although the black dragon turtle and the insect were powerful, they were still suppressed by the many experts of the Demon King Palace. He was about to be subdued. However, at this moment of crisis, a majestic force rushed out of their bodies and swept out in all directions. This force caused everyone to fly backwards. At this moment, those elders, Hua Tiandu and Yin Ruyu, all felt enormous pressure. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. The will of the sage. This was actually the will of a saint. No wonder. At this moment, they understood why the humans gave up on these treasures. This was the will of a saint. It was hard to get rid of it. Keeping it by his side was like a ticking time bomb. Who knew when it would erupt? Saint, should we use that? The elder with antlers asked. Hua Tiandu's face darkened as he nodded his head. Ha! He snorted coldly, and countless runes appeared on his forehead. Those runes all rose into the air and turned into a mysterious bell, pressing down from the sky. The Demon Emperor Bell was an extremely terrifying weapon. Of course, it was not the real Demon Emperor Bell, but a defensive product. However, its power was also unparalleled. In an instant, it suppressed 30 black bugs, captured them, and completely sealed them. As for the rest, they were powerless now. The people of the Demon Imperial Palace had no choice, but Yen Ruyu's red lips opened again. The green light swept through the area and instantly captured 30 black bugs, sealing them completely. Then, they were put into a box. When the green light appeared, these people were all terrified. Even the replica Demon Emperor Bell trembled slightly. Let's go. Yen Ruyu retracted the green light and said indifferently. These people of the Demon Imperial Palace left again and set off forward. Finally, they arrived at the main hall. Looking at the 3 passageways in front of them, these people narrowed their eyes. There are actually 3 passageways. Which one should we take? These people began to discuss. They came to the 3 entrances and observed carefully. At each of these 3 entrances, there was a large amount of aura left behind. Obviously, those humans had all entered. 2 choices. Split into 3 groups and enter separately, or choose one of them. Everyone pondered. Yen Ruyu formed a seal with her fingers, and a light appeared in her eyes as she swept across the 3 passageways. Hee. The corner of her mouth raised into a smile. No matter what, I must take the middle path. Is there a reason? The elders of the Demon Imperial Palace asked. They did not find anything special. The corner of Yen Ruyu's mouth raised. There is no special reason. I just like the middle path. Hearing this, the elders' mouths twitched and they rolled their eyes. However, they did not dare to say anything. Although Yen Ruyu was not a member of the Demon Imperial Palace, her identity was too special. They did not dare to provoke her. They had to treat her like how they treated the saints and saintesses. All right, since Ryu said so, then we will take the middle path. Huatiandu waved his hand. They set off towards the middle path. Of course, they also sent a small number of people to the other 2 paths secretly. Lin Xian and the others walked into the middle path of the 3 paths. They were wearing battle armors that shone brightly. Most of them did not activate their king's domain. After all, it consumed too much spiritual power. Moreover, no one knew when there would be a big battle. Therefore, they usually wore battle armors and released their light. Logically speaking, with so many of them, the light from each of them should be like the sun, illuminating an area. However, they could not do so in this passage. They could only illuminate an area of 1 or 2 meters around them. In the distance, it was dark as if there was a mysterious force suppressing them. The ancient tomb of a saint definitely had the means of a saint. It was not something that they could imagine. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others advanced carefully. On the right, Murong Qingcheng held his arm. On the left, Shun Jingqiu held his hand. The 3 of them walked in front. Behind them, Elder Li, Xing Tian, and the others followed. There were other sacred grounds in front of them, and there were also peerless sects behind them. These forces were all separated by a certain distance to prevent sudden attacks. Fortunately, the journey was peaceful and they didn't encounter any traps. Chapter 24:45. Could there be something even more terrifying waiting for them ahead? They did not know. But after going through the previous 2 caves, they knew that there was more to this place than met the eye. Whoever dared to underestimate the tomb of a saint would have to face the end of their road. Damn it! What was going on? At this moment, a furious roar came from behind. Hearing this voice, everyone stopped in their tracks. Everyone, be careful, Xing Tian said in a deep voice. The energy in their bodies was circulating rapidly, ready to explode at any moment. Lin Xian frowned. Shin Jingqiu and Murong Qingcheng also turned around. What happened? An elder from the Great Xia dynasty asked. They realized that the person who screamed was from one of the clans in the Great Xia dynasty, Shui clan. Although they were strong, they were still lacking compared to the Great Xia dynasty and the Great Xia dynasty. We seem to have been ambushed. We are missing one person. The elder from the Shui clan replied. Missing one person? Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators from the great Xia dynasty frowned. Among them, a cultivator from the Nine Heavens holy ground sneered. What a bunch of trash. You don't even know that you were assassinated. What did you say? The elder from the Shui clan was furious. They were already pissed that they were missing one person. Now, someone dared to mock them? Why? Are you not convinced that you are trash? The cultivator from the Nine Heavens holy ground sneered. They were not afraid of the Shui clan at all. Seeing that it was the Nine Heavens holy ground, the Shui clan gritted their teeth in anger. However, they had no choice. They could not defeat the other party. Hence, they could only look gloomy. The elder from the great Xia dynasty said in a deep voice, "Be careful. Don't get ambushed again." After all, the Nine Heavens holy ground belonged to the great Xia dynasty. Although it had nothing to do with them, it was embarrassing for them to be killed for no reason. Yes, we know. The elder from the Shui clan had no choice. They did not even know who the murderer was. Hence, they could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. The group was ready to move again. However, at this moment, another scream was heard. Damn it! Wait, we are missing one person too. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Which clan was it? The cultivator from the Nine Heavens holy ground sneered again. Let me see who is so stupid to be assassinated. You are courting death. Pong. A terrifying power surged forth, causing the entire space to shake. The few martial artists who had sneered retreated, vomiting blood. Their faces were filled with terror. The rest of the people from the Nine Heavens holy ground roared furiously. Who was it? Did he not want to live anymore? How dare you ambush us? Humph. Your Nine Heavens holy ground is too arrogant. An even gloomier voice sounded. People from the Four Symbols sacred grounds. Seeing those people, many people shrunk their necks and did not dare to speak again. This was because the Four Symbols holy lands were no weaker than the Nine Heavens holy lands. More importantly, Jiuxiao Seiko wasn't in this passageway, but the four sacred beasts were. Therefore, they did not dare to provoke him anymore. The Four Symbols holy grounds also had fewer people. The others did not even have the time to sneer or mock the Nine Heavens holy ground. Their brows furrowed even tighter. What's going on? If there was one less person in the Shui family, then they might have been assassinated. This was very normal. After all, the Shui family was not very strong. But now, the Four Symbols holy grounds actually had one less person. This was no ordinary matter. The Four Symbols holy grounds was a peerless holy ground that was incomparably terrifying. Moreover, the one leading the team was the four sacred beasts. There were also many elders. Who could kill under their noses? They did not dare to imagine. Even if the other holy grounds and sects could succeed, they couldn't have done it so quietly. Could it be that there was a terrifying and mysterious assassin among them? At that moment, the crowd thought of Hell, World of Man, and other terrifying assassin organizations. Everyone was in danger. These holy grounds and sects checked their own teams. Then, one by one, they exclaimed, "Damn it, why are we missing one?" So are we. The elders of the great Xia dynasty had a gloomy look on their faces. Their eyes were red as they scanned the surroundings. Who was it? Get out here. They realized that their great Xia dynasty had also lost one person. What's going on? Seeing this, Lin Xian's face also darkened. Elderly, check our people. Elderly's gaze swept across and his face froze. One young master was missing. Who was missing? A young elite martial artist. Elderly said. They were all peerless almighties. They could tell at a glance how many strands of hair each person was missing. Therefore, they were naturally able to notice the obvious absence of one person at a glance. However, this made them even more shocked, because they did not realize it before. If the Shui family did not mention it, they would not even know that they were missing one person. Damn it, what's going on? Lin Xian's face darkened. Elderly, Xing Tian, and the rest frowned. The dark red divine dragon looked around. Beside him, Shin Jingqiu and Murong Qingcheng were also dumbfounded. Could it be that the top assassins were on the move? Shin Jingqiu narrowed her eyes. She had heard that there was such a terrifying assassin as hell in this world. Could it be that they were here? It shouldn't be them. Lin Xian shook his head. Not only us, but all the holy grounds and sects in this tunnel were missing one person. No matter how terrifying the Hell Assassins were, they would not be able to do this. I guess it must be because of what happened in the tunnel. Damn it, we still fell into their trap. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. They had felt that something was amiss when they had been traveling peacefully earlier. How could the tomb of a sage be so safe? Now, all the holy grounds and sects were missing one person. Moreover, it was done silently. This made their hair stand on end. For a moment, no one dared to move forward. Who knew if there would be people missing for no reason? Moreover, those missing people did not even have the chance to scream before they disappeared into thin air. This method was extremely strange. Everyone, be careful. The elders of the great sage lands and sects reminded their subordinates. Then, they continued on their journey. Lin Xian also gave Ruffian Dragon a few instructions. Ruffian Dragon, use the needle set. He did not activate the Dragon Sword domain, but he had the dark red Divine Dragon set up a defensive array. Light flashed, and the group set off again. Not long after they started walking, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew in front of them. Not only that, but the light on these people's bodies dimmed as if it was about to be extinguished. Seeing this, everyone stopped in their tracks again. They were all shocked and bewildered. They looked in all directions, but they did not find anything. What's going on? Those people frowned. The dark red Divine Dragon also roared. Damn, the cold wind can even blow into the array. He was too shocked. The defensive array he set up was incomparably powerful. However, it could not defend against the cold wind. Chapter 2446. Lin Xian frowned. At this moment, Shen Jingqiu exclaimed and pulled Lin Xian's hand. Brother Lin Xian, look. Lin Xian turned around and saw Shen Jingqiu pointing at the ground. He looked at the ground curiously. In the next moment, his pupil shrank. In an instant, the dragon sword field expanded and enveloped all the members of the Immortal Palace. This scene made the people from the surrounding sacred grounds puzzled. What did this kid discover? Even Xing Tian, elderly, and the others were puzzled. However, when they looked at the ground, their pupils shrank and a chill rose in their hearts. Damn it, what is this? They were too shocked because they realized that there was something wrong with their shadows. Where there was light, there would be shadows. Normally, the shadows of ordinary people would be humanoid. Even if these people were the shadows of peerless powerhouses, they would not change. However, it was different now. The shadows under the feet of Lin Xian and the others had strange shapes and were obviously demon-like existences. This was definitely not a human shadow. In fact, everyone suspected that it was not a shadow at all. There was a mysterious thing lurking under their feet. The people from the other sacred grounds, major sects, and royal families also looked down. One by one, they exclaimed, "Damn it, what is this?" The people from the four symbols sacred grounds were even more decisive. The four symbols saint snorted and stomped his feet. It was as if an electric hammer had descended from the sky. The entire passageway trembled. If it was not the tomb of a saint, this stomp would have destroyed tens of thousands of miles of land. However, although it was the tomb of a saint, the space inside was instantly destroyed. Countless cracks spread in all directions. However, the four symbols saint did not feel happy at all. This was because he realized that the strange shadows did not receive any damage at all. Damn it, what is this thing? These people were shocked again. They realized that the strange shadows under their feet were moving together with them. It was as if they were really their shadows. However, how was this possible? Some of the shadows were clearly in the form of demonic beasts. Humph! The people from the Great Xia dynasty snorted, and the aura of the Tao of Dragons surged towards the terrifying shadows. Whoosh! The people from the Five Elements Palace spat out terrifying flames that enveloped those shadows. The people from the other sacred grounds and sects also made their moves. Lin Xian also coldly snorted. Countless sword chi slashed towards the strange shadow. The sword chi slashed the ground, creating a clanging sound. Even the void was shattered. After a series of explosions, the surrounding space boiled. When the light disappeared, they heaved a sigh of relief. They found that the strange shadow had disappeared. What was this thing? Were the people who went missing related to this thing? The martial artists of the Great Sage Land were discussing this matter. Lin Xian furrowed his brows and instructed, "All of you, keep an eye on the surroundings. Don't get ambushed by these things again." Although they had chased away the freak's shadow, everyone's heart was heavy. They did not dare to be careless. Who knew what was waiting for them ahead? After walking for a while, he didn't find anything. The strange shadow on the ground didn't appear again. This allowed Lin Xian and the others to heave a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, another scream came from behind. This scream was very terrifying. It sounded like the roar of a malicious spirit. Everyone's scalp went numb. Even Shan Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing's faces turned pale. The two of them were a little angry. Who was that? Why was it wailing like a ghost? Lin Xian turned back. Everyone turned back to look. In the next moment, they all frowned because they found that the scream was actually from the Shui family. What was going on this time? The elders of the Great Xia dynasty also frowned. The elders of the Shui family trembled, and their faces were full of fear. What was going on? This scene caused the surrounding people to be puzzled. Could it be that something terrifying had happened again? They looked around and found that everything was normal. There were no strange shadows on the ground at all. Those people were also not injured. Could it be that there was one less person? At the thought of this, they looked defeated and quickly counted their own people. When they did the inventory, everyone froze. A hint of fear appeared in their eyes. A chill rose in their hearts. These people were mighty figures and powerful kings. Some of them were even peerless mighty figures and peerless geniuses. However, at this moment, the chill in their hearts was spreading uncontrollably. Big brother Lin Xian, what happened? Shan Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing were the most surprised. Because the two of them did not bring any subordinates, they did not know what had happened in Lin Xian's immortal palace. Therefore, at this moment, the two of them were puzzled. However, the others were solemn. Lin Xian's expression was not good either. Xing Tia. The eyes of Elder Li and the others flickered. There was one more person. The dark red divine dragon swallowed his saliva. Although he was considered an old monster, he had never seen such a strange thing. He was scared. Damn it. Why is there one more person? What? One more person? Hearing this, Shan Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing were also shocked. Morong Qingqing narrowed her eyes. She was a little worried about the people of the Jade Lake sacred ground. The people of the Jade Lake did not enter this passage. Instead, they entered the other two passages. But she did not know what strange thing had happened. It should not be too peaceful. Shan Jingqiu exclaimed and hugged Lin Xian tightly. The people of the other sacred ground sects and dynasties also had solemn expressions. They realized that the same thing had happened in their team. There was one more person. To be precise, there was not one more person. Wasn't there one less person before? Now, their number had returned to its original number. The person who was missing had returned. What was going on? At this moment, countless gazes were like heavenly blades, staring at those figures. To be honest, these geniuses and elders of the sacred ground had never encountered such a thing. For a moment, they surrounded that person and asked carefully. On Lin Xian's side, Elder Li and the others also asked coldly, "Who are you? Are you a human or a ghost?" The young warrior who had disappeared and returned looked at the strange gazes around him and was stunned. "Elders, what's wrong with you? What did I do wrong?" He had a blank look on his face. "Humph." Xing Tian snorted coldly. "Still not telling the truth? Speak. What are you?" At this point, the void above the young man suddenly shattered, and a large palm firmly enveloped him and completely sealed him. As long as he made any movements, this palm would mercilessly fall on him. Sensing the shocking change, the young man's face turned green. He said with a trembling voice, "I didn't do anything. I've been with you all this time." "With us? What a joke." Peacock also snorted coldly. Chapter 2447. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and Shan Jingqiu were also puzzled. However, that youth felt very wronged. "I didn't leave at all. I've always been with you guys." He wasn't the only one. The other sacred grounds, great sects, and the disappeared cultivators also said the same thing. This made everyone extremely puzzled. They've always been together? But previously, they had clearly counted that one person was missing. These people couldn't have been mistaken. So, they also didn't know what had happened. For a moment, many people used their divine abilities to investigate the other party. Some people even used eye techniques. However, they couldn't see anything. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He had no choice but to activate the heavenly secret divine eye. A golden light appeared in his eyes. Buzz. He looked at the youth who had disappeared. Buzz. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He shouted coldly, "Hurry up and attack." Elderly, Xing Tian, and the others didn't know why Lin Xian said that, but Xing Tian still made a move. The huge palm above suddenly slapped down, enveloping the youth who had disappeared. "No, Temple Master. You can't kill me. I didn't do anything wrong." The youth's crazy roar alarmed all the people from the other sacred grounds and sections. For a moment, everyone looked over. The cultivators from Immortal Palace also had serious expressions. Many of them even turned pale. Although the situation was strange, they didn't know why Lin Xian didn't figure it out and directly attacked. Boom! Xing Tian's large palm slapped down, directly turning the youth who had disappeared into a bloody mist. Blood exploded and splattered in all directions. Many people cried out in alarm. However, they soon screamed. The reason for that was because countless black rays of light suddenly flew out from the blood mist and swept out in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. A few of Immortal Palace's cultivators were instantly entangled. Elder Li and Xing Tian roared. Damn it! There was indeed a problem. Majestic power rushed out of their bodies. Terrifying divine abilities surged forward and directly enveloped all the Immortal Palace's cultivators. Not good. Seeing this scene, the cultivators from the other sacred grounds and sects also roared angrily. They turned around and wanted to attack. Those disciples who had disappeared had a strange smile on their faces. Boom! Countless black rays of light shot out from their bodies like sharp black swords, piercing in all directions. The great sage lands, the great sects, and the imperial clans were all affected, and quite a few people were injured. Damn it! Attack him! Catch it! Capture him alive! Furious roars rang out one after another as these experts attacked one after another. Boom! Boom! On Immortal Palace's side, Xing Tian continuously released more than 10 palms, blasting apart the void. Heaven and earth shook as a terrifying energy enveloped the surroundings. All of the black lights were sent flying and exploded in the air. They couldn't withstand the impact at all. Whoosh! The piercing black light quickly retracted, like a black waterfall. Ah, ah, ah. Some of the weaker ones had their necks wrapped around. Breathing was painful, and there were even traces of blood. The necks of the 2 Immortal Palace disciples were directly snapped. Not only the Immortal Palace, but the cultivators of the other holy lands and great sects were also killed. This scene infuriated everyone. Damn it! It was her hair. These black things were actually hair. Someone roared angrily. Lin Xian also noticed the situation. They discovered that the black light was indeed hair. It was densely packed and endless. It was nauseating. Countless strands of hair enveloped everyone from Immortal Palace. One of them rushed towards Lin Xian, Shen Jingqiu, and Murong Qingqing. Lin Xian snorted coldly and raised his hand to release a sword light. Pooh! The strange hair was cut apart. Shen Jingqiu released a purple mist and completely enveloped all of the shattered hair. The hair disappeared without a trace. Purple qi from the east. Shen Jingqiu quickly formed a seal. Countless purple qi formed around her and completely enveloped Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. The black hair couldn't get close at all. Xing Tian, Elderly, and the others quickly took action. Although the hair was strange, the people here were all experts, and many of them were peerless powerhouses. Therefore, the hair quickly retreated. They fled into the distance and disappeared. Chase after them! Everyone roared. Lin Xian also chased after them with his people. They ran all the way and arrived at another hall. When they arrived at the main hall, they realized that the hair had disappeared into the void. It was as if it had never appeared. Damn it! The people from the Immortal Palace roared. Xing Tian even shattered the void with a punch, but it didn't appear again. What's going on? Did it disappear? Everyone was puzzled. They looked at the hall and wanted to investigate the situation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, countless white figures appeared in the surroundings. There was a white figure standing in every direction. The white figures were strange and hazy. They were facing the crowd. They were dressed in white and had long hair that reached their waists. They seemed to be women. There were many similar white figures. They appeared at the edge of the hall and formed a circle, surrounding everyone. Damn it! What are these shadows? They were puzzled. Many of them didn't even see how they appeared. It was as if they appeared out of thin air. What the hell? Die for me! A martial artist from the 9 heavens sacred ground roared. He swung his saber, and a terrifying saber light slashed forward. It instantly hit the white figure. No! At this moment, an angry roar was heard. However, it was too late. The saber light had already hit the white figure. Humph! Let's see how you die. The martial artist from the 9 heavens sacred ground sneered. However, in the next moment, his body stiffened and the saber in his hand fell to the ground. His eyes widened and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. It was as if he had encountered something terrifying. Bam! He fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Damn it! What's going on? What happened? Everyone was stunned. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground roared crazily. Who was it? Who did it? They were about to go crazy. Because no one saw it clearly. This person wasn't attacked at all. How could he be killed? What was even more strange was that the young disciple who attacked was a genius. His strength had reached the almighty level. It wasn't easy to kill such a person. Soul attack. This was the first attack that came to everyone's mind. Because only soul attacks could appear and disappear mysteriously and kill people without leaving a trace. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground looked at Lin Xian immediately. This was because they knew that Lin Xian was a terrifying soul power expert. Many of them were furious and wanted to rush over. However, the elders of the 9 heavens sacred ground shouted coldly, "Don't be rash. It wasn't them." There was something wrong with the white figure in front. Since the elders had said so, the disciples of the 9 heavens sacred ground were unwilling to accept it. They asked, "Damn it, what's going on?" Chapter 24:48. Damn it, what's going on? Do those white figures know soul attacks? So what if they do? A beauty from the Xiaoyao sect snorted. Whoosh! She opened her mouth and spat out a pagoda, which floated above her head and protected her soul. This was a treasure, and it was an exclusive treasure for soul defense. With it, one could block soul attacks. Break! The beauty from the Xiaoyao sect quickly attacked after her soul was protected. A long rainbow streaked across the void and charged forward. Soon, it pierced through a white figure. Everyone looked over with rapt attention. Many people's eyes were twinkling. Some of them even released their soul power. They wanted to see how strange Yichin's soul power was. The pink light pierced through the white figure. However, in the next moment, the beauty from the Xiaoyao sect froze and widened her eyes. Her face was full of fear. With a plop, he fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Dead? Everyone was stunned. The people from the Xiaoyao sect looked even worse. Junior sister. Many of them rushed over and checked carefully. They found that the opponent's life force was already gone. What's going on? The others looked even more serious. They didn't find any soul power. They wanted to check carefully. Even if the opponent used his soul power, they would be able to detect it in an instant. More importantly, it was the pagoda worn by the beauty from the Xiaoyao sect didn't receive any attack at all. He was killed just like that? This meant that it wasn't soul power. Or maybe the opponent's soul power was so strong that they couldn't believe it. Impossible. They could feel the soul power of an invincible king. What kind of technique was that? They were going crazy. If they could not decipher these white figures, they would be trapped here for the rest of their lives, unable to leave. Lin Xian frowned. He also found that it wasn't a soul attack. What were those things? Were they ghosts? Shen Jingqiu was a bit scared, and Murong Qingchen's face was also cold. While everyone was confused, some people in the crowd spoke. They were resentful spirits. They didn't use soul attacks. They used resentful spirits, which were even stranger than soul attacks. What? Resentful spirits. Everyone turned around and looked. They found that the ones who spoke were a dozen monks from the Western Desert. Grandmaster, can you explain it in detail? That's right, Master. Is there any way to break it? The elders from the great sects all inquired. They thought they saw hope. That was because the monks of the Western Desert all cultivated some Buddhist divine powers, which were perfect for restraining these ghosts and evil creatures. With their help, they might really be able to subdue these vengeful spirits. The monks from the Western Desert nodded. It's indeed possible. Umitba, Avalokitesvara. The monks began to chant scriptures. These were not ordinary scriptures, but the great success of Buddhism of the Western continent. It was very profound, coupled with the cultivation of these people. It could be said that its power was boundless. At this moment, everyone thanked themselves for calming down and stabilizing their mental states. How magical! These people were shocked. Lin Xian was also surprised. Although he had never interacted with the monks of the Western Desert, he could tell that these people were indeed extraordinary. In fact, it could even be said to be extremely terrifying. Between heaven and earth, the sound of Sanskrit rang out, bringing with it a mysterious and unfathomable energy. When the white figures heard this, they all let out miserable cries. Their bodies quickly melted like snow under the sun. Then, they disappeared. Seeing that scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. Fortunately, the monks of the Western Desert were there. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for them to attack on their own. After all, resentment was an existence that was even more bizarre than souls. If they were not careful, they might be directly killed if the resentment was added to their bodies. It was just like the two prodigies from before. Let's go quickly. Everyone did not dare to delay. Lin Xian also led the people from the Immortal Palace forward. However, they had only walked halfway when they stopped in their tracks. That was because another figure appeared in the main hall in front of them. It was a white figure, just like the previous ones. However, this time, he did not have his back to the crowd. Instead, he was facing them. His jet black hair covered his face, and his eyes were white. It was a very strange sight. His face was even paler. It was a ghastly sight. Many female disciples cried out in surprise. Xin Jingqiu also cried out in surprise. She grabbed Lin Xian's arm and did not dare to look again. Murong Qingqing frowned. This wraith seemed to be more powerful than the previous ones. Oh no, it's a 10,000-year-old wraith. The few people from the Western Desert also turned pale with fright. Those white figures from before were all 1,000-year-old wraiths. Their cultivation was not high. They could be subdued. However, they had encountered a 10,000-year-old wraith. It was an extremely terrifying existence. As expected, they chanted Buddhist scriptures. Mysterious Sanskrit characters floated in the sky, forming a light screen that pressed forward. However, when it was 3 meters in front of the white figure, it stopped and could not go any further. Boom! In the next moment, the white 10,000-year-old wraith raised his head. A strange red light appeared in his eyes. All the Sanskrit characters in the sky shattered. Several Western Desert monks also took a few steps back, their faces filled with shock. How terrifying! As expected of a 10,000-year-old wraith. Seeing that, everyone else was shocked and retreated one after another. If even the Western Desert monks could not deal with it, things would be troublesome. Whoosh whoosh. Everyone took out their treasures and prepared to attack forcefully. Lin Xian also called Xingtian, elderly, and the others to get ready to attack at any time. He had the great dragon sword soul that could destroy everything, so he was not too worried. Even if the opponent was a 10,000-year-old wraith, he was confident that he could kill it with his great dragon sword soul. However, before he could make a move, another figure walked out from among the monks behind him. It was a young figure. He seemed to be a young prodigy of the Western Desert. Elder, let me try, the young monk said with a smile. All right. Seeing that the figure walked out, the monks heaved a sigh of relief. However, the people from the sacred grounds and major sects frowned. What's going on? Even the elders can't deal with it. How can a young monk defeat a 10,000-year-old wraith? They did not quite believe it. Therefore, they were still prepared. If the other party failed, they would use force to attack. The young monk walked up with a smile on his face. It was a confident smile. At that moment, everyone's gaze fell on him. The young monk walked in front of everyone and looked at the 10,000-year-old wraith in front of him without saying a word. He stretched out his fingers. One of them pointed to the sky and the other to the ground, forming a very strange Dharma idol. Chapter 2449. Woo! Just as everyone was in a daze, the 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit in front of them suddenly revealed a look of fear. In the next moment, she knelt on the ground, her head touching the ground as if she was prostrating herself on the ground. Even her body was trembling slightly. Leave quickly. Don't look back. Don't look at her. When the other monks saw this scene, they all called out to everyone. Heavens, what was going on? At this moment, the prodigies and elders of the great sage land, the great sects, and the royal family were all stunned. Wasn't this little monk too terrifying? He made a 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit kneel just by putting on a Dharma idol? This was a 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit. Even the eminent monks of the western desert could not deal with it. Now, it actually knelt to a little monk? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. At this moment, after hearing the reminders of the Holy Lands, Lin Xian and the others quickly walked forward. The people of the other Holy Lands also left one after another. However, at this moment, everyone felt a strange feeling behind them, as if someone was watching them. Some of the weaker martial artists even heard someone calling their names. Lin Xian also had the same feeling. Their faces were gloomy, and Lin Xian's expression was even more solemn, because he remembered that the mysterious little monk had told them not to look back. He did not know why they should not look back, but he knew that if they did, they would definitely be in danger. However, at this moment, they had a strong feeling of turning back in their hearts. Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, elderly, and the others were powerful, so they were fine. However, those young martial artists were probably not going to make it. No matter how strong they were still a little lacking compared to the 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit. Therefore, those young martial artists of Immortal Palace were almost unable to control themselves. At this moment, Lin Xian shouted in a low voice. The great dragon sword soul in his body rushed out and circled above their heads, letting out a loud dragon roar. Roar! The great dragon sword soul enveloped all the Immortal Palace martial artists. Tens of thousands of sword lights descended, cutting off all connections. The Immortal Palace martial artists heaved a sigh of relief. They felt that the strong calling in their hearts had disappeared. This made them feel a lingering fear. They did not dare to look back and quickly walked forward. But others were not so lucky. A few five-element sect cultivators could not help but turn their heads around. Not only that, the entire Five Stars Palace was under attack, and so were the people of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. In addition, the Illusion Palace, the Unfettered Sect, and the other sacred land clans were also affected. A terrifying power of resentment swept out in all directions. Not good. The Western Desert monk's expression changed. The young monk's expression was grave as well. Unexpectedly, these people still couldn't hold back. Sigh. He sighed and pointed to the sky with one hand and the ground with the other. But this time, he could only protect the people of the Western Desert. Wong. The imitation dragon pattern cauldron rushed out from the wavering light Holy Land, stabilizing the sky and protecting the people of the wavering light Holy Land. In the Grand Xia Empire, dragon-shaped auras also rushed out from the bodies of the elders, forming the true dragon diagram. He resisted the resentment. Other than that, the Five Elements Palace unleashed the Five Elements Mountain, while the Nine Heavens Divine Emperor formed 9 cauldrons that floated in the void. At this moment, the various families of the Great Sage unleashed their ultimate techniques one after another. They fled crazily. The vengeful spirit roared and pounced forward. Wong. A ball of Buddhist light appeared on the young monk's body. Amidba. A loud Sanskrit voice sounded between heaven and earth, shocking the 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit. Using this opportunity, everyone was able to escape. When they completely left the temple, the terrifying resentment behind them disappeared. Everyone stopped and heaved a sigh of relief. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Among them, Most of the forces were affected. Only the Western Desert, Lin Xian's immortal palace, the wavering light Holy Land, and the Empire of Great Swords were unharmed. Other than that, everyone had more or less lost their disciples. This made these people's expressions very ugly. They were afraid that this was only the early stage of the saint's tomb, and there were already such terrifying things. Who knew what kind of heaven-defying existences were deeper in? On the immortal palace's side, Elder Li and the others stood out and bowed slightly in the direction of the Western Desert. The others also expressed their gratitude. They had no choice but to thank the people of the Western Desert, especially the young monk, who had intimidated the 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit. Otherwise, the impact they received would have been even more serious. In fact, they might have been completely wiped out. May I ask your Dharma name? An elder from the Wavering Light Holy Land asked. Senior, you are too polite. I am a disciple of the Lanrua Temple. My Dharma name is No Flower. Lanrua Temple, No Flower. Everyone silently remembered this name in their hearts. Needless to say, this was definitely a saint-level prodigy. Moreover, the other party's physique and bloodline were probably not simple. It was very likely that his background was frightening. That was because a Dharma idol could intimidate a 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit. This was definitely not something an ordinary monk could do. Everyone guessed that the other party should be like the Yi family's sacred physique, possessing a peerless bloodline. However, no one knew what kind of physique and bloodline it was. Western Desert, No Flower. Lin Xian also took a few more glances at the other party. He had to admit that this No Flower was too mysterious. Murong Qingqing also said that the Lanrua Temple in the Western Desert was also a sacred place. However, they had never heard of this No Flower before. They did not expect him to display such heaven-defying means as soon as he appeared. It seemed that this was indeed a golden age with geniuses emerging in large numbers. I still think that Big Brother Lin Xian is the most powerful. Xin Jingqiu, who was at the side, squinted her crescent-shaped eyes and said, Indeed, she was not wrong. Many people looked in Lin Xian's direction and were extremely surprised. This was because other than the Western Desert, the Wavering Light Holy Land, and the Great Xia Dynasty, only Lin Xian's immortal palace was intact. However, the Western Desert had the mysterious No Flower, the Wavering Light Holy Land had the dragon-patterned cauldron replica, and the Great Xia Dynasty had the aura of the Tao of Dragons. What kind of means did the immortal palace use? They also seemed to see a huge dragon hovering above their heads. What was going on? Did the immortal palace also have the aura of the Tao of Dragons? They could not understand, especially the Great Xia Dynasty. When they saw the other party's dragon-shaped sword qi, they were even more shocked. This was because the dragon-shaped sword qi gave them a very shocking feeling. These people were not simple. The people of the Great Xia Dynasty attached great importance to Lin Xian and the Immortal Palace. Among them, the prince of the Great Xia Dynasty stared at Lin Xian with a flicker in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Let's go. The elder of the Wavering Light Holy Land sighed and led the people away. Everyone followed. Lin Xian also led the people of the Immortal Palace forward. A tunnel appeared in front of them again. However, this time, the tunnel was wider. It was like many caves connected together. It was still dark and the ground was uneven. When everyone stepped on it, cracking sounds could be heard. Chapter 2450. Relying on the light on their bodies and armor, they looked down and realized that there were countless bones. Some belonged to humans, some belonged to demonic beasts, and they covered the ground. They were as white as snow. This was probably not a good place to be. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They could feel that the resentment in this place was deeper. Could there be 10,000-year-old vengeful spirits? These people were extremely nervous and could not help but gather in the direction of No Flower. Along the way, everyone was shocked. These bones were very fragile and turned into powder when stepped on. It seemed like they had existed for countless years. Among these bones, there were bones that were shining. This was even more shocking. After tens of thousands of years, these bones were still shining. How heaven-defying were these people's cultivation base when they were alive? No one dared to imagine. This made them even more careful. In front, their field of vision gradually widened. However, everyone's expression became more and more unpleasant because there were countless corpses piled up in front of them. Some of these corpses had already decomposed into bones, some had not yet decomposed and still had flesh on them. They were densely packed and piled up like a mountain. It made one's scalp tingle. Lin Xian and the others knew that these were not ordinary corpses. Any one of them was probably a powerhouse. Why did these people die here? They did not know. Could it be that there was a great battle here? Or was it because of other reasons? These people were all guessing. In elemental grass. At this moment, Peacock exclaimed in surprise. What did you find? Lin Xian asked. Temple Master, I found in elemental grass. Peacock pointed to a few black plants in front and said, I heard Ghostly mention this before. It's a very rare spiritual medicine. It has great benefits for those who cultivate the ghost Tao. Ghost spirit wood. The martial artist from Southridge also exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes were burning with passion because on the other side, there were a few purple trees growing near the corpses. They must be treasures of the Yin elemental ghost Tao. Haha, then I won't hold back. A martial artist in a black robe sneered. He struck out a palm that covered the sky and grabbed forward. Humph. A sneer was heard. A fist like a meteor crashed into the land. Rumble. The heavens shook and the earth shook. The surrounding space cracked as the sky-covering hand was sent flying. The meteor-like fist also disappeared in the sky. Damn it. Who is it? A black-robed man stood out, his voice cold as his gaze swept across the surroundings. What? You want to fight now? Ask me if I agree or not. A middle-aged man from the Four Symbols Holy Grounds stepped forward. For Symbols Sacred Grounds. The black-robed man frowned when he saw this. Humph. Your Four Symbols Holy Land's reach is too far. This is a death-type treasure. It's useless for your Four Symbols Sacred Grounds to have it. Useless? Who said it was useless? You also said that this is a treasure. How can it be useless if you sell it or exchange it? That's right. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, although they didn't practice the darkness element, they could still trade for it. Presumably, after taking it out, those kings who cultivated the ghost Tao of darkness would be more than willing to trade it with them. However, the faces of the warriors from the South Ridge darkened. There were many black-robed men among them. They were probably cold ghosts. How could he possibly agree to that? To them, this was a supreme treasure. Scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. The black-robed man shouted coldly. You can try. The middle-aged man from the Four Symbols Holy Grounds was fearless. Boom. He directly raised his hand and slammed his palm down. That palm transformed into a huge mountain, pressing down from the sky with boundless power. Courting death. The black-robed man was enraged when he saw this. With a wave of his sleeve, endless black gas transformed into a huge snake in the air. It opened its mouth and bit at the mountain above. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, cracks appeared on the huge mountain. Then, it collapsed and scattered in all directions. These black-robed men were so powerful, they could actually break through the Four Symbols Holy Grounds mystique. The surrounding experts were also shocked. They were from the Myriad Poison cult. Stay away from them. They all carry lethal poison on them. Even a peerless mighty figure would probably die. Many people reminded him softly. Hearing this, the surrounding experts felt their scalps go numb. With a whoosh, they distanced themselves. However, the black-robed men sneered. Since you know we're from the Myriad Poison cult, why don't you scram obediently? All of these things are ours now. The surrounding experts' faces darkened when they heard this. What kind of joke was this? Although the Myriad Poison cult was powerful, it was only a peerless sect. Everyone here was a peerless sect, or a peerless holy ground. Why should they fear the Myriad Poison cult? However, no one made a move. They wanted to see how strong the Myriad Poison cult was. What was there to be arrogant about? On the other side, Shen Jingqiu pursed her lips. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Peacock, do it. Bring those stalks of travel grass over. Yes. Upon hearing the order, Peacock stepped forward. She formed a seal with her palm, forming a green bottle that floated in the sky. Whoosh. Endless light flew out of the bottle, forming a silver river that swept towards the stalks of unravel grass. Courting death. This is what the myriad poison cult wants. The myriad poison cult martial artists were enraged when they saw this. One of the black-robed men attacked again. In the sky, a black light lit up and directly cut the silver river in half. Whoosh! A black-robed man walked out. Girl, it seems like you don't understand our words. Very well, let me teach you a lesson. His voice was filled with boundless arrogance. Judging from his voice, he seemed to be from the younger generation. Courting death. Peacock also shouted. She was also a sky pride. How could she allow others to humiliate her like this? Boom. She directly attacked. Whoosh. With a wave of her sleeve, thousands of rays of light scattered and directly tore through the void. Those rays of light were like sword chi, soaring into the sky and slashing towards the black-robed man. Humph. I'll show you the power of Luo Yin today. The black-robed young man shouted coldly. He pulled out a white bone sword and directly attacked. Clang! The white bone sword collided with the rays of light in the sky, creating a deafening sound. The terrifying sound wave shook the surroundings. It shattered the entire space. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The martialists in the surroundings quickly activated their battle armor when they saw the two young geniuses clashing. They activated their defenses to resist the shockwaves of the battle. At the same time, the disciples of Five Elements Palace, Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, and other forces also flew out. They wanted to snatch the unravel grass and ghost spirit wood. In an instant, an intense battle broke out. On Peacock's side, the white bone sword was extremely powerful. It cut through the rays of light in the sky. Humph! The black-robed young man, Luo Yin, sneered. How dare you go against the myriad poison cult with such little strength? You're really courting death. Chapter 24:51. No one knew what kind of beast's bone was used to make this white bone sword. It was abnormally sturdy. Moreover, it carried a demonic energy. As soon as it appeared, a cold aura blew over as if hell had appeared. It made one's scalp tingle. Humph! Peacock snorted coldly, and a blurry shadow appeared behind her. Peacock spread tail. Whoosh! The terrifying energy swept in all directions like a wave, and the white bone sword was instantly blasted away. Not only that, Peacock even slapped out with her jade-like hand. An endless divine light shrouded Luo Yin. The palm was too terrifying. It roared in the sky like a huge wave, and it covered the entire sky. The two of them fought fiercely. Luo Yin also used his ultimate move. His sword chi carried a strong corrosive effect. There was even poisonous gas coming out of his body. The poisonous gas could easily poison and kill a powerful being. That scene made everyone retreat, and they did not dare to get close. Fortunately, the illusory figure behind the peacock shone with 1,000 rays of light, isolating all of the poisonous gas. Thousand Demon Eye. Boom. In the sky, the black spots on the peacock's tail rotated, forming demon god eyes, and they emitted a strange and unpredictable energy. The black-robed youth, Luo Yin, suddenly vomited blood and was sent flying. His face was abnormally pale. Defeated. Seeing that, everyone exclaimed. Luo Yin's strength was terrifying, and his body was covered in poison. It could be said that he was very difficult to deal with. But now, he had been defeated so easily. The Immortal Palace's prodigy was too terrifying. These people were shocked. What kind of divine ability was that? It was so terrifying, like the demon god eyes. This woman was incredible. She seemed to have the bloodline of Mahamayuri. No wonder. No wonder she was so powerful. Everyone was shocked. Peacock snorted and looked at the poison sect. Who else dares to fight with me for the traversing grass? Come and die. You're courting death. The other prodigy could not stand it anymore. His body swayed, and he rushed over again. This time, he used a black chain as his weapon. Like a poisonous snake, he attacked Peacock. The two of them fought again. Just as the battle was going on the other side, the people from Demon King Palace also walked over. Along the way, they had also encountered a terrifying shadow. Furthermore, there was also one person missing. This scene caused the faces of the people from the demon imperial palace to turn gloomy. Yin Ruyu and Huatiandu both had grave expressions on their faces because this place was truly too strange. Especially the elders of the demon imperial palace. They all frowned. That's not right. Why does this mechanism not seem to belong to the demon clan, but to the human clan? They were extremely puzzled. They originally thought that the ancient tomb of the demon race would be much easier for them, but now, things were beyond their expectations. The mechanisms and formations along the way did not seem like they belonged to the demon race, but more like they belonged to the human race. But this shouldn't be the case. The two gates outside the ancient tomb were written in the ancient language of the demon race. How could it be a human ancient tomb? This made them extremely puzzled. Along the way, they fought off the strange hair and arrived at a large hall. They also encountered the white vengeful spirits. Not only that, but the 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit also appeared in an instant. His hair was disheveled, and his entire body emitted a monstrous aura, causing the martial artists of the demon imperial palace to tremble. The elders' faces were even more solemn. Damn it, it's a 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit. How could there be such a terrifying thing here? The martial artists of the demon imperial palace snorted coldly. Let's attack together and kill him. These people were all hot-tempered. However, one of the elders shook his head. Don't be rash, don't attack. Vengeful energy was very strange. They couldn't fight them head-on. They had to think of another way. Let me do it. Yin Ruyu stepped forward. She looked ahead with a calm expression. Poof. She bit her finger and flicked a drop of blood in front of her. Buzz. The drop of blood was crystal clear, and there were even strange patterns on it. It was obvious that this was not ordinary blood. As expected, something strange happened. When the blood appeared and floated in the sky, the surrounding vengeful spirits all let out miserable cries. They all knelt down. The 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit in front of them also knelt down, his body trembling. This scene was very similar to the situation with No Flower, and it seemed to have caused an even greater commotion than No Flower. If the martial artists of the sacred land saw this scene, they would definitely exclaim in shock. Who was this woman? She was too terrifying. A drop of blood made a 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit kneel. What kind of blood was this? Even the blood of a sacred body probably couldn't reach this level, right? The people of the demon imperial palace were also shocked, but they soon became excited. Sure enough, Huatiandu also laughed loudly. With a wave of his hand, the group quickly walked forward. Soon, they left this palace. They were getting closer and closer to Lin Xian and the others. On Lin Xian's side, Peacock defeated another two people, making the myriad poison cult gnash their teeth. They didn't expect that Immortal Palace only sent out a young woman to suppress their myriad poison cult. This face slap was really loud. The surrounding people also sneered, looking like they were watching a show. Humph, you're very strong, but you dare to provoke my myriad poison cult? You're courting death. Now, go to hell. Right at this moment, a cold voice sounded. A woman in a black robe walked out. This woman was extremely beautiful, and her eyes were even more soul-stirring. Myriad Poison Saintess. It was unknown who cried out in surprise. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the Myriad Poison Saintess to make a move. This time, there was a good show to watch. Peacock's expression was also serious. She could naturally sense the other party's strength. Sister Peacock, come back. I'll beat her up. Shen Jingqiu released Lin Xian's arm from behind and stood out. What? Peacock turned around and looked at Lin Xian with a questioning look. Lin Xian asked, Is Qiu okay? She's fine. I've wanted to make a move for a long time. Shen Jingqiu was also very excited. Indeed, there weren't many opportunities for her to make a move. Now, she finally had one. Moreover, it was the vicious Myriad Poison Saintess. How could she let go of this opportunity? Let her try. Anyway, we're all here. Nothing will go wrong. Murong Qingsheng, who was standing to the side, also smiled. All right then, Peacock, come back. Yes. Peacock retracted her 1,000 demon eyes and returned to Lin Xian's side. She stood respectfully behind him. Shen Jingqiu, on the other hand, stood up excitedly. She pointed her jade-like fingers forward. You're the saintess of all poisons? What moves do you have? Bring it on. Little girl, you really don't know what's good for you. Look at how cute you are. When you turn into a skeleton later, it will be a beautiful scene. I've decided to seal your skeleton and make it part of my collection. Ah, what a vicious woman. Take this. Chapter 2452. Although Shinjingqiu looked cute, she was not careless at all when she attacked. After all, she was Saintess Zixia. Sure enough, as soon as the divine ability was used, everyone around exclaimed. The saints and saintesses also frowned. Her strength was not weaker than theirs. Hee hee. The saintess of all poisons sneered. Let me see what kind of ability you have. As she spoke, her figure flashed and she rushed over. In an instant, she dodged the purple palm. At the same time, she waved her two black sleeves, drawing out two poisonous snakes that circled in the air and attacked Shun Jingqiu. The two black pythons in the sky spun and stirred the void, exuding a cold aura. In an instant, they came to Shun Jingqiu's side and coiled around her. Little girl, your combat experience is not very good. The saintess of all poisons sneered. The others were also discussing. They could also see that Shun Jingqiu's combat experience was obviously insufficient. This Saintess Zixia did not live up to her reputation. She fell into the opponent's trap so easily. It seemed that the opponent had not fought many battles. This time, she was probably out of luck. Voices of discussion sounded. Shin Jingqiu's small face was cold. She snorted and formed a seal with her palms. A cloud of purple gas rushed out of her body and wrapped her up. It spun quickly and formed a purple vortex. The purple vortex spun, and a terrifying energy surged in all directions like a stormy sea. This energy knocked away all the attacks. Seeing this, the people of Immortal Palace breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing's expressions also eased a lot. The martial artists and elders of the other sacred lands were also discussing. It seemed that although she was not very experienced, she was still a saintess. Her strength was not to be underestimated. Indeed, the strength Shin Jingqiu displayed was definitely at the saintess level. It was just that her combat experience was a little weaker. However, unless a real saint or saintess attacked her, it would be difficult for others to suppress her. However, this time, the one who attacked Shan Qingqiu was indeed the saintess of all poisons. The myriad poison saintess was surprised to see her attack deflected. Then, she sneered. Not bad, little girl. You actually managed to dodge it. However, even if you can avoid it this time, can you avoid it the next time? Humph. Shin Jingqiu snorted coldly and quickly made her move. Purple chi revolved around his body, forming 9 purple moons above him. The 9 purple moons rotated, stirring up the void, and 9 purple vortexes appeared. The space around her shattered, and the 9 moons radiated boundless divine light as they charged toward the saintess of all poisons. 9 moons connecting the skies. This was a great divine ability of the purple afterglow holy land. The surrounding people also cried out in surprise. Sure enough, the 9 moons spun in the sky. The saintess also stopped smiling. She felt a great pressure. It was as if the sky was pressing down on her, and all the bones in her body were making cracking sounds. Humph! The myriad poison saintess decisively took action. Her body was suffused with multicolored light that shot into the sky. These were all different types of poisonous gas. As soon as they appeared, they melted the void and surged upwards, wanting to melt the 9 suns together. Boom, boom, boom. The two collided with earth-shattering sounds. A wave of energy swept out in all directions. Everyone retreated, putting some distance between them. At the same time, their armor lit up. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing stared fixedly at the battlefield. Fortunately, they were relieved to see that Shun Jingqiu and the Saintess of all poisons were evenly matched. The Saintess of all poisons snorted coldly. A dozen black vipers appeared behind her, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they charged. They clashed with the 9 suns. The two of them fought an earth-shattering battle. However, no one noticed that the situation around them had changed. The shock waves of energy entered the corpses, as if they were being absorbed. Boom, boom, boom. At first, nothing happened. However, after absorbing enough energy, the mountains of corpses emitted low rumbling sounds, as if a peerless demon was slowly awakening. An abnormally cold and frightening power emanated from his body. The martial artists of the various holy lands and great sects trembled as they felt a chill run down their spines. However, they did not think too much about it. In their opinion, it was probably the shockwaves of the battle between the two saintesses that made them tremble instinctively. However, the elders frowned. Something was wrong. This aura was not right. On the Immortal Palace's side, Xing Tian, an elderly, also frowned. Something was wrong. Hearing this, Lin Xian hurriedly said, "Qiu, come back." In the sky, Shen Jingqiu controlled the 9 moons to contend against the saintess of all poisons. When he heard Lin Xian's words, he launched another earth-shattering attack. The 9 moons connected into one, shooting out a half-moon purple light that directly cut the void in half. The purple light slashed toward the saintess of all poisons, wanting to cut her in half. The saintess of all poisons used 5-colored poison gas to block this earth-shattering attack. She wanted to attack again, but Shen Jingqiu had already returned to Lin Xian's side. "Big brother Lin Xian, what's wrong? I can still fight. Don't attack first. The situation is not right." Lin Xian stopped Shen Jingqiu and looked around with a serious expression. On the other side, the saintess of all poisons also felt a trace of cold aura, but she did not attack. The other people who were fighting also looked around as if they were facing a great enemy. "Listen, what is that sound?" A martial artist of the 9 Li dynasty said with a frown. "Roar. Boom." Sure enough, everyone heard an unusual sound, and it was getting louder and louder. "Damn it, it's coming from the corpses." The martial artists of the 9 heavens sacred ground were terrified. What? Inside the corpses? Could it be that there's something alive inside? Is it a zombie? These people were facing a great enemy. These were the corpses of ancient experts. If they turned into zombies and came back to life, it would be extremely terrifying. They did not want such a thing to happen. However, things did not go as they wished. The mountain of corpses suddenly cracked open, and then a few figures stood up. Oh no, they really turned into zombies. Seeing this scene, the martial artists of the great sage land felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian and the others frowned. Armor appeared on their bodies, and their eyes shone. They were ready to attack at any time. What made them heave a sigh of relief was that there were not many people who stood up, only 7 figures. However, these 7 figures did not seem to be skeletons. They wore worn-out armor that looked very ancient. It was full of cracks, as if it would break at any time, but they were wearing it. This strange scene made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. In their hands, there were sharp and broken blades. Some were bronze spears, and some were long spears. There were even long blades that were 2 to 3 meters long. Chapter 24:53. What were those? Were they ancient people? They frowned and thought that they were zombies, or that the bones had mutated. But now it seemed that it wasn't the case. Could it be that they were Yin soldiers? An elder of the Yi family frowned. Yin soldiers. The others also changed their expressions. After Lin Xian heard this, he also frowned. He knew that this kind of thing was a very terrifying existence. Although they were dead, they had temporarily come back to life under certain circumstances. What was even more terrifying was that these people might have retained their combat strength and divine abilities from when they were alive. Once they attacked, it would be extremely terrifying. He didn't expect that there would be Yin soldiers in the ancient tomb of a saint. Looking at the murderous aura on their bodies, they were definitely not ordinary people. They must have been very powerful kings when they were alive. Buzz. 7 Yin soldiers stood there like statues with sharp blades in their hands. Gradually, a trace of sharpness appeared in their grayish-white eyes. Then, the endless death aura around them gathered towards their bodies. Roar. Roar, roar, roar. Roars came from their mouths. The 7 Yin soldiers seemed to have come to life and moved slowly. Buzz. Among them, one of the Yin soldiers waved the long spear in his hand and stabbed forward. His target was the Five Elements Palace, because at this moment, the people of the Five Elements Palace were the closest to the Een soldiers. Courting death, the few young martial artists of the Five Elements Palace roared. So what if they were Een soldiers? How dare they attack the dead? They struck out with the power of the Five Elements and blasted forward. These were all young geniuses. At this moment, they were absolutely terrifying when they attacked together. Boom. However, what happened next surprised them. All of their power of the Five Elements was instantly pierced through. A long spear broke through the void and directly came in front of them. No. These people screamed. Their faces were full of horror and wanted to escape. Puff, puff, puff. Time seemed to have stopped. The three young geniuses of the Five Elements sect stiffened. Their bodies were pierced through by a bronze-long spear. They were nailed in the void as if they were candied haws. Drip, drip. Blood dripped, making a muffled sound that made everyone's scalp tingle. So powerful. They were too shocked. These Een soldiers were too terrifying. They killed three geniuses in an instant. What kind of method was this? They didn't dare to imagine. Damn it. Let's attack together. Kill them all. He absolutely could not allow them to absorb any more death energy. The elder of the Yi family roared. Although Leaf Doudinier wasn't present, the elders and disciples of the Yi clan were still terrifying. They were the clan of the ancients, which was absolutely terrifying. Now that he had struck out, it was truly enough to cause the entire world to explode. Not only the Yi family, but the Wavering Light Sacred Land had also made a move. Other than that, the Five Elements Palace, Four Symbols Holy Grounds, Granxia Dynasty, Ninely Dynasty, Nine Heavens Holy Ground, etc. Everyone attacked together, and the terrifying power spread out in all directions. Boom. The Mortal Palace's people also took action. In an instant, the few Een soldiers in front of them were submerged by the berserk energy. When the energy dissipated, the 7 Een soldiers ceased to exist. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The warriors from the Holy Land sneered. What kind of Een soldiers are they? They have no power to fight back against us. That's right. There are so many of us. What can a mere 7 Een soldiers do to us? These people threw their heads back and laughed. However, before they could finish laughing, a low voice suddenly sounded. An even colder aura appeared. Then, all around them, figures stood up one after another. They wore broken armor and held sharp blades in their hands. The cold aura on their bodies swept through the world, causing people to tremble. 1, 2, 3. The more they looked, the more frightened they became because at this moment, there were hundreds of Een soldiers around them. Although they didn't have as many people as they did, the Een chi that they emitted was too terrifying. Moreover, it seemed that more Een soldiers were awakening. Damn it. Run. This seems to be a place to hide corpses. Countless powerhouses were buried here. These people seemed to have been killed, and their resentment was very strong. Now that they were resurrected, who knew what kind of crazy things they would do? Run. An elder of the Tuoba family roared crazily. The elders of the other families also changed their expressions. At this moment, no one dared to stay here and left one after another. However, among them, a few people from the Myriad Poison sect used black chains to shroud the ghost spirit wood. It seemed that they were reluctant to part with it. Not only them, but the people from the Nine Heavens Holy Lands and Five Elements Palace also attacked the Een-shaped grass. However, Lin Xian was faster. He asked the little white monkey to snatch the Een-shaped grass. Whitey's figure flashed and directly pulled out 3 Een-shaped grasses, and then disappeared into the void. Damn monkey. I'm going to kill you. The people from the Five Elements Palace and Nine Heavens Holy Lands roared crazily. On the other side, the people from the Myriad Poison sect sneered, because they had snatched 2 ghost spirit woods. Buzz. Crack. However, at this moment, one of the ghost spirit woods strangely broke, and 2/3 of it disappeared into the void. Damn it, what happened? The people from the Myriad Poison sect were stunned. They roared crazily. Who is it? Come out. They naturally knew that someone was secretly snatching the ghost spirit woods. But what kind of method was this? Appearing out of thin air and snatching more than half of the ghost spirit woods. They didn't even know who the enemy was. At the front, Lin Xian revealed a smile. The little white monkey held more than half of the purple ghost spirit woods and kept jumping. Lin Xian waved his hand and kept all these things into the black earth. Let's go. He brought Shen Jingqiu, Murong Qingqing, and the people from Immortal Palace and quickly left. Boom, boom. The corpse storage ground was too big. There was a long passage in front of them, and there were corpses on both sides, surrounded by endless resentment. At this moment, Yin's soldiers crawled out from the corpses one after another. It was only now that Lin Xian and the others realized that these Yin soldiers were too strange. The battle armor they were wearing wasn't real battle armor. Instead, it was formed by cold resentment through the power of some kind of life. Even their weapons were the same. It was as if the bones of the vengeful spirits were bound by some kind of powerful force in the armor, forcing them to fight. What kind of power was this? This kind of power was beyond their imagination. Soon, the Yin soldier army moved and scattered all the holy lands and sections. These forces were separated by countless Yin soldiers, and they could only fight on their own. In an instant, a fierce battle broke out. Everyone fought with the Yin soldiers, and the battle was earth-shattering. However, no matter how they fought, they were at a disadvantage. These Yin soldiers were not living creatures. They could still condense after death, and these cultivators of the holy lands, the geniuses of the great sects, could only die here after being killed. Chapter 2454. It was the same for Lin Xian and the rest. Lin Xian unleashed the dragon sword realm, which enveloped everyone and transformed into an azure dragon. Inside, Xing Tian, Elderly, the other elites, including Brother Morong, channeled all their energy into the azure dragon. The divine dragon swung its tail, invincible. All the Yin soldiers in the way were sent flying. Their speed could be said to be extremely fast. It was the same for the Yi family. Countless geniuses and elders of the Yi family shone with a golden light that shot into the sky, forming a golden giant. They sent the Yin soldiers flying. On the other side, the wavering light sacred ground had the wavering light sage leading the way. The dragon pattern cauldron above their heads emitted a myriad of auras. It could kill even gods. The Yin soldiers in the sky were sent flying. The other sacred grounds and sects also joined forces and left quickly. These were not ordinary people. After the initial panic, they organized an effective counterattack. However, it didn't take long for Lin Xian and the others to slow down. Finally, they stopped. This was because there were 5 figures in front of them. These 5 figures were very similar to the Yin soldiers from before, but there were some differences. The armor on their bodies was more solid, and there were even ghostly patterns on it. 2 of them were even riding on war horses. However, they were not living creatures. They were Yin horses. They were formed by resentment. Damn it, these are not Yin soldiers. They are Yin generals. Their abilities are far above the Yin soldiers. As expected, the 5 Yin generals forced everyone to retreat as soon as they attacked. Buzz! The dragon pattern cauldron trembled and let out a dragon roar. Lin Xian's azure dragon shadow also roared into the sky. In an instant, a terrifying sound wave swept across the entire space. If they wanted to move forward, they had to kill these 5 Yin generals. Elderly, Xing Tian, defend yourselves. Qingqing, Qiu'er, don't move. I'll go and kill him. Lin Xian's body swayed as he charged over. Elderly and the rest stayed where they were, fighting against the Yin soldiers around them. On the other side, the wavering light sage also charged over. On the Yi family's side, an elder of the Yi family attacked. Of the 5 Yin generals, only 2 remained. From the Granxia Empire, a white-robed young man walked out. He was a prince of the Granxia Empire. At this moment, he also made his move and charged towards a Yin general. Qiu'er, you wait here. I'll deal with the last Morong Qingqing. Her figure flashed, and she charged towards the last Yin general with light that filled the sky. 5 powerful experts against 5 Yin generals. All of a sudden, the sky fell and the earth cracked. However, this was the tomb of a sage after all. Such a violent attack did not cause any damage to the surrounding mountain walls. Everyone was amazed. Everyone knew that only a saint would be able to do something like this. Lin Xian soared into the air and killed a Yin warrior in front of him. That Yin general had a tall and straight figure. He wore a black battle armor with ice-cold runes flickering on it. An incomparably powerful force erupted like a volcano. Sword of fire. Lin Xian was the first to attack. A black flaming sword slashed down from the sky, and a vast aura crashed down like waves. Evil beings were afraid of fire. Hence, Lin Xian thought that the Sword of Fire should be able to restrain the other party. However, the outcome was far beyond his expectations. The Yin general was indifferent. He waved the black spear in his hand and stabbed it out. The black light was like the river Styx. It met the attack head-on. The two of them exploded, and an aura of ice and fire blended together. Soon, the Sword of Fire was blocked. The Yin general stabbed his spear again. The terrifying spear light turned into a black dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It tore through the void and charged forward. Sword of Water. Lin Xian swung his sword, and water filled the sky, trapping the black dragon. Sword of Earth. The ground cracked open, and 3 stone swords pierced out from the ground, charging towards the Yin general. Boom, 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 boom. The Sword of Earth slashed on the Yin general's body, and a sonorous sound could be heard. It was earth-shattering, and it tore through the void. However, the other party's black battle armor was very strange. Its defense was very strong, and it forcefully blocked the impact. Sky-shattering. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted. He did not use the 5-element sword again. Instead, he used the chaotic heaven destroyer sword. The void in front of him exploded. An unparalleled force rushed towards the Yin general, trying to tear his body apart. Boom. This time, it was finally effective. The Yin general retreated 7 or 8 steps. The black battle armor on his body exploded. More than half of it was shattered, and half of his body was swallowed by the black hole. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He realized that there was nothing under the battle armor. There were no skeletons or corpses. What was going on? What was this Yin general? He was stunned. He had thought that there would be at least a skeleton or a rotten body inside. However, the situation was far beyond his expectations. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. At this moment, the shattered armor was slowly recovering. The endless cold ghost chi in the surroundings converged towards this side. Mysterious black runes formed and slowly healed. In the end, it was as good as new. Roar. The Yin general let out an angry roar, shattering the void. The cold and powerful aura exploded once again. Damn it, how could this be? Lin Xian frowned. He was not the only one. The great Xia prince, the Alcade sage, the Yi family's elder, and Murong Qingqing were all in the same situation. They were all peerless experts. When they attacked, they injured the Yin general. However, the Yin general did not die. Instead, he absorbed the Yin qi and recovered. Could they not be killed? The 5 of them retreated and confronted the Yin general. They quickly discussed. Could it be that they could not be killed? Murong Qingqing frowned. The surrounding Holy Land martial artists who were fighting against the army of Yin soldiers had ugly expressions on their faces when they saw this. Not only were the 5 Yin generals unkillable, but the surrounding Yin soldiers were also unkillable. Even if they were destroyed, they would soon reassemble and crawl over. It was endless and made them feel hopeless. Impossible, there was nothing that could not die. Even a sage could fall. Needless to say, these Yin ghosts were nothing. The great Xia prince said in a deep voice, "There must be a way, but we have not found it." Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He had no choice but to activate his heavenly secret divine eyes. Soon, he said in a deep voice, "Attack its heart." That was its weakness. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the few of them turned cold. Originally, they wanted to attack its head. This was because its weakness was usually the head. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to say that it was the heart. Although they had their doubts, they still nodded when they thought about what Lin Xian had done previously. They would attack its heart. Yi Tian, come here. The Yi family's elder did not continue to attack. Instead, he called a young man over. He felt that this was a good opportunity to train the Yi family's prodigy. Behind them, a young man flew over from the Yi family's crowd. This young man was very handsome. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He was burly and full of power. Chapter 24:55. Yi Tian roared angrily as his body emitted light and crackled. The void beneath his feet instantly collapsed. This scene shocked everyone. This young man was so powerful. He seemed to be no weaker than the saint. Kill! Yi Tianlu roared. Like a demonic god, he quickly rushed over. He threw out a punch as light bloomed. The roars of dragons and tigers could be heard, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Boom! This punch was aimed at the heart of the Yin general. However, the Yin general dodged quickly and his head exploded. However, it was useless. The shattered head slowly reassembled, and the armor returned to its original state. Seeing this, the Alcade Saint, Murong Qingqing, and the prince of the great Xia dynasty's eyes flickered. Indeed, the vital point was not the head. From the looks of it, it should be in the heart. At the thought of this, they did not hesitate and charged forward. Yi Tian also attacked again. Lin Xian also held the ancient dragon abyss sword and emitted a terrifying sword Dao aura. The 5 Yin generals on the other side were obviously enraged. They launched fierce attacks as ghostly qi surrounded the sky and countless resentful spirits accompanied them. Whoosh! A black light tore through the void and a Yin general appeared in front of Lin Xian. The black spear in his hand slashed down like a heavenly blade. The void shattered and split into 2. Lin Xian's body turned cold as he sensed the threat of death. The Yin general's strength was even more powerful than before. However, so what? Lin Xian snorted as tens of thousands of sword qi rushed out from his body and blocked the black spear. At the same time, his eyes were like a peerless divine sword that pierced through the void and pierced forward. Crack, crack, crack. 2 rays of sword light pierced through the Yin general's body. It was sent flying. Roar! The Yin general let out a furious roar. The ghostly qi in the sky circled around and tried to repair it. However, it did not succeed this time. The 2 rays of sword light stabbed into its body and could not be destroyed. Not only that, the sword light was destroying the Yin energy in its body. What a terrifying sword qi! What kind of sword technique was that? Everyone was shocked. Even the prince of the great Xia dynasty and the Alcade Saint were shocked when they saw this scene. Lin Xian took a deep breath, his eyes flickering. Most people would have been killed by his 2 sword lights. The other party was actually fine. As expected, due to the fact that it wasn't a living being, it didn't feel any pain. Even if it was injured, its fighting prowess wouldn't fall. It was indeed troublesome. Buzz. On the surface of the ancient dragon abyss sword, a mysterious rune was unraveled, and the power of the sword qi exploded once again. Demon Sealing, Battle Song, Chaotic Pattern, Sky Shattering. The 4 ultimate moves were unleashed, and everything in front of him was instantly destroyed. The Yin general was beaten to the point of hovering between life and death. His body was shattered dozens of times. However, the place where his heart was still intact. Therefore, after a dozen times, his body was once again in perfect condition. However, the Yin qi in his body had decreased by more than half. Clearly, he was not unkillable. Every time he died, his Yin energy would be depleted. Even with the replenishment of Yin energy in the surroundings, it was impossible for him to return to his peak state in a short period of time. Roar! The Yin general roared in anger. His eyes shone with a cold light as Yin qi circled around his body. He charged over like a madman, and another fierce battle ensued. God punishing! Lin Xian shouted coldly and unleashed the 5 ultimate moves of the chaotic heaven destroyer sword. Between heaven and earth, a mysterious sword light flashed and enveloped the Yin general in an instant. In the next moment, the Yin general's body was cut into hundreds of pieces. His heart, which was the most important part, was also pierced through by the sword. Roar! The Yin general let out an indignant roar. The black armor on his body began to disappear like smoke and quickly melted. Clang! A black bead fell from the sky. There was no corpse, only a black bead. Lin Xian frowned. He waved his hand and summoned the black bead in front of him. His eyes flickered as he looked at it carefully. He saw that the black bead was covered with mysterious patterns. They looked like strange ancient characters. He couldn't understand what they meant. Lin Xian unleashed the great dragon sword soul and unleashed countless sword chi to envelop the black bead. Then, he put it away. He would study it in the future. Anyway, with the great dragon sword soul, he could destroy everything. The black bead wouldn't be able to do anything. After doing all this, Lin Xian looked around. The other 4 battles were almost over. The dragon pattern cauldron above the Alcade Saint's head opened and closed. The terrifying power blasted the Yin general's back. In the hand of the prince of the skyscraper, there was a golden sword that was extremely sharp. Yi Tian was like a god of war. His fist technique was unparalleled. Murong Qingcheng was like a fairy. There was a lotus flower under her feet, surrounded by countless petals. She was exceptionally beautiful, but at the same time, she was extremely terrifying. In the end, the other 4 Yin generals were also killed. That was great. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists of the great sage all heaved a sigh of relief. They blasted away the surrounding Yin soldiers and quickly advanced. Boom! They had just advanced 1,000 meters when a black fist suddenly appeared in front of them. It crushed the void and crashed toward them. The Yi family and the others were walking in front, so the fist directly enveloped them. Yi Tian roared and punched out. Bang bang! The 2 collided and made an earth-shattering sound. Then, Yi Tian was sent flying. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured. How was that possible? The Yi family martial artists were shocked and could not believe it. The surrounding people also sucked in a breath of cold air. They all stopped in their tracks and looked ahead in bewilderment. Although Yi Tian was not a saint or a sacred body, he was a young prodigy of the Yi family. His strength was absolutely terrifying. He was definitely not weaker than the saint. Coupled with the Yi family's bloodline and the terrifying body tempering technique, no one could compete with him in close-range combat. However, the black fist in front of them directly injured Yi Tian. Who was that person? They did not dare to imagine. Lin Xian, the great Xia prince, the Alcade saint, and the other prodigies also frowned. Whoosh! Their eyes were red as they looked ahead. The void in front of them was torn apart by a pair of large black hands. Then, a figure walked out. The figure was surrounded by endless black runes. There was even a nether river flowing under his feet. Yin King. The pupils of an elder of the Yi family constricted. He did not expect that in addition to the Yin soldiers and Yin generals, there was also a Yin King. The Yin generals were already so terrifying. They did not dare to imagine how powerful the Yin King was. Needless to say, he was definitely stronger than the saint. Otherwise, he would not be able to send Yi Tian flying with one punch. The Yin King was not wearing armor. He was wearing an ancient robe that was also an ancient item. Some parts were broken. His skin was dry and black. It was very sturdy, like black gold. He had a body. Lin Xian frowned. He realized that this was not the same as the Yin soldiers and Yin generals. The previous Yin soldiers were only wrapped in armor but did not have a body. Chapter 2456. Boom. Just as they were confused and discussing, the Yin King in front of them made his move. He slapped out with his palm, and the Styx River under his feet surged. It was incomparably roaring, like a black ocean surging over. It was going to swallow everyone. Quick, defend. An elder from the wavering light, sacred ground exclaimed. These people did not dare to be careless and attacked one after another. They collided with the black Styx River. In the sky, intense energy exploded, and one black hole after another appeared. Finally, they managed to block the terrifying palm. However, the elder's expressions were ugly. This Yin King was too terrifying. He actually retained the divine ability from when he was alive. They could tell that the palm from before was an ancient technique. Thousand waves palm. The palm was like thousands of waves superimposed. It was very powerful. Humph. The wavering light saint snorted coldly, and Yi Tian's eyes lit up. I don't believe that I can't defeat him. Let's attack together. Lin Xian pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword again and took a step forward. At the same time, Murong Qingqing beside him also came out. Shen Jingqiu also wanted to go up, but thinking about her lack of experience, she decided not to. She could only cheer from the side. Brother Lin Xian, Sister Qingqing, you guys can do it. On the other side, the wavering light saint, Yi Tian, and the great Xia prince also walked out. The 5 peerless geniuses surrounded the Yin king in front of them. The surrounding people kept retreating, creating a battlefield. They knew that a shocking battle would erupt. At this moment, everyone was silently watching. Because this was a peerless battle. The 5 peerless geniuses were all saints. How spectacular would the scene be when the 5 of them attacked? The young disciples of the great sage were extremely excited. Even the older generation figures were full of anticipation. Whoosh! The Yin king in front of them did not speak, but his body emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. Buzz! Lin Xian and the other 4 tensed up. They felt a great pressure pressing down from the sky. It was as if the universe was going to tear their bodies apart. Boom! The Styx River under his feet suddenly spun like a black tornado, sweeping in all directions. Seeing this, Lin Xian and the other 4 moved to defend themselves. However, the water droplets flew in all directions even though the Styx River was torn apart. Some of the Holy Land martial artists were touched by these water droplets and immediately screamed. They were actually killed by a drop of water. Corpses fell to the ground one after another, and blood dyed the ground red. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their faces were filled with horror. They retreated as if they had gone mad. At the same time, they activated their armor and their strongest defense. Damn it! How could it be so terrifying? They screamed. Initially, he had thought that he would be able to kill the other party with the help of the 5 geniuses. But now, it seemed that the situation was far beyond their expectations. A single drop of the black nether river beneath his feet could kill a genius from a sacred ground. This method was too terrifying. Even the elders of the Holy Lands had ugly expressions on their faces. They set up layers upon layers of formations that enveloped everyone. Immortal Palace. Elder Li and Xing Tian also took Shun Jingqiu and the other martial practitioners and quickly retreated. Xing Tian's face was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "This Yin king was too terrifying. When he was alive, he must have been a world-shaking peerless figure. Damn it." Seeing this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The wavering light saint and the others also had gloomy expressions. They did not expect the Yin king to be so terrifying. In the next moment, they decisively made their move. Sky-shattering, Lin Xian swung his sword, and the integrated void completely exploded. The nether river was swallowed by the spatial cracks. In the distance, the people from the Holy Land heaved a sigh of relief after the nether river's impact was stopped. The other saints also made their move. The Yin king roared, and the air waves on his body surged into the sky. The terrifying power made everyone's scalp tingle. A cold, murderous intent shot into the sky. Humph! Lin Xian swung the dragon source ancient sword, and the sword chi on his body erupted. He used the god sword technique again. In the sky, the cold ghost chi was cut into pieces. Dragon Elephant Divine Fist. At this moment, Yi Tian also made his move. His fist seemed to be able to overturn the universe. With a punch, the void collapsed, and a violent force surged forward. It was as if a dragon was roaring. Sacred Light Technique. The Wavering Light Saint used the Wavering Light Holy Land's great ability, and the sky was filled with light, rushing forward. Golden Sword. The great Xia Prince's aura of the Tao of Dragon shone brightly, and the golden sword in his hand slashed down mercilessly. It was like a peerless heavenly sword, splitting the sky in half. Flying Flower. Murong Qingcheng stepped on a jade lotus, and countless flowers danced around her, forming a long saber, and slashed forward. The 5 great prodigies' attacks completely destroyed the void in front of them. Was it settled? Behind them, the Holy Land's martial artists were watching with rapt attention. Hee. In front of them, a disdainful sneer came from the sky filled with energy. This voice made everyone's scalp tingle, and they all looked forward. They saw that the violent energy was extinguished by a large black palm. Boom! The large black palm did not stop, but turned into 5 palm prints and slapped toward Lin Xian and the other 4. It was as if 5 dark clouds were pressing down with the power of 10,000 das. Lin Xian and the other four looked solemn, and they felt that the blood in their bodies was about to freeze. Obviously, this palm was too terrifying. Although it was just palm shadows, they could not take it head-on. Sword of water. Dazzling light shrouded the sky. Wang Jinzhan. Dragon mutual slaughter. Water moon lotus platform. Lin Xian and the other four unleashed their strongest moves once again and attacked. In the sky, the sound of an intense collision could be heard, and the 5 large black palms were mercilessly torn apart. The terrifying divine power rushed toward the Yin King once again. Whoosh! At this moment, 2 more black palms slapped over, and the 5 divine powers in the sky were extinguished. In the sky, a terrifying explosion could be heard, and a storm swept out in all directions. The void collapsed, and the entire passageway was shaking. Lin Xian and the other 4 retreated, but the Yin King stood in the sky like a demon king, and thunder rumbled in all directions. He was not injured at all. Damn it! How could it be? How could he be so strong? Who exactly was he? Could he be an invincible king? The people from the Holy Land were horrified. Even the elders had serious expressions on their faces. They even wanted to attack together and kill the other party quickly. However, they did not do so, because in front of them, Lin Xian and the other 4 attacked again. Buzz! Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul circulated crazily, and the 5 elements sword technique was displayed to the extreme. The power of the 5 elements flashed in the sky. Those sword lights were filled with killing intent. Bang! 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 The sword lights were extremely sharp, and like 5 heavenly swords, they descended from the sky and completely enveloped the Yin King. Ha ha ha! The Yin King was forced back, and the ghost chi on his body surged rapidly. What a powerful sword technique! Everyone behind was shocked. They did not expect that Lin Xian's sword technique could become stronger. Mountain Embracing Seal. Chapter 2457. The shadow of a huge mountain appeared in his arms and quickly condensed in the sky. This mountain was too terrifying. It was like a demonic mountain. It was covered with rocks and lush trees. The moment it appeared, it crushed the void and headed towards the King of Yin. Ancient technique, Mountain Embracing Seal. At this moment, it was used by Yi Tian and was extremely powerful. Furious Dragon Sword Technique. The prince of the Great Xia dynasty held a golden sword surrounded by the aura of a true dragon. He struck out a golden sword light that turned into a giant dragon roaring in the sky. Holy Light Ball. The wavering light saint raised his hand and struck out a terrifying golden light ball. Although it was only the size of a fist, it was too terrifying. The power on it made even the elders' eyelids twitch wildly. This was the ultimate technique of the wavering light sacred land. Catoptric Deflection. Murong Qingqing used the Jade Pool's great technique. 3 mirrors appeared between heaven and earth. They transformed into 3 half-moons and formed a triangle. The void was mercilessly cut open in an instant. The great techniques of the 5 people once again enveloped the Yin King. Bang! Bang! The Yin King was beaten until he was forced to retreat. His body was filled with ghost chi. Even his cold aura had weakened a lot. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely excited. But soon, the faces of the older generation turned ugly again, because they found that although the Yin King was suppressed, his body was not damaged at all. Even his robe was not damaged at all. How could the other party's defense be so strong? Could it be that he was really an invincible king? They were extremely shocked because the strength of Lin Xian and the other 4 was definitely at the level of a peerless mighty figure. And they were very terrifying existences among the peerless mighty figures. When the 5 of them joined forces, even a peerless mighty figure could not resist. Unless they had surpassed the realm of a peerless mighty figure and reached the realm of an invincible king. If that was the case, then it would be troublesome. An invincible king was far beyond the realm of a peerless mighty figure. It was impossible to defeat him. Don't worry, he shouldn't be an invincible king. The elder of the wavering light, sacred land shook his head. If he was really an invincible king, his aura would be completely different. His current aura was still at the realm of a peerless mighty figure. Thinking about it, He must have a special ability. Or, there was something wrong with that ancient Taoist robe. Hearing that he was not an invincible king, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, as long as they weren't invincible king tiers, they could be defeated. He believed that with the strength of the five geniuses, it was still possible for them to kill the other party. Wang. In front, King stopped retreating. He clapped his palms together and tore apart the energy storm. At the same time, his turbid eyes suddenly lit up with a white light. Two white flames were emitted and pulsated. It was extremely strange. It looked like a flame, but it was emitting a cold aura. Spectral bone fire. Damn it, he actually managed to condense such a flame. Could it be that he could still cultivate? Seeing this scene, the faces of the surrounding elders turned incomparably ugly. Lin Xian and the other four were also shocked. That was because the impact of the two white flames on them was too great. A deathly threat instantly arose in their hearts. They knew that this was an extremely terrifying flame. They definitely couldn't resist it head-on. They had to think of a way to dodge it. Their opponent's white flames posed a great threat to them. Wang. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the dragon sword domain appeared, completely enveloping him. Pung pung pung. A low sound rang out. The white flames that filled the sky collided with the dragon sword domain, emitting the sound of ice and snow colliding. Fortunately, the dragon sword domain was formed by the great dragon sword soul. It was extremely terrifying and could destroy everything. Therefore, although the white flames were terrifying, they were still unable to break through the dragon sword domain. However, the other party's powerful strength made Lin Xian feel even more pressure. On the other side, Murong Qingqing, Yi Tian, the great Xia Prince, and the Alcade Saint all used their ultimate skills to block the terrifying spectral bone fire. Everyone's faces were solemn and abnormally ugly. When the various elders of the great sage saw this scene, they were extremely shocked and their scalps went numb. The five geniuses were actually suppressed. This made them unable to believe it. These were five geniuses, all of whom were at the level of saints. Any one of them could suppress a group of heroes. But now, the five of them were actually unable to deal with King in front of them. Just what realm had this King reached? What strength was he? They didn't dare to imagine. This person must have been an incomparably terrifying, peerless figure when he was alive. Many elders were shocked. Whoosh! Just as they were discussing, the white flames that filled the sky also pounced towards them. These people were so frightened that their scalps went numb. Hurry up and defend. They all raised their battle armors to resist. At the same time, the turrets, shields, and all kinds of lights lit up. But it was useless. In an instant, many people let out miserable cries. All their defenses melted under the white flames. Many experts' bodies melted and were burned clean, not even leaving behind ashes. Damn it! Retreat! Everyone shouted and retreated frantically. They were extremely terrified. Only now did they know what kind of pressure Lin Xian, Alcade, and the Alcade Saint were under. That was way too terrifying. So many experts were killed in an instant. The power of the white flames was truly terrifying. Elder, should we go and help? A cultivator from the Yi family asked. They looked ahead and were a little worried. The Yi family's elder's eyes flickered as he shook his head slightly. There was no need. Their lives were not in danger yet. Not only the Yi family, but the people of the Nacrolite Sacred Ground, Immortal Palace, and the Great Xia Empire also didn't make a move. They knew that the strength of these geniuses was even more terrifying than they imagined. They were afraid that these people had not used their full strength yet. In front, Lin Xian and the other four blocked the white flames and began to counterattack. Their strength gradually increased. Lin Xian's sword qi soared into the sky. The huge sword qi was like a divine pillar that pierced the sky, piercing through the 9 heavens. The terrifying light was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. Not only was it spectacular, but it was also extremely sharp. The surrounding white flames were actually extinguished by the sword qi. This scene shocked everyone. This guy was so powerful. He was actually able to extinguish such terrifying flames. Look, the Alcade Saint also made a move. Everyone exclaimed. In front, the Alcade Saint's dragon pattern cauldron was above his head, and thousands of auras drooped down. He waved his hand to activate the dragon pattern cauldron, and the two dragons on it roared. Countless rays of light scattered down, shattering the surrounding white flames. The great Xia prince's body was surrounded by the aura of the Tao of Dragon, and the giant golden sword in his hand was even more powerful. A vacuum area appeared beside him. Yi Tian's aura was violent, and his black hair fluttered. A huge golden giant completely enveloped him. The golden giant walked in the white flames, not afraid of the terrifying flames at all. Chapter 2458. The golden giant walked in the white flames, not afraid of the terrifying flames at all. The raging flames surrounded him, but they couldn't hurt him at all. Dragon Elephant Divine Fist. He pushed the golden giant and punched out one terrifying fist after another, shattering the void. Countless flames were suppressed in an instant. Murong Qingcheng stepped on a lotus flower, countless petals dancing around her. Her hands formed a seal, forming a blue bottle above her head. A stream of silver water descended and surrounded her, extinguishing the white flames around her. The five geniuses walked quickly in the white flames and charged forward. In an instant, they arrived near the Yin King. The Yin King roared angrily. He felt provoked. Whoosh! The aura on his body erupted again, and it was incomparably sharp. The extremely cold aura made people tremble. So terrifying. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know that in the passage behind them, a group of people had also stopped. They were Yin Ruyu and the others from the Demon King Palace. They had already seen light in front of them and wanted to speed up. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering aura suddenly came from the front. It made everyone stop in their tracks. So terrifying. Whose aura was this? Could it be that the human race had such an expert? The faces of the warriors from the Demon King Palace turned pale, and their bodies trembled. Yin Ruyu and Hua Tiandu's expressions were solemn. It was obvious that this aura brought them a great threat. The elders also frowned. Their eyes were like divine lamps, streaking across the void and looking into the distance. They were extremely shocked. It wasn't the human race. The others also saw it. This distance was nothing to them. Moreover, without the array, they could see the situation in front of them clearly in an instant. Soon, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Yin King. Yin soldiers. Damn it. How could there be so many Yin soldiers? There was actually a Yin King. They were about to go crazy. Didn't this kind of thing only exist in legends? This was probably a place to hide corpses. Look at the corpses on both sides. Something must have happened to kill all these people here. Among them, there was no lack of powerful ancient experts. An elder's eyes flickered. Hua Tiandu looked around. There were human corpses everywhere. There were no corpses of the demon race. Let's not go up first. Let's wait here for those people to deal with the Yin King first. The elder suggested, and the others nodded in agreement. There was nothing he could do about it. The aura ahead was simply too terrifying. Yin Ruyu's eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything. However, her gaze was fixed on a figure in the distance. In front of him, Lin Xian and the other four geniuses were all using their trump cards to get rid of the Yin King. Heaven-destroying finger. Yi Tian roared. He stretched out a finger and pressed it forward. Boom! A gigantic golden finger appeared between the heaven and earth, crushing down on the void like a huge golden mountain pressing down from the sky. This golden finger was incomparably huge, and there were countless mysterious patterns on it. It was as if it could really destroy the world. Hand of Heaven. Murong Qingcheng waved her hand. Her palm was like white jade, extremely sharp and carried a wave of immortal Tao runes. It was as if the palm of a deity was rapidly approaching. This was a great divine ability that was extremely terrifying. It was rumored that it could shatter everything. Divine Dragon's 7 steps. The royal family of the Great Xia also made their move. The phantom of a golden dragon appeared beneath his feet, and with every step he took, heaven and earth crumbled. This was a terrifying pace. Sure enough, with every step he took, the Yin King retreated a little. Mixed Yuan's sacred light technique. The Alcade Saint Sun shot out a terrifying light. Behind him, 108 godly demons circled around him. He looked like a god. This ray of light was simply too sharp. How old was the elder that felt his scalp go numb? 5 elements sword, 5 elements as one. Lin Xian did not hold back either. He combined the 5 elements sword into a divine sword and directly rushed over. The power of the 5 elements surrounded it, and coupled with the power of the great dragon sword soul, it was truly terrifying. Boom, boom. The Yin King was finally beaten back. The white flames on his body and the terrifying Yin Qi had dimmed by a lot. It would be extinguished at any moment. That's great. I've finally suppressed it. When the cultivators of the sacred grounds saw this scene, they all cheered. In front, Lin Xian and the other 4 were also chasing after the Yin King. Lin Xian held the dragon source ancient sword in his hand and swung it. Every sword light carried a dense power of the 5 elements. Pong, 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 pong. The long sword slashed on the Yin King, and a sharp sword light shot into the sky. Murong Qingqing and the other 3 also charged over. The 5 experts surrounded the Yin King. God Punisher. On the 30th move, Lin Xian changed his sword technique. A sharp sword light, like a sword from the gods, cut through the void and pierced towards Yin King's throat. Puff. The Yin King roared and his body spun. At the same time, the white flames and terrifying Yin Qi in front of him condensed into 2 powerful defenses. Clang. The terrifying defenses were broken, and the dragon source ancient sword pierced towards the Yin King. However, it did not pierce the Yin King's head. Instead, it left a terrifying sword mark on his body. Black blood flowed out instantly, and it was incomparably smelly. Lin Xian and the other 4 frowned. Roar. An angry roar sounded. The Yin King was furious. He had never been injured before. Pong. Another terrifying attack on the Yin King's head sent him flying again. There was even more black blood on his body. The Yin King struggled to stand up, wanting to counterattack. The mixed origin sacred light technique struck his body again, sending him flying. Roar, roar. The Yin King charged over like a madman. In the sky, the hand of heaven slapped down mercilessly, sending him flying. The heaven-destroying finger landed on his body, causing cracks to appear on his ancient clothes. His body was sent flying. After a series of attacks, the Yin King was heavily injured, but he did not die. Not only that, he became even more violent. Whoosh! The Yin King pulled out a black long blade from the void. It was more than 10 meters long. Ghost Qi surrounded it, as if it was pulled out from the world of death. Whoosh! 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 5 blade lights were shot out. They were incomparably black, like the river Styx. They fell from the sky, bringing with them dense death energy. Not good. It's the death demonic blade. Disperse. The great Xia prince exclaimed. The others also defended and dodged. Lin Xian frowned. Why did the death demonic blade sound so similar to the blade technique Hu Yidao used? That's right, it was indeed an ancient blade technique. The death demonic blade was a blade technique that belonged to the demonic blade. It was extremely terrifying. The Yin King definitely retained some divine abilities from when he was alive. The previous Thousand Waves Palm and the current death demonic blade were probably his best techniques when he was alive. The great Xia prince explained at the side. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded in understanding. As they spoke, their bodies drew thousands of afterimages in the air. It was impossible to tell which one was real. Chapter 2459. The death demonic saber was too terrifying. The black saber light enveloped the entire space, destroying all the afterimages. Humph! Clang! A saber light slashed towards the Alcade Saint, but was blocked by the Alcade Saint's dragon pattern cauldron. Another slashed towards Murong Qingqing, but was blocked by the lotus jade platform under Murong Qingqing's feet. The third slash was blocked by Yi Tian's golden giant. The great Xia prince used the divine dragon steps and dodged quickly. In the end, only Lin Xian was left. Lin Xian did not dodge and rushed forward. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand slashed open the void and collided with the death demonic saber. When the two collided, the sound of thunder was endless. Countless cracks appeared between heaven and earth, and black thunder fell from the sky. The energy was like a wave, slapping in all directions. Is this guy crazy? What is he trying to do? Does he want to fight the Een King alone? When the surrounding people saw this scene, they exclaimed in surprise. The martial artists of the Immortal Palace were also worried. No, the young master wants the Een King to use the Death Saber technique. Xing Tian frowned. Elder Li's eyes flickered. It seemed like that was the case. The Death Demonic Saber technique was Hu Yidao's saber technique, but it was not complete. Now, the Immortal Palace Master saw the complete Death Demonic Saber technique. He must want the Een King to use it completely. Does he want to restore the saber technique? Xing Tian also took a deep breath. Not only were the two of them shocked, but the elders and experts of the Great Sage Land were also shocked. They naturally realized Lin Xian's intention, but soon, some people sneered. An elder of the Five Elements Palace sneered. This kid is too greedy. Although the Death Demonic Saber technique is an ancient saber technique, it is extremely terrifying, but it is not so easy to master. Yes, an elder of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground snorted. This is a heaven-class cultivation technique. So what if you see it once? It is impossible to unleash the essence and power of the Death Demonic Saber. One must have the corresponding cultivation technique and path to use the Death Demonic Saber. Who does this guy think he is? He wants to restore the ancient saber technique? The people from the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land also sneered. Up ahead, the Yaoguang Sage, the Great Xia Prince, and Yi Tian also frowned. Murong Qingcheng, on the other hand, looked worried. After blocking the Death Demonic Blade, they also quickly rushed forward, ready to kill the enemy. This was because they did not think that Lin Xian would be able to gain anything from it. Brother Lin, use your final trump card. The prince of the Great Xia dynasty said in a deep voice. Good. Lin Xian nodded. His eyes suddenly burst with an incomparably sharp light, and the sword qi on his body rose again. One dragon after another appeared in the sky, letting out loud dragon roars. At this moment, everyone was shocked and their expressions changed. The members of the royal family were especially terrified. No way, this is the aura of the Tao of Dragons. How could he have the aura of the Tao of Dragons? Moreover, it was so terrifying. It was even related to swordsmanship. They were all dumbfounded. The other party was not a member of the imperial family, so how could he know this kind of cultivation technique? The prince of the Great Xia dynasty was also surprised. However, he quickly regained his senses. He used the Divine Dragon's 7 steps to the extreme, and the last step pressed down from the sky. It was so powerful that it directly shattered the entire void. The Death Demonic Blade's radiance was shattered, and King Een retreated. Whoosh! Lin Xian made his move. A dragon's roar and a sword's cry rang out. The terrifying dragon-shaped sword shadow, the power of the 5 elements, and the chaotic heaven destroyer sword rushed over together. Boom! The power of this sword was too terrifying, and it directly destroyed a large number of the Death Demonic Blades. Between heaven and earth, the sword qi rushed in all directions, making everyone unable to open their eyes. The Yaoguang Sage and Murong Qingcheng also used their final trump cards. Thousands of rays of light shrouded the front, and the terrifying energy kept bombarding. It was not until a long time later that the bright light in the sky disappeared. In front, the storm also gradually subsided. Everyone looked forward carefully. They wanted to know what happened to King Een. Great, he was killed. Many warriors of the sacred land of life cheered because they found that King Een was lying on the ground, motionless, and had no breath. The white flame in his eyes had disappeared, and the Een chi on his body had also disappeared. He became a corpse again. However, the elders of the sacred land gasped. Such a terrifying attack, but the opponent's body did not completely shatter, and only a few wounds appeared. It was too horrifying. But fortunately, the opponent was killed. Sure enough, when King Een died, the surrounding Een soldiers and Een generals also quickly retreated. They entered the corpse one after another and lay down again. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and their faces were wild with joy. Great, they finally chased away these Een soldiers. In front, Lin Xian and the other 4 figures also swayed and returned to their respective camps. Young Lord, Palace Master. Seeing Lin Xian return, The people of Immortal Palace were also very excited, because their palace master was too handsome. Shun Jingqiu was even more excited, and she waved her pink fists. It's not good to stay here for long. Let's leave quickly, Lin Xian said. Then, he led the crowd forward quickly. The people of the other sacred lands also left quickly. In the passage behind, when the people of Demon King Palace saw this scene, they also said, "Let's go." They also followed closely behind. Otherwise, if the Yin soldiers resurrected after the other party left, they would be in trouble. They quickly moved their bodies and followed after him. When the people of Demon King Palace appeared, the people of the great sage sects in front frowned, because they felt a new power joining them. For a moment, countless gazes looked over. Lin Xian also turned his head to look. He was stunned because he saw Yin Ruyu. However, when he saw the strangely shaped cultivators that resembled demons beside the other party, he couldn't help but frown. Elderly said, "Palace Master, they are from Demon King Palace." Demon King Palace. It was a sacred ground in the South Mountain. Most of the people there were related to the demon race, but they were basically half demons, or the descendants of mutated species. Most of these people knew the demon race's great abilities, and they were abnormally terrifying. Moreover, their physiques were very strong, and they were not weaker than the warriors of the four symbols sacred ground. They were here too. Many people from the sacred lands exclaimed. They did not notice Demon King Palace before and thought that they did not come. They did not expect them to be following behind. The friends of Demon King Palace were very free. An elder from the Great Evolution Sacred Ground snorted. "You want us to lead the way while you reap without sowing?" There was no such thing in the world. The people of Five Elements Palace also darkened their faces. The eyes of the others flickered. They were also not very friendly to the newcomers from Demon King Palace. Firstly, they were humans, and the other party was a half-demon with the bloodline of the demon race. Naturally, they were seen as aliens by the sacred lands. Moreover, the other party was too cunning. He followed behind them and reaped the benefits without suffering any harm. Chapter 2460. This is the tomb of the demon race's saint. How dare you humans come in here? At this moment, the Demon King Palace's martial artists also roared. Hearing this, the great sage frowned. Demon Saint's tomb? They didn't think so. Who told you that this was the tomb of the demon saint? An elder of the Nine Heavens sacred ground said with a cold expression. That's right. Look at this place. It doesn't look like the tomb of the demon race at all. This is obviously the tomb of the human race's saint. Bullsh *T. The gate at the beginning was written in the language of the demon race. How dare you say that this is not the tomb of the demon race? The Demon King Palace's martial artists couldn't take it anymore and roared. Scales even began to appear on some parts of their bodies. Terrifying demon chi spread out from their bodies. Okay, stop arguing. It's not good to stay here for long. Let's leave first. The Yi family's people stood out. The Wavering Light Sacred Grounds elder also said, "Let's leave first." After saying that, they led their disciples and walked forward. Seeing this, the other sacred grounds also left. Indeed, who knew if those Yin soldiers would come again? It was better to leave first. Many people snorted and looked at the Demon King Palace with a trace of coldness in their eyes. The people of the Demon King Palace also glared. "Lord, let's go," Elderly asked. Yes, Lin Xian nodded, but he didn't move immediately. Instead, he looked into the distance. He looked at Yin Ruyu. What a coincidence, we meet again. Yes, I didn't expect to see you here. Yin Ruyu also smiled. Her smile stunned everyone around her. Even those Holy Land martial artists who were hostile to the monster emperor before couldn't help but gulp at this moment. What a beautiful woman. Who is she? Is she the saintess of the Demon King Palace? They didn't know, but she was definitely not ordinary. The young man beside her was the saintess of the Demon King Palace. How did this kid know someone from the Demon King Palace? They looked at Lin Xian with a puzzled face. Even the people of the Immortal Palace were surprised. Lord? Elder Li's eyes were filled with doubt. Lin Xian smiled. All right, let's go. He gave Yin Ruyu another look, and then, together with Shen Jingqiu, Murong Qingqing, and the others from Immortal Palace walked forward with large steps. Ruyu, who was this brat? Hua Tiandu frowned as he watched Ling Xian and the others leave. There was a cold gleam in his eyes. An old friend, Yin Ruyu said indifferently. She didn't say anything else. Hearing this, Hua Tiandu's brows furrowed even tighter. Old friend? How could the other party have an old friend? The other party's old friend should also be a member of their demon group. Why would it have such a strange relationship with a human boy? Go and find out who this brat is and what his identity is. Hua Tiandu sent a sound transmission to the people beside him. Whoosh! The three experts from the Demon King Palace behind him disappeared in a flash. This scene was naturally captured by Yin Ruyu, but she did not say anything. Soon, the people from the Demon Monarch Palace also walked forward. After leaving the place where the Yin soldiers were, the main hall appeared in front of them again. And this time, the main hall was clearly divided into many areas, and every place seemed to have an ancient aura. There was something. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the warriors from the great sage land lit up. They moved quickly. The main hall was so big that it was unimaginable. Therefore, these warriors from the Holy Land could not help but speed up. There were fragments here. Not long after, a cry of surprise was heard. One of them was holding a broken shadow in his hand. It seemed to be a fragment of a weapon, and it was very broken. One could tell at a glance that it was from a long time ago. However, everyone was extremely excited. Because there were Dao patterns on the weapon, this was definitely something good. These Dao patterns were passed down from ancient times. If they could comprehend them and engrave them on their weapons, the power would definitely increase by several times. Therefore, at this moment, everyone went crazy. They quickly searched the surroundings. Peacock, elderly, bring some people with you, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Soon, Peacock and Elderly led the warriors from the Immortal Palace behind them to search the secret rooms. Xing Tian stayed beside Lin Xian. Xin Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing also stayed here. Big brother Lin Xian, let's go take a look too. Xin Jingqiu was also very excited. Okay. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. The group also walked forward. Although there were only 4 of them, the strength of the 4 of them was simply too powerful. 3 saints, 1 super expert, and the Crimson Divine Dragon were enough to fend off an army of thousands. That woman again. I'm not going in. Shun Jingqiu saw a figure in front of her and pouted. She was very unhappy. She pulled Lin Xian. Big brother Lin Xian, don't go in either. You little girl, are you jealous? Lin Xian smiled and pinched Shun Jingqiu's little face. Shun Jingqiu was very unhappy. Yes, I'm angry. It turned out that Yin Ruyu and the others were standing in a secret room not far away. Shun Jingqiu was very jealous when she saw Lin Xian and Yin Ruyu's expressions. However, Murong Qingqing, who was standing on the side, knew something. She asked, Big brother Xian, is this Yin Ruyu really an old friend of yours? It should be close. I just don't know what her identity is now. What identity can she have? She must be a demon. Didn't you see her with the people from the Demon Imperial Palace? Chiu, don't talk nonsense. Murong Qingqing shook her head. Oh, okay. Shun Jingqiu was unwilling, but she didn't say anything. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and didn't go in immediately, because he discovered that there was a conflict between the people from the Demon Imperial Palace and the Sacred Land. The people who were in conflict with the Demon Imperial Palace were the people from the 5 Elements Palace. The martial artists of the 5 Elements Palace snorted coldly. People from the Demon Imperial Palace, get out of here. This place belongs to our 5 Elements Palace. Get out? Your 5 Elements Palace is too arrogant. You actually dare to show off in front of our Demon Phoenix Palace? Could it be that you want to die? The experts from the Demon Imperial Palace shouted coldly. One of the elders even snorted coldly. This is the ancient tomb of our demon saint. The ones who should get out are you humans. Demon Saint's ancient tomb? What a joke. Don't flatter yourself. What kind of place is this? Does it show the aura of the demon race? This is clearly the ancient tomb of our human race's saint. Look at these ancient ruins. Do you think they belong to your demon race? Other than you demons, I can't see any other demons here. You humans always know how to quibble. However, my demon imperial palace will not be afraid of you. If you want to start a war, then fight. Chapter 2461. Let's fight then. Why should I be afraid of you? The people of the Five Elements Palace did not back down. No matter what, they were still a peerless sect. How could they be afraid of these demons? Humph, go to hell. A disciple of the Five Elements Palace attacked. It was a young man. He punched out, and countless stone hands appeared in the sky, blasting towards the people of the Demon Imperial Palace. Courting death. The people of the Demon Imperial Palace were also angry. The other party actually dared to attack them. He was really courting death. At this moment, Hua Tiandu and Yin Ruyu did not attack. The elders of the Demon Imperial Palace also did not attack. The bronze bull who spoke before made his move. Boom. He stomped his foot and swung his head. His two horns suddenly enlarged, turning into dozens of meters and directly smashing into the void. Boom, boom, boom. It shattered all the stone hands in the sky. Not only that, but its sharp horns also charged forward. Boom. The disciple of the Five Elements Palace who attacked was sent flying. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and many of his bones were broken. What Five Elements Palace? Trash. If you dare to be arrogant again, don't blame me for starting a massacre. The Oxhead's voice was cold and carried boundless killing intent. Courting death. Another expert walked out of the Five Elements Palace. It was a woman with a beautiful appearance and wearing colorful clothes. At this moment, her jade lotus was cold, and her beautiful eyes were filled with endless coldness. Xiao waved his hand, and blue light bloomed on her body, forming a continuous wave. Rain fell from the sky. It covered the sky and covered the earth, sprinkling forward. This was no ordinary rainwater. Every droplet was sparkling and translucent, carrying boundless killing intent. They formed a large blue net that enveloped the Minotaur. You want to hurt me with mere rain? The Oxhead sneered. He punched out, completely tearing the entire sky apart. The rain that filled the sky was impacted by the energy and kept shaking in the sky. However, this was the power of water, and it carried endless killing intent. Soon, the rain pierced through the void and blasted the Oxhead's body. Clang, 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 clang. Sounds like thunder rang out one after another, and the Oxhead kept retreating. However, he was not injured. His physique was simply too strong. Ha 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 ha. You want to hurt me with mere rain? You're overestimating yourself. Bitch, go to hell. The Minotaur stretched out a hand and grabbed forward. The woman's face was pale and her body swayed. However, at this moment, a golden light appeared within the blue light on her body. A golden saber light burst out of his body and slashed forward. Puff. This saber slashed apart all of the attacks and cut open the opponent's palm. Blood dyed the sky red, and the Minotaur cried out in pain. Damn it! How dare you hurt me? Demon Ox Fist. He was truly enraged. Countless terrifying fists appeared in the sky, smashing down like meteors. The entire sky shattered and shrouded the woman. Boom! The golden saber swung and closed, sweeping in all directions. As the two collided, countless sparks erupted. Damn it! Go for me! Seeing this scene, the people from the Demon Royal Palace roared in anger. Several powerful demon kings rushed over. Seeing this scene, the people of the Five Elements Palace also shouted coldly and sent out their experts. Everyone fought together, and terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The entire secret chamber was shaking. Fortunately, there was a strong barbaric aura above the secret chamber, which blocked the terrifying energy impact. Otherwise, not to mention the secret chamber, the entire ancient tomb would be destroyed. Hua Tiandu, come and fight. The Five Elements Saint stepped out, and the power of the Five Elements spread out from his body. Behind him was a Five Elements mountain. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Hua Tiandu stepped out, and the demonic power on his body surged like a vast ocean, shattering the void. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people retreated and distanced themselves. The martial artists from the other sacred grounds and sects also looked over when they saw this scene. Lin Xian and the others narrowed their eyes. Hua Tiandu, the saint of the demon royal palace. They wondered how strong he was. Whoosh! In front, the five elements saint made his move. Five elements light flickered under his feet, and his body rushed over like lightning. He struck out with his palm. The golden palm was like a raging wave, shattering the void and shrouding Huatiandu. You want to fight me in close combat? You must be tired of living. Huatiandu let out a long roar, and a purple light circulated around his body. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched out, colliding with the terrifying golden palm. The battle between the two was very intense, and the eyelids of the surrounding people twitched. Lin Xian also looked over with rapt attention. Wasn't this Huatiandu's physique too strong? Did the demon clan all have such strong physiques? The battle ahead was very intense. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he scanned the battlefield. Then, he looked at a wall. There was a picture on the wall. It was a stone painting with Dao patterns on it. There were a total of 6 Dao patterns. That was really incredible. That was because an ordinary broken ancient treasure would at most have 1 or 2 Dao patterns on it, and that was enough to make everyone go crazy. But this stone painting had 6 Dao patterns on it, which was absolutely shocking. No wonder the people from the 5 Elements Palace and the Demon Royal Palace were fighting. No matter who saw it, they would probably go crazy. Moreover, under the stone painting, there were a few fragments, which were also ancient treasure fragments. Little White, take out those ancient treasures first. Lin Xian grabbed Little White Monkey, and Little White used Treasure Bowl to take out the 2 fragments. Seeing this scene, the dark red divine dragon laughed. Haha, there were indeed Dao patterns. Among the 2 fragments, one had 1 Dao pattern, and the other had 1.5 Dao patterns. These Dao patterns were extremely mysterious and different from now. It was obvious that they were from the ancient era. If they could understand the secrets and profoundness inside, it would definitely increase their strength greatly. Little White, go get that stone painting and see if you can take it down. The dark red divine dragon said. Little White tried and found that it was impossible. He reckoned that with the snow-white little monkey's current strength, he could at most retrieve 2 Dao patterns from thin air. He wouldn't be able to retrieve any more. It seemed that they could only snatch it. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Shun Jingqiu was also very excited. She blinked her crescent-shaped eyes. I'm so excited. Hurry up and do it. I can't wait anymore. This little girl liked to fight now. After all, although she was powerful and had reached the saintess level, but normally, she didn't have many opportunities to fight. Therefore, her actual combat experience wasn't that strong. Now, the little girl urgently wanted to fight to improve herself. All right, let's go all out. Lin Xian added. After all, the people around him were all at the level of saints. In addition to Dark Red Shinong and Xing Tian, they were definitely incomparably powerful. Although such a team had few people, they weren't weak at all compared to the 2 major forces inside. Let's wait and let the people inside exhaust themselves. When they're almost done fighting, we'll go. Chapter 2462. The battle in front was extremely intense. No one from the 5 Elements Palace or the Demon King Palace was willing to back down. After all, the temptation of 6 Dao patterns was simply too great for them. In an instant, the sky was filled with dazzling light as terrifying auras filled the air. All kinds of weapons collided in the sky, making intense sounds. Every collision tore the sky apart, causing huge cracks to appear one after another. Those who passed by felt their scalps go numb when they saw such an intense battle. They didn't dare to get close at all and stayed far away. Therefore, they didn't know that there was a stone painting with 6 Dao patterns inside. Among them, the 5 Elements Saint and Huatiandu were the fiercest. Both of them were saints and were extremely powerful. If they attacked now, they would definitely be able to destroy one side. The martial artists who were close to them exploded into a bloody mist. Boom! An elder from the 5 Elements Palace was caught off guard and was hit by the shockwave. Half of his body instantly split open. He screamed as his scalp went numb. He immediately retreated. Half of his body was already broken, and his internal organs were exposed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The elder from the 5 Elements Palace used a secret technique to quickly heal his broken body. Soon, he was back to normal. However, the elder's face was extremely pale. At their level, they could recover from ordinary injuries. At the invincible king level, they were even more powerful. As long as their soul wasn't destroyed, they could be reborn. It was said that at the saint level, they were even more terrifying. Even if their physical body and soul were destroyed, they could be reborn as long as there was a drop of blood. Although they couldn't do that now, as long as it wasn't a fatal injury, they could still recover. It was just that the consumption was greater. The elder recovered and let out a furious roar. He led the 3 young disciples and charged forward once again. This time, they stared at Yin Ruyu, because they realized that there was no one around her. Kill. The elder was an almighty, and the 3 young disciples behind him were also almighty geniuses. At this moment, the 4 of them attacked together, and the scene was extremely terrifying. In an instant, they tore through the void and arrived in front of Yin Ruyu. Yin Ruyu raised her head to look at this scene, and the corners of her mouth curled up in disdain. Buzz. Countless amounts of energy gathered behind her. It formed a pair of golden wings. She gently fanned them. Swoosh. The light in the sky turned into golden divine swords that pierced through the void. Boom. Boom. The golden swords that filled the sky enveloped the 4 people. Damn it. The elder from the 5 Elements Palace was sent flying again. There were 6 golden divine swords piercing through his body. His entire body was covered in cracks, and he almost fell apart. As for the 3 disciples behind him, they were killed with a single slash. Damn it. How could she be so strong? The elders of the 5 Elements Palace were stunned. Who was this person? Holy Maiden of the Demon King Palace? But that shouldn't be the case. Even if she was the Holy Maiden, it was impossible for her to severely injure him in one move. When the others saw this scene, they were all stunned. Everyone in the 5 Stars Palace looked at Yin Ruyu, their scalps going numb. Originally, they had wanted to kill this peerless beauty, but now, they no longer dared to do so. The strength this woman displayed was even more terrifying than Hua Tiandu's. In the distance, Lin Xian and the others who were hiding in the void cried out in surprise when they saw this scene. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He didn't expect Yin Ruyu to be so powerful. She had probably surpassed the average saint and reached the level of a top saint. This girl was so fierce. The dark red divine dragon was also shocked. Those golden divine swords made it tremble a little. It carefully sensed it and then said, "Boy, this girl is not simple. The bloodline in her body is not ordinary. I feel that her bloodline seems to be even stronger than that of the Demon King Palace's saint. But I don't know what it is exactly." Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu also had serious expressions. Beside them, Xing Tian's eyes flickered. He suggested, "Young master, it's best for us to launch a blitzkrieg attack. We can't be entangled with them." He realized that there were too many powerhouses from the 2 holy lands. No matter how powerful they were, if they were trapped, it would be difficult for them to escape. Okay, let's wait a little longer. When they're almost done fighting, we'll make our move. Ruffian Long, set up the array first. Let's work together and not separate. We'll take the treasures directly. After that, we'll use the array to teleport. Also, don't use the ultimate techniques of your holy lands. Don't expose our identities. Got it. Everyone nodded. You've made me excited. The dark red divine dragon chuckled and took out 5 or 6 arrays. The battle in front of them was almost over. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Everyone turned into a torrent and rushed over. The people from the 5 Elements Palace and the Demon King Palace who were fighting in front of them suddenly frowned, and their expressions became extremely unsightly. That was because they discovered that a powerful and violent force was surging toward them. Damn it. Oh no. Someone is coming. They wanted to counterattack, but soon, they were all blasted away, flying backwards. Many people's bodies directly split open. The weaker ones were directly blasted into a bloody mist. The stronger ones were also injured. In an instant, a vacuum appeared in the hall. Damn it. Who's that? Those people roared angrily. They did not expect that someone would dare to come and snatch the treasures. This is unforgivable. However, they could not see clearly at all. There were countless black clouds in front of them that enveloped everything. The souls and eyes of those elders could not escape at all. Damn it, get lost. Seeing the other party rushing over, a green figure from the Demon King Palace flew up. He had a pair of lightning wings behind his back, and his body was surrounded by a sea of lightning. There were scales on his face. It was a thunderbird. At this moment, he was charging toward the black mist in front of him. Before he got close, his body emitted crackling sounds, and countless lightning bolts fell in all directions. The sky was directly shattered, and the violent sea of lightning shrouded the black mist. Go to hell. This Thunderbird was also a powerful sky pride of the Demon King Palace, and he had the bloodline of a mutated species. Boom, boom, boom. A low voice sounded, and a palace appeared in the black mist, soaring into the sky. The palace was very hazy, like a demonic palace, and it emitted a monstrous aura. As soon as it appeared, it tore the sea of lightning apart and floated in the sky. Damn it! What is that? Everyone was shocked. However, a ray of light shone from the black palace and directly hit the Thunderbird, sending him flying. Poof! The Thunderbird spat out blood and flew out, smashing the void. Damn it! Why is it so strong? This is the superpower of the 9 heavens holy ground. Everyone looked at the black palace and frowned, especially those from the 5 elements palace, whose faces were gloomy. Chapter 2463. The people from 5 Elements Palace looked gloomy. Damn it! You're from the 9 heavens sacred ground. They roared crazily with ferocious expressions. However, a sneer came from the black mist. No one answered. The black mist rushed toward the mural at an even faster speed. The power was so terrifying that it directly shattered the void. Damn it! This is bad. His target is the stone mural. Everyone exclaimed and tried to stop him. Soon, someone screamed, "Damn it! Where are the 2 fragments of the ancient treasures?" They found that the 2 fragments at the bottom of the mural were gone. This made them go crazy. After all, those were ancient treasures with Dao runes inscribed on them. They did not know that Lin Xian and the others had taken them away. They thought that someone from both sides had secretly taken them away. If they knew the truth, they would definitely vomit blood. That's right, Lin Xian and the others were in the black mist. They didn't use their best skills, but concealed their identities. Among them, Lin Xian was more skilled. The great dragon sword soul simulated everything. He had seen Zhou Seiko fight before, so he could simulate some of the 9 heavens sacred ground skills. Damn it, get lost. Countless people attacked crazily. However, a terrifying array formation appeared in the black mist and shrouded the surrounding people. These were all terrifying killing arrays. As soon as they appeared, flames, lightning, and storms all swept over. This caused the people who had just arrived to dodge and defend themselves. Boom! In an instant, many people did not have time to care about the black mist. However, there were also experts among them. A man with an elephant trunk rushed over and punched out. At the same time, his elephant trunk rolled up and the sky exploded. A terrifying storm swept over. This was the giant demon elephant. He had the bloodline of an ancient giant demon beast. The power of his attack was unimaginable. His strength had reached the level of a prospective saint. Unfortunately, he encountered Lin Xian and the others this time. And it was not just one person. 3 geniuses and 2 peerless experts attacked together. Boom! The giant demon elephant's body exploded into pieces in an instant. What? The giant demon elephant was killed? The Demon King Palace's people were all stunned. How was this possible? Who was it? Could it be that he was an invincible king? The giant demonic elephant was extremely powerful. Even if the opponent was a holy prince or an elder, it was impossible for them to kill it with a single palm strike. Not good. They were not alone. The elders of the Demon Imperial Palace roared in anger. They realized that the other party's strength was strong, but it was obvious that they were not of the same attribute. Evidently, a lot of people had made their moves. For a moment, these elders also stepped forward to resist. The people from the 5 Elements Palace also joined in the fight. The five elements Saint and Hua Tiandu also stopped attacking. The two of them also tried to intercept him. Many experts blocked the black fog. Within the black fog, Lin Xian growled and attacked. Xing Tian was the first to attack. He moved his fist, and a terrifying light illuminated the sky. This punch was a type of lightning fist. It was called the Thunder Tiger Fist. The lightning that filled the sky interweaved to form a lightning tiger, shattering the void. The terrifying light pierced through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian also made his move. He controlled the black palace in the sky and pressed it down. It was like a demonic mountain, shattering the void. The qi and blood in the bodies of those cultivators were surging. Their internal organs were severely injured. It was too terrifying. Who was this person? They resisted madly. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon made his move. The dragon blood in his body surged and transformed into a few giant pythons. He did not transform into a dragon because he wanted these people to think that it was the myriad poison sect who had attacked. As expected, the giant pythons carried his dragon blood and were extremely corrosive. Therefore, as soon as they appeared, they attacked the people from the 5 Elements Palace and the Demon Imperial Palace. Sizzling sounds came from those people's bodies. Their flesh and bones melted quickly as if snow had encountered the sun. These people screamed and rolled in the air. The others roared in anger. Damn it, it's poisonous. It's the myriad poison sect. Could it be that the myriad poison sect and the 9 heavens sacred ground had joined forces? Humph. Hua Tiandu snorted coldly. His voice was like thunder, resounding through the sky. He slapped down with his palm. Countless demonic runes shone in his palm, as if the palm of a heavenly demon had descended from the sky. It completely enveloped all of the black mist. Hua Tiandu was extremely terrifying. As the saint of the Demon Imperial Palace, not only was he powerful, but he also had a top-notch bloodline power. The 5 Elements Saint also made his move. He struck out a 5 Elements mountain and collided with the demonic palace in the sky. Hua Tiandu faced Xing Tian, while the 5 Elements Saint faced Lin Xian. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. However, until now, they still did not know who was inside the black mist. At this moment, Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu also made their move. Another 2 waves of violent energy surged out, causing everyone's expression to change. Damn it! How could there be so many experts? These elders were stunned. The 5 Elements Saint and Hua Tiandu also had gloomy expressions. This was because they realized that the 2 new forces that appeared were definitely not weaker than them. They were at least at the level of a saint or a peerless expert. How could the other party have so many experts? They had joined forces. Which sacred grounds and sects had joined forces? They did not know. They roared like crazy. However, they could not defeat Lin Xian and Xing Tian, not to mention attacking Shin Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing. In addition to the violent array formation around them, the battle was very intense. However, although these people were angry, they still heaved a sigh of relief. This was because they realized that they had stopped these people. Although these people were strong, they did not have many people. If both parties attacked together, it would be enough to stop the other party. As long as they controlled the other party and restrained them, they could slowly make the other party reveal their true forms. However, this was a good idea, but they did not see it. Behind them, near the mural, a white light flashed. Immediately after, a white little monkey appeared in mid-air. It looked at the mural in front of it and grinned. In the next moment, Little White waved its little paws and grabbed the stone engraving. Then, it used its strength and broke it off the wall. Whoosh! It kept it in the treasure bowl. The whole process was very fast. In addition, no one thought that someone would secretly steal it. Therefore, when they came back to their senses, they only saw a flash of white light. Damn it! The treasure map was stolen. What? Hearing this, the people of the 5 Elements Palace and Demon Imperial Palace stopped attacking. They all turned their heads to look behind them. They realized that the wall behind them was empty. The treasure map with 6 Dao patterns had disappeared. Damn it! How could this be? Everyone roared crazily. Chapter 2464. Hua Tiandu was equally shocked. His purple hair fluttered like a devil as countless purple lightning bolts appeared on his body. Once the lightning bolts appeared, it instantly enveloped the entire space and sealed off every inch of space. A cold voice rang out. No matter who you are, you must die today. No one in this world can save you if you dare to touch what I want. Hearing this voice, some people felt a chill in their hearts. Yin Ruyu's eyes flickered, but she did not make a move. Actually, she wanted to make a move, but she saw the little white monkey. She even saw the entire process of the little white monkey stealing the treasure map. Therefore, she did not make a move. Instead, her eyes flickered and a mysterious smile appeared on her lips. So it was him. Yin Ruyu said indifferently, then she stood aside. Her body emitted rays of light that blocked all the energy and waves. However, she had no intention of making a move. Boom. The battle ahead was still ongoing. However, it was obvious that the five-star saint and Hua Tiandu were both provoked. Especially Hua Tiandu, who was extremely furious. His body was filled with murderous intent because he could not tolerate that someone dared to steal the treasure he wanted in front of him. His eyes emitted purple lightning that pierced through the void, but it could not pierce through the black mist. Go! Seeing that the little white monkey had succeeded, Lin Xian was overjoyed in the black mist. Whoosh! They turned around and retreated backward. You want to leave? Not so easy. Hua Tiandu was furious. He was like a thunder god as the lightning bolts on his body spread in all directions and completely sealed off the entire sky. Buzz! His eyes stared at the black mist. How dare you use lightning in front of me? Go to hell. His opponent was Xing Tian. Previously, Xing Tian had used the Thunder Tiger Fist, which formed a lightning tiger in the sky that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. As for Hua Tiandu, he had not used the Thunder Fist technique previously. However, he finally could not hold it in anymore. His body was surrounded by lightning bolts. He was a lightning-type martial artist, and his lightning was extremely terrifying. It was his inheritance and bloodline. Today, I will let you know what the true divine lightning is. Hua Tiandu's voice was cold. As his eyes moved, the purple lightning split the void and formed a sea of lightning. With a palm strike, thousands of lightning bolts roared and countless lightning runes flickered on his palm. In the sky, Xing Tian's lightning tiger was swallowed in an instant and then torn into pieces. This guy's lightning was very special. Xing Tian also furrowed his brows. He wanted to change his cultivation technique, but at this moment, Lin Xian said, "Don't fight him head-on. Let's leave first." If he wanted to fight, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yes, Xing Tian didn't attack again. Instead, he defended together and prepared to retreat. Ruffian Dragon, it's all up to you now. Don't worry, I've already prepared it. The dark red dragon took out a set of array formations. Wong. The formation enveloped them completely. The void split open, and everyone disappeared. Seeing that the other party did not attack again, Hua Tiandu sneered. He thought that the other party was afraid. Indeed, no one could surpass him in terms of lightning. But in the next moment, he frowned. That was because he discovered that the other party had actually torn through the void and disappeared. Damn it, he escaped. Purple lightning purgatory. Lock it down. Hua Tiandu bellowed as 100,000 lightning bolts surged forth, forming a lightning purgatory that completely sealed off the entire space. He wouldn't give the other party any chance to escape. However, the space created by the dark red dragon was indeed mysterious and extremely fast. Therefore, Hua Tiandu's purple demon purgatory couldn't lock down the other party at all. The Five Elements Saint also raised his hand and struck out with the Five Elements Mountain. It covered a corner of the sky as he tried to suppress the space. But he also failed. Damn it, he managed to escape. The Five Elements Saint gritted his teeth. Hua Tiandu roared at the sky as the lightning bolts on his body shot out in all directions. Those from the Five Elements Palace vomited blood and were sent flying. Damn it, I don't care who you are. I'll definitely kill you. 9 heavens holy ground, 10,000 poison sect. I'll remember you. The elders from the Five Elements Palace also shouted angrily. Let's go. The Five Elements Saint waved his hand and was about to leave with a gloomy face. But in the next moment, he frowned. That was because he discovered that Hua Tiandu was blocking his way again. Get lost. The five elements saint shouted coldly. He was in a bad mood. However, Hua Tiandu was filled with killing intent. Damn it! It's all because of you idiots from the Five Elements Palace. How dare you stop me? You made me lose my treasure. All of you must die. As he spoke, Hua Tiandu cast the Thunder Purgatory again and enveloped the Five Elements Saint and the people from the Five Elements Palace. You're courting death. The people from the Five Elements Palace were also furious. The Five Elements Saint even shouted coldly. How could they be blamed for Hua Tiandu's entry? They were the ones who found the treasure first. If anyone were to be angry, it should be the Five Elements Palace. Hua Tiandu, you're too arrogant. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The Five Elements power on the Five Elements Saint burned fiercely as the terrifying Five Elements mountain appeared behind him and emitted a terrifying aura. Boom! The two of them started fighting. The people from the Demon King Palace and the Five Elements Palace started fighting again. This time, it was even more intense than before. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others used the space array to tear open the void and teleport out. Whoosh! They appeared in a corner. They looked around and realized that not many people were paying attention to them. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand, and these people moved again and changed many positions. They then stopped. The black aura on their bodies dissipated, and everyone smiled. This thing can't be separated. Let's quickly comprehend it. Lin Xian took out the treasure map. In the next moment, Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingxiu, and the others all sat down. The dark red divine dragon formed countless defensive arrays. The group quickly comprehended the treasure map. Among them, Shen Jingxiu and Murong Qingqing looked even more solemn. Mysterious runes flickered in their eyes, and the aura on their bodies was extremely terrifying. The most important thing for them was to completely memorize the 6 Dao patterns on the treasure map. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Shen Jingxiu and Murong Qingqing were quickly memorizing the treasure map. Lin Xian's eyes also flickered. However, at this moment, he suddenly frowned, and a cold, killing intent appeared in his eyes. Whoosh! He decisively made his move. With a wave of his hand, the sword chi light pierced through the distance. Boom! Boom! 2 deep sounds rang out, and 2 figures were shaken out. Their faces were filled with fear. They didn't expect the other party to discover them. Demon race? Seeing the 2 figures, Lin Xian frowned. Beside him, Xing Tian's face was also gloomy. Why were the demon race following them? Were they planning to launch a sneak attack? Xing Tian, you continue to stay here and protect us. I'll go and deal with these 2 guys. Yes. Xing Tian stood up and protected Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingxiu. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he quickly chased after them. Chapter 2465. The 2 demon race powerhouses saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly fled. Whoosh! However, their path was blocked because a figure was faster than them and directly blocked their path. So fast, the person on the left exclaimed, while the demon race powerhouse on the right snorted coldly and quickly attacked. Bang! The pitch-black claw lashed out with a terrifying aura, shrouding Lin Xian in an instant. Boom! Lin Xian's gaze was cold as he struck out with his palm. The sun, moon, and stars revolved in his palm and collided with the terrifying black palm. A terrifying power erupted. In the next moment, the demon race powerhouse screamed because his black palm was directly obliterated. Not only that, the sun-moon divine palm also enveloped him. Damn it! The demon race powerhouse roared and charged in all directions. However, he could not break through at all. Whoosh! 2 black wings suddenly grew out from his back, and his face became ferocious. Many black patterns appeared on his body, and he looked like a human-shaped bat. Bat King. This was an expert from the demon race. With a furious roar, he opened his bloody mouth and directly crushed the stars in the sky. Want to trap me? You're overestimating yourself. Bat King sneered and wanted to escape. However, in the next moment, an even more terrifying palm slapped down and directly smashed his body, shattering all his bones. With a bang, Bat King fell to the ground and was completely enveloped by the sword of earth. If you dare to move again, I can guarantee that you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. He turned his head and stared at the other person. When the other person saw this scene, he roared and the scales on his body rapidly grew. A tail appeared on his back and a single horn grew on his forehead. That was Giant Snake King. When he saw that the situation was not right, he immediately shattered the void and wanted to leave. That was because the other party's methods were too terrifying, far beyond his imagination. Lin Xian sneered and shattered the void with a punch. Then, his finger reached into the black hole and grabbed Giant Snake King. He exerted force in his palm and crushed all the bones in Giant Snake King's body. He also sealed his power and threw him to the ground. The two powerful demon kings were struggling furiously, but there was nothing they could do. They could only stare angrily in front of them. However, Lin Xian did not care at all. He turned his head and looked at another void. There was no one there. However, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "Come out, I know you are there. Kid, I have to say, your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations." Another figure appeared from the void. This was also a demon clan powerhouse. His aura was even stronger than that of Bat King and Giant Snake King combined. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He could feel that the other party's aura was very strong, not weaker than the Holy Sun's. "Brat, you're dead meat." Although Lord Meng-Chi was not the saint, he was the youngest elder. His strength is beyond your imagination. That's right. Our master Meng-Chi possesses the bloodline of the ancient Qiong-Chi. Do you really think you can stand a chance against him? The two demon kings below roared angrily, trying to scare Lin Xian away. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The youngest elder? The bloodline of the ancient Qiong-Chi? No wonder. No wonder he had such a strong aura. "Brat, now you know how powerful I am. Let go of my people obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Meng-Chi said coldly. He looked to be in his 30s and was extremely handsome. At this moment, he stood in the sky, exuding a strong aura. He was very confident and proud. Although he was not the Holy Son, he was an elder. Moreover, he was the youngest elder. He did not even care about the other holy sons and holy daughters. This was because he felt that no one could compare to him. After all, he possessed the bloodline of the ancient Qiong-Chi. That was a peerless ancient beast. After hearing this, Lin Xian sneered. "That's all? You want to scare me? You think too highly of yourself. You only possess a trace of the bloodline of the Qiong-Chi. You're not the real Qiong-Chi. Do you think you can be arrogant in front of me? As for letting the two of them go, that's impossible. Brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Meng-Chi's face darkened. His cold eyes emitted a terrifying murderous intent. When he struck out his palm, a terrifying light lit up the sky. The entire space shook. It had to be said that Meng-Chi was very powerful. He was definitely not weaker than the Holy Sun. At this moment, the power of his palm was terrifying. This was a flaming palm. It was like a cloud of fire rolling over. "Humph! A mere elder of the Demon King Palace dares to attack me?" Lin Xian sneered. He waved his palm and struck out as well. Boom, boom, boom. The two collided, and the surrounding space instantly shattered. The flames in the sky surged like a sea of fire rushing in all directions. At this moment, the terrifying fight alarmed the people in the vicinity, causing them to be terrified as they watched. Who are they? Why are they fighting here? How terrifying. Could it be that they're snatching something? Let's stay away. This is at least a battle between holy sons. It's not something we can participate in. Discussions broke out and the crowd instantly distanced themselves. Nearby, the dark red divine dragon set up an array to defend. This prevented the aftermath of the energy from affecting Shan Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing. After the attack, Meng-Chi was surprised because he realized that the other party had blocked his attack. It really surprised him. "I didn't expect you to know fire-based techniques. However, this little fire of yours is nothing in front of me. Today, I'll let you know what real fire is." Meng-Chi's voice was cold. As he opened and closed his eyes, there was a mysterious flame that instantly melted the void. The terrifying temperature made people tremble. Boom! Another punch split the sky and earth. This flaming fist directly shattered the void. Ordinary mighty figures couldn't survive under his fist at all. They would probably burn instantly and turn into ashes. Even a peerless mighty figure wouldn't dare to resist. Buzz! Lin Xian's aura surged. Sword chi circled around him. At the same time, the dragon sword's spiritual domain rose and fell, enveloping him. The sword chi quickly evolved and formed a fire qilin. Roar! This time, the tremor went straight to the 9 heavens. The entire hall shook. Space cracks crawled in all directions like pythons. Everyone around was shaken to the point that their blood was boiling. Many people even knelt on the ground, unable to stand up. How terrifying! What kind of people were fighting against each other? It was normal for people to fight. This was because there were fights in no less than hundreds of places in the entire hall. Some places were also fighting until the sky fell and the earth cracked. They were all fighting for the fragments of the ancient treasure. However, it was rare to see such an earth-shattering fight. These were obviously 2 peerless experts. Who were they? They were all stunned. Chapter 2466. Their eyes lit up and turned into rainbows. They looked into the void and pierced through the flames. When they saw the 2 figures fighting in the flames, they were so scared that their scalps went numb. It was them. He saw 2 figures. They knew Lin Xian very well. However, they didn't know the expert from the Demon King Palace. But from the other party's skills, he was definitely a top existence. I recognize him. He's the youngest elder of the Demon King Palace. His name is Meng Qi, and he seems to have the bloodline of Qiong Qi. What? The bloodline of the ancient peerless demon beast, Qiong Qi. Heavens, this person is too terrifying. Judging from his young appearance, he was definitely a top-notch expert. That's right. That kid from the Immortal Palace actually provoked the people from the Demon King Palace again. He's really bold. Where are the experts around him? Why aren't they here? Why did he attack himself? They were probably fighting for the Dao pattern. Didn't they see that the people from the Demon King Palace didn't appear? Only Meng Qi was there. But thinking about it, that kid shouldn't be able to resist this time. After all, the bloodline of Qiong Qi wasn't a joke. It would be best if he was killed. This way, they would have one less enemy. Many people sneered. However, the elders were frowning. Would Lin Xian be killed so easily? It was hard to say. However, they didn't think that Lin Xian was 100% confident that he could defeat the other party. After all, Qiong Qi was an extremely terrifying existence. Although Meng Qi only had a portion of Qiong Qi's bloodline, he was still incredible. Moreover, he was talented and became an elder at such a young age. This was definitely a recognition of his strength. Just as these people were discussing, Lin Xian and Meng Qi had already exchanged dozens of blows. The 2 of them fought fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. Another shocking attack. The 2 of them retreated and confronted each other. Kid, your sword chi is not bad. It's very sharp, but it's still not enough in front of me. I'll let you know what a peerless divine fire is. Meng Qi raised his right hand. In his palm, a purple flame jumped. Every time it jumped, those elders' eyelids would tremble violently. Could this be the fire of Qiong Qi's bloodline? It must be. Otherwise, it wouldn't have given me such a huge shock. The elders swallowed their saliva. It seemed that the power of Meng Qi's bloodline was much stronger than they had imagined. Even the Qiong Qi's bloodline flame could be condensed. This was heaven-defying. Brat, provoking me is your biggest mistake. Now, go to hell. Meng Qi waved his hand, holding Qiong Qi's flame of bloodline, and charged at Yifut Yin. The purple flames danced and turned into a long purple saber that slashed down. Boom! The sky split open and flames danced. The entire space was enveloped by purple flames. This saber strike was incomparably terrifying. It was as if the saber of a deity had descended. It had the power to look down on the world and destroy the world. From the looks of it, he wanted to kill Lin Xian with one strike. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, his expression incomparably cold. Whoosh! He pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword. He waved the ancient sword, and a terrifying sword light shot up into the sky. It was like a divine sword piercing through the void. It clashed with the purple flames and the saber light. The great dragon's sword soul in his body circulated, causing the sword chi to dance together with the black flames. These were all swords of fire, extremely terrifying. The two of them fought again, and all the elders around were stunned. What was going on? How could the other party resist Qiongqi's flame of bloodline? How did this brat do it? What exactly was that black flame of his? How could it be so powerful? How could this brat have such a terrifying flame? It was no weaker than Qiongqi's bloodline. These elders widened their eyes in disbelief. No. An elder from the sacred ground's eyes flickered, and there were mysterious runes on his body. His power did not seem to be flames. Could it be that he was using a great divine power to simulate a terrifying flame? He was trying to slap Ming Qi in the face. In front of him, Ming Qi's expression also changed because he did not expect the other party's flame to be so powerful that it could compete with his flame of bloodline. This was too unbelievable. Humph! He snorted coldly, and the purple flames shone even brighter. It even formed a blurry shadow that crashed forward, trying to kill the other party. However, it only pushed the other party back a few steps and did not hurt him at all. Damn brat, I don't believe it. Go to hell. Ming Qi roared crazily. The purple flames on his body jumped and gradually condensed into a Qiongqi. It seemed that he wanted to show his great divine power. Qiongqi roared, and the purple flames formed a shadow of heaven and earth that floated in the air. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and let out a horrified roar. This roar contained a strong bloodline power, as if the real Qiongqi had been resurrected. The roar shook the 9 heavens. Heaven and earth shattered. The terrifying energy swept in all directions, and the surrounding martial artists were all sent flying, vomiting blood. Even the elders were pale and kept retreating. What a terrifying pressure! What a terrifying bloodline power! It's over. That brat is dead. At such a close distance, he can't dodge at all, and he probably can't fight back either. The others were discussing. That was Ming Qi's goal. He did not believe that the other party could withstand it. Lin Xin's pupils constricted as he felt the pressure. Bang! A loud dragon roar came from his body to fight back. Roar bang! The roar shook the 9 heavens. Everyone vomited blood again and retreated, their faces full of horror. Damn it! What is that sound? These people were crazy. In the sky, 2 sound waves collided, tearing everything apart. A huge crack appeared in the void, causing the entire sky to tremble. At this moment, everyone could not stand still, and their blood was boiling. They stopped fighting and looked into the distance in shock. In another side hall, the people of 5 Elements Palace and Demon King Palace were fighting. Suddenly, a furious roar roared, shaking these people until they vomited blood. The people of 5 Elements Palace changed their expressions, and the martial artists of Demon King Palace were even more shocked. It was Elder Ming Qi. He actually used the Qiongqi roar. What happened to him? The people of Demon King Palace were also stunned. The Qiongqi roar was a great divine power. With Elder Ming Qi's strength, he would not use it under normal circumstances. They thought that he must have encountered a great enemy. However, they were not worried. No matter who the enemy was, as long as they used the Qiongqi roar, the other party would definitely be destroyed. However, immediately after, a loud and clear dragon roar completely overturned them. These people's expressions changed. Dragon roar? It's the royal family. It must be the royal family. They roared crazily, but they did not know which royal family it was. This time, the 4 royal families were here. The experts of Great Xia, Julie, Tai, and Divine Wind all had the aura of the dragon. Which royal family was it that fought Elder Ming Qi? They did not know. Chapter 2467. Which royal family was it that fought Elder Ming Qi? They didn't know. They wanted to go over and watch, but the people from 5 Elements Palace blocked them. Want to leave? Not so easy. Compensate us for our losses first. They naturally guessed that the other party's elder was threatened. They wouldn't let the people from Demon King Palace go to help. It would be best if the other party's elder died. That way, they would feel better. Damn it, get out of here. The people from Demon King Palace roared angrily. However, at this moment, another earth-shattering dragon roar sounded. The people from Demon King Palace were all stunned. Many of them trembled and prostrated on the ground. The elders also gritted their teeth and resisted with difficulty. Huatiandu's body erupted with light, making him look like a sun. He resisted the dragon roar. A mysterious power appeared in Yenruyu's body. A mysterious rune appeared between her brows and instantly dissolved the dragon roar. Obviously, her bloodline power was far beyond everyone's imagination. The dragon roar and Qi's roar couldn't threaten her at all. However, the others couldn't. They were suppressed in an instant. At this moment, the people from the four empires were also very confused. They weren't together, but each of them was in a different side hall. Therefore, they also did not know which dynasty had done it. In the main hall, terrifying roars collided, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Bang bang. In the sky full of light, a figure flew out and spat out a mouthful of blood. This figure was Mengqi. His face was pale and his body was stained with blood. His face was full of shock. Impossible. Damn it. How could he withstand it? Mengqi was about to go crazy. Not only did the other party resist his Qiongqi roar, but he was also injured. What was that sound coming from the other party's body? Dragon roar? Damn it. Why did the other party have a dragon roar? The other party wasn't from the royal family, so where did the dragon roar come from? He was confused. Moreover, he couldn't believe it at all. Even the people from the four empires couldn't make such a terrifying dragon roar. Unless it was the princes of the four empires who had an extremely terrifying aura of the dragon. Only then could they resist his Qiongqi roar. However, it was impossible to injure him. Then, there was only one possibility left. Damn it, could it be that this brat has the bloodline of dragons? But how is that possible? The other party was clearly a human. How could he possess the bloodline of dragons? He couldn't figure it out and was about to go crazy. In front of him, a sword light flashed, instantly splitting the sound waves and energy that filled the sky. Lin Xian slowly walked over. He held the killing sword in his hand, and a baleful aura emanated from his body as he coldly stared at his opponent. Do you think your bloodline power is enough to suppress me? You've always been the one who overestimated yourself. As he spoke, he brandished his sword. The sword chi was like a rainbow, densely packed in the sky and on the ground. Thousands of sword chi slashed forward. In an instant, it enveloped Meng Qi, who was in the void. Damn it, Qiongqi kill. Die for me. Meng Qi formed a seal with his hands. The flames on his body danced and the purple shadow appeared again. With a roar, he charged over. He was like a purple streak of light that streaked across the sky, shattering the sword light that filled the sky. Although Meng Qi only had a trace of the bloodline, it was enough to dominate the crowd. But this time, he miscalculated. This was because Lin Xian was using the great dragon sword soul. It was an offensive saint art between heaven and earth. In an instant, the terrifying purple shadow was destroyed by the endless sword light. It dimmed and then disappeared into the void. Damn it, how could this be? Meng Qi couldn't believe it and shook his head frantically. That was the power of his bloodline, but it was destroyed by the other party. What kind of sword chi was that? Who was the other party? There was a dragon's roar and such a terrifying sword chi? Perhaps even the Yi family's sacred son wasn't so terrifying. Damn it, I don't believe it. Kai Tian seal. Meng Qi roared, his black hair fluttering. He put his hands together and formed a strange seal. Together with the bloodline fire, he rushed forward. One blow blew up the sky and earth. It was as if the sky and earth were being split apart. The surrounding elders trembled. It was over. Lin Xian's voice was cold. A dragon-shaped shadow appeared on the ancient sword. He waved the long sword. The 5 elements combined, and the shadow of the dragon's sword quickly slashed forward. A 5-colored divine dragon collided with the Kai Tian seal in the sky. It was too terrifying. Their attacks collided, and the entire sky cracked open. Terrifying energy slapped in all directions like waves. The bright light made it impossible for people to open their eyes. They could only see it through their souls. Ah! At this time, a scream was heard. Then, Meng Qi spat out blood and flew backward. His body was split in half, and one of his arms was cut off. What? Meng Qi was injured, and he was seriously injured. Those people were stunned and couldn't believe it. That was the youngest elder of the Demon King Palace, and he had the Cheongqi bloodline. He was extremely terrifying. Now, he was seriously injured. For a moment, they couldn't imagine. Meng Qi screamed and turned into a purple flowing light, fleeing into the distance. Wanna leave? Sky-shattering. Chaotic pattern. God-slaying. Another 3 streaks of sharp sword light completely enveloped Meng Qi. Meng Qi spat out blood again, and his injuries were even more serious. However, he didn't die and still escaped. Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly chased after him. However, at this time, an even more terrifying vibration was heard. The whole sky seemed to be overturned. They didn't doubt that this energy could kill anyone. Feeling the change in this energy, Lin Xian's expression changed. He didn't chase after him. After all, the other party was seriously injured and was no match for him. Now, he had to protect Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu. Whoosh! He stopped and landed beside the 2 girls. At the same time, he looked around vigilantly. That was because the power of the vibrations was too terrifying. At this moment, not only did Lin Xian stop fighting, but the hundreds of fighting places in the entire hall also stopped. On the other side, in the side hall, the people of the 5 Elements Palace and the Demon King Palace also separated and stopped fighting. Their faces were filled with fear as they looked around. What kind of energy was this? It was too terrifying. It was beyond their imagination. For a moment, everyone was discussing. They stopped searching and set off toward the main hall. The people of the 5 Elements Palace turned and left, and the people of the Demon King Palace followed closely behind. However, in the next moment, their expressions became extremely ugly, because a figure in a sorry state came to their side. Elder Meng Qi. Oh God! He actually suffered such a serious injury. At this moment, Elder Meng Qi's body was broken and his face was pale. Blood dyed his body red and one of his arms was missing. Chapter 2468. Elder Meng Qi's body was broken and his face was pale. Blood dyed his body red, and one of his arms disappeared without a trace. If it was any more serious, he would have been killed. Elder Meng Qi, are you all right? The warriors of the Demon Imperial Palace quickly went up and surrounded him. At the same time, they fed him pills. Meng Qi's face was pale as he gritted his teeth. He was really terrified. Because under normal circumstances, so what if he lost an arm? It could grow back in an instant. His injuries could also be healed instantly. One had to know that their demon bloodline was very strong to begin with. But now, he couldn't do it. There was a terrifying sword intent left on his wound, preventing his broken arm from regenerating. It was already very good that he could resist the sword intent with difficulty. Unless he erased the sword intent, he would not be able to recover. Otherwise, his injuries would become more and more serious. This made him even more terrified. What kind of sword technique did the other party use? How could it be so terrifying? When the people of the Demon Imperial Palace saw this situation, their faces were also solemn. Damn it! Who was it? Which dynasty was it from? Was it the Great Xia dynasty? Because they knew that the Great Xia dynasty had an extreme weapon, the Golden Sword. Therefore, there must be an extreme weapon imitation among the people of the Great Xia dynasty this time. Perhaps these sword chi were to prevent the Golden Sword from injuring him. It wasn't someone from the Great Xia dynasty. Meng Qi swallowed some pills and recovered quite a bit. At least, he temporarily suppressed the injuries in his body. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's the kid that the saint asked us to monitor." What? Are you talking about that Lin Xian from the Immortal Palace? How could he have such a terrifying sword technique? That's not right. It shouldn't be. Was he also the one who let out the dragon roar earlier? How could he have the aura of the Tao of Dragons? The people of the Demon Imperial Palace were stunned. Meng-Chi was even more stunned. He didn't know. This kid was too strange. I even suspect that he has the bloodline of dragons. Dragon's bloodline. This was impossible. The elders of the Demon Imperial Palace exclaimed. Even their Demon Imperial Palace only had the bloodline of flood dragons at most. They didn't have the bloodline of true dragons at all. Perhaps only the nest of 10,000 dragons had it. Hua Tiandu's face was gloomy. Damn it, he didn't expect this guy to be so strong. Yen Ruyu's eyes flickered as if she already knew about this. Elders, treat Elder Meng's injuries first and get rid of the sword intent in his body. Let's go. Hua Tiandu gave a few instructions, then led the large group and quickly set off. That was because they wanted to see who had unleashed that terrifying power that shook the heavens and earth. It wasn't just the Demon Imperial Palace. At this moment, everyone had gathered. Lin Xian also frowned. Shen Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing, who were sitting cross-legged, opened their eyes. How is it? You didn't get interrupted, did you? Lin Xian asked with concern. The two women shook their heads. Fortunately, they had memorized everything. Big brother Lin Xian, don't worry, I'll remember it all. Shen Jingqiu smiled. That's good. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, he wanted to put away the treasure map. However, at this moment, a roar suddenly came from afar. Good stuff. 6 Dao patterns. That's mine. A huge hand that covered the sky descended from the sky, trying to take away the treasure map. You're courting death. Lin Xian was instantly furious. His figure flashed, and he instantly grabbed the treasure map and put it into the black earth. At the same time, the dark red divine dragon activated the array to resist. Xing Tian punched out. Boom, boom, boom. A fierce collision sounded again. The figure was knocked back and shouted angrily. Damn it, how dare you stop us? Are you tired of living? Hand over the treasure obediently, or I'll send you to the 18th level of hell. The twin kings of middle ground. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Why did they appear? They didn't go through the middle passage. Could it be that the people from the other two passages were also here? He was very confused, but he didn't have time to think too much because the twin kings of middle ground were charging over in the sky again. The pitch-black demonic chi turned into a death scythe and slashed down. On the other side, the heavenly treasure Dharma wheel also fell mercilessly. You're courting death. Let's attack together. Lin Xian snorted coldly and then slashed out with his sword. The dark red divine dragon swung its tail, and Xing Tian punched out violently. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu also attacked. It was 5 against 2. The twin kings of middle ground were sent flying in an instant, and they were vomiting blood. The golden light and the boundless demonic chi in the sky dimmed. This attack could be said to be earth-shattering. This caused everyone's gazes to turn toward them. Because this energy was too terrifying, they all thought that the earth-shattering sound from before was that energy. Therefore, many people flew over in a flash. When they saw the twin kings of middle ground flying back, everyone stopped in their tracks. They were shocked and bewildered. Heavens, what kind of energy was that? How could it send the twin kings of middle ground flying in an instant? It was more than that. Didn't you see that they were vomiting blood? Everyone was stunned. The elders and powerhouses of the great sage didn't dare to approach at all. Wang Ju, the twin kings of middle ground, had the strength of a son of middle ground, and he was one of the most powerful sons of middle ground. But now, he was sent flying back while vomiting blood. Who dared to move forward? In the sky, the twin kings of middle ground flew backward for a long time before they stopped. The two of them were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. They charged over again. But soon, they were sent flying again while vomiting blood. Moreover, their injuries were more serious than the last time. This caused everyone to be stunned. The twin kings of middle ground were so angry that they roared. The golden light and demonic chi on their bodies surged into the sky and quickly healed their broken bones. However, the two of them didn't attack again. Instead, they flew over. When they saw the other party's lineup, their eyelids twitched. No wonder the two of them couldn't defeat them. Damn it, the other party had 3 sons of middle ground. In addition, there was a peerless powerhouse and a very strange snake. Each of them was a shocking enemy. If they joined forces, the two of them wouldn't be able to defeat them at all. The others also saw clearly that the terrifying attackers were Lin Xian and the other four. They sucked in a breath of cold air. The previous tremors weren't caused by them, right? Lin Xian looked at the figure in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you here? Where are the people from the other passages?" Hearing that, the surrounding cultivators of the sacred grounds also came back to their senses. That's right, there were no twin kings in the middle passage. Could it be that the people from the other two passages had also come? Sure enough, more and more figures flickered in front of them. Obviously, they were the people from the other two passages. At that moment, they were all injured. Some of them were dimmed, while others were excited. It seemed that this path was filled with opportunities, fortuitous encounters, treasure snatching, and killing. Compared to when they first entered, there were obviously fewer people in that group. It seemed that the other two passages weren't safe either. Chapter 2469. The Central State Prince couldn't win, but he gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, fight me one-on-one if you have the guts." One-on-one? Lin Xian snorted in disdain. You two-headed monsters have the face to say that you want to fight one-on-one? When have you ever fought one-on-one with others? You want to fight one-on-one? Sure, split yourself in half first, then I will fight you one-on-one. Hearing this, the Central State Twin Kings were so angry that they vomited blood. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. This kid was too powerful. He had called the Twin Kings monsters more than once. What was even more shocking was that he was still alive and well. Instead, it was the Central State Twin Kings who had suffered losses time and time again. Kid, you think you are very powerful? You think the five of you can fight against us? If you provoke us, we will fight to the death. A vicious look appeared in the Twin King's eyes. He pointed at Lin Xian and shouted loudly, "Listen up! This brat has a stone tablet in his hand that contains 6 Dao patterns. If you want it, then go ahead and attack him." What? A stone tablet with 6 Dao patterns. The surrounding people were shocked, and their eyes turned red. Their eyes lit up as they stared at Lin Xian. Xing Tian's expression was solemn. Murong Qingsheng and the others were furious. The dark red divine dragon was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Damn, this is too despicable. He wants to join forces with others to attack us. However, before he could say anything, Lin Xian spoke. He sneered. Why? Are you trying to sow discord? Why don't you say 10 Dao patterns? Why don't you go to heaven? Lin Xian sneered and looked around. May I ask, have any of you seen anything with 6 Dao patterns? Once he said this, the others were very confused. Yes, they had at most found 1 or 2 Dao patterns. If they found 3 Dao patterns, they would have already fought. They had never seen anything with 6 Dao patterns. Damn it, don't be fooled by him. He really has it. The Central State Twin Kings gritted his teeth in anger. He looked at the surrounding people and wanted to slap them to death. Why are they so useless? The treasure is clearly in front of them, but they refuse to take it? The 5 of them might be powerful, but with so many experts from the Holy Lands around them, he didn't believe that they would be able to withstand their combined might. Who says we haven't seen him before? We have. At this moment, a furious roar came from afar. As soon as this voice came out, everyone turned their heads. People from the 5 Elements Palace. The 5 Elements Palace had also come. Behind them were the people from the 5 Elements Palace. Their killing intense soared as they approached. The group of people stared at Lin Xian. Among them, the 5 Elements Saint looked at the Twin Kings and asked in a low voice, "You said that this brat has a stone tablet with 6 Dao patterns?" "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes." "Damned brat. Hand over the treasure. It originally belonged to our 5 Elements Palace." Upon hearing this, the 5th Holy Son turned around and glared at Lin Xian. His entire face was twisted with malevolence. What? Could it be that there really was one? Furthermore, it was snatched from the 5 Elements Palace? The surrounding Holy Land's martial artists cried out in alarm, their breathing becoming rapid. What do you mean by the 5 Elements Palace? How shameless! This belongs to the Demon King Palace. On the other side, Hua Tiandu, Yin Ruyu, and the experts from the Demon King Palace descended from the sky. They also stared at Lin Xian with murderous intent. However, Yin Ruyu did not have any murderous intent. Instead, she was smiling. The people from the Demon King Palace had also come. It seemed that the treasure map with 6 Dao patterns was definitely real. In an instant, everyone surrounded Lin Xian, afraid that he would escape. Brat, hand over the treasure. The people from the 5 Elements Palace shouted coldly. On the other side, the people from the Demon King Palace roared. Damned brat, how dare you snatch our treasure? How dare you injure Elder Meng Qi? No matter what, we will not let you off today. You are dead meat. In the crowd, Meng Qi was also gnashing his teeth. Lin Xian looked at him with a hint of disdain. You have the Qiongqi bloodline? What a piece of trash. Come out and fight me if you dare. I will chop you in half. Meng Qi was so angry that he vomited blood. He roared at the sky. Damned brat. You are going too far. Just you wait. When I recover my strength, I will kill you with my own hands. You won't have the chance because you are just a piece of trash in front of me. Lin Xian sneered. He did not care at all. Hua Tiandu said coldly, brat, you are too arrogant. You will not escape today. The experts from the Demon King Palace were filled with murderous intent. The 5 Elements Palace was also bursting with energy. At the sight of this, Xing Tian slashed out and looked around with a cold gaze. Boom! At this moment, a cold shout came from afar. Do you want to fight? You can try. How dare you touch the Immortal Palace? Are you tired of living? Protect the Palace Master. 3 thunderous booms rang out as the 3 teams descended once again. It turned out that Elder Li, Elder Wang, and Elder Lu had arrived with a large group. The people from the 3 passageways all gathered in the hall. Seeing that the 3 elders had arrived with their elites, Xing Tian heaved a sigh of relief. The people from the Demon King Palace and the 5 Elements Palace also frowned. But soon, they sneered. So what if your people are here? Do you think you can fight against us? Is that so? Is the 5 Elements Palace very powerful? Murong Qingcheng stood out and snorted. She quickly gathered the people from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. On the other side, Shun Jingqiu also gathered the people from the Purple Cloud Sacred Ground. Granny Qian, kill this big bad guy for me. In an instant, the people from the Purple Cloud Sacred Ground and the Jade Lake Sacred Ground also arrived near Lin Xian. Suddenly, the situation became subtle. Lin Xian had 2 more allies on his side, intimidating the 5 Elements Palace and the Demon King Palace. However, things did not end like this. Because the treasure map with 6 Dao patterns was too precious. Especially among them, there were many people who had a grudge against Lin Xian. Therefore, Jiu Xiao Seiko, the Thousand Thunder Saint, and the Mophead family all jumped out. Brat, no matter how many allies you have, do you think you can fight against us? Jiu Xiao Seiko snorted coldly. The Thousand Thunder Saint was even more sinister. He said coldly, how about this? We won't make a move. You obediently take out the treasure map with 6 Dao patterns, and we will all study it together. How about that? Hearing this, the martial artists from the surrounding sacred grounds were tempted and began to talk among themselves. On the other hand, the people from the Immortal Palace darkened their faces and were full of murderous intent. The dark red dragon was also gnashing his teeth in anger. Damn it, this guy is too shameless. He wants to gain something without risking anything. Why should we give you the treasure map that we risked our lives to get? That's right, you are the Thousand Thunder Saint. I think you should be called the Shameless Saint. You want to see our treasure map? Why don't you go to heaven? The people from the Immortal Palace snorted coldly and were very angry. The 10,000 Thunder Saint sneered. You're wrong to say that. I am thinking for the sake of the Immortal Palace. Look, you can keep the treasure map and avoid the danger of being besieged. This is a good opportunity. I hope you don't miss it, and don't let me down. The Thousand Thunder Saint looked as if he was thinking for the sake of the Immortal Palace. Seeing this, the dark red dragon, Elderly, and the others gnashed their teeth in anger. This guy was too wicked. They really wanted to tear his face apart. Chapter 2470. The people from Immortal Palace gritted their teeth. This guy was too immoral. They really wanted to tear his face apart. Lin Xian's face darkened as well. His eyes were filled with a piercing, killing intent. At this time, the Tuoba family also jumped out. Kid, hand over the Six Paths treasure map. The Tai dynasty sneered. Hand it over, or no one in the world will forgive you. The other great sects also looked cold. Since there were so many sacred lands taking the lead, why wouldn't they do it? Perhaps the other party would really take out the Six Paths Tao pattern treasure map. In that case, they could still study it. This was definitely a great advantage. Elder Wang, Elder Li, and Elder Lu. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to the three of them. Do you know what treasures these sacred lands have obtained? Hearing this, Elder Li's eyes lit up. Sharing treasures? Is this what you want? Elder Li stood out and looked around. That's right. That's for sure. The Thousand Thunder Saints sneered. Zhu Seiko also looked ferocious. The people of the Tuoba family and the Tai dynasty also laughed sinisterly. Good, very good. Elder Li laughed loudly. Then, his eyes shone with a cold light. He pointed at the Tuoba family. The Tuoba family also seems to have obtained a fragment with 3 Tao patterns. Take it out and share it with everyone. What? 3 Tao patterns? The Tuoba family also obtained a fragment? Oh my god. In an instant, the martial artists from the great sects all forgot about it. Their eyes were filled with light. Hearing those words, the people from the Tuoba family trembled and almost vomited blood. Damn it. This guy actually pointed his finger at them? But soon, an elder from the Tuoba family sneered. How could a fragment with 3 Tao patterns compare to a treasure map with 6 Tao patterns? I don't think anyone will watch it. Who said so? I want to see it. At this time, Yu Wudao said indifferently. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Hearing this, the eyelids of the Tuoba family twitched. Their faces turned ugly. Damn it. Yu Wudao actually stood out to support the other party. This was unexpected. Not only that, I also want to take a look at the fragment with 3 Tao patterns. At this moment, another voice spoke. Everyone turned their heads and looked over. Then, they gasped. Because the one who spoke was actually the prince of the great Xia dynasty. This caused the faces of the people from the Tuoba family to turn green. Damn it. Why is the Grand Xia Empire standing on the side of the other party? I think it's not bad. Why don't the Tuoba family take it out and have a look? Another person spoke up. This was also a young man. His face was pale as if he was sick, but his eyes were as deep as the stars, causing others to be lost in them. Gu family. The Gu family actually came as well. Moreover, there were also people who said such words. These people were all stunned. It was because the Gu clan was the same as the Yi clan. They were both families of the remote antiquity. The person who spoke was none other than Gu Santong, whom Lin Xian had met before. She hadn't seen him before, but he was here. Now, they finally met. Lin Xian looked at the other party with a smile on his face and nodded slightly. Gu Santong also smiled. The faces of the Tuoba family were as black as the bottom of a pot. Actually, I also want to see it. On the western desert side, no flower spoke up. Next, the saint of all beginnings, Murong Qingsheng, and Shun Jingqiu also spoke up. These were all peerless geniuses who represented a sacred ground and a clan of the ancients. In an instant, so many people spoke up, causing the surrounding sacred grounds and sects to be surprised. It seemed that the Immortal Palace wasn't isolated, and without help, it could actually contact so many clan of the ancients and sacred grounds. The Tuoba family didn't dare to speak. The Saint of Thousand Thunder, Zhu Seiko, and the others' faces were extremely ugly. The people of the Tai dynasty were also gnashing their teeth. Seeing this, Elder Li's face was full of pride. He looked at the other party again. What? You can't take it out. Didn't you say that you wanted to share the treasure? Why are you not willing to do it when it comes to me? This slap in the face was too loud. Elder Lu also stood up, looked at the Tai dynasty, and said coldly, I remember that the Tai dynasty also obtained a stone tablet with mysterious runes engraved on it. Take it out, and let everyone study it together. Maybe we can decipher some secrets. You. The Tai dynasty was so angry that he vomited blood. He didn't expect that the flames of war would finally spread to them. For a moment, they felt the gazes of Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, the prince of the great Xia dynasty, and the others. I like the mysterious runes very much. Take it out and study it. Maybe there really are some secrets. Maybe there is the key to the ancient tomb. Cold voices sounded out, causing the Tai emperor's body to tremble, and he was so angry that he coughed up blood. The Saint of Thousand Thunder, Jiu Xiao Seiko, and the others wanted to speak, but Elder Lu spoke again at this time. Jiu Xiao Seiko, I remember that you seem to have obtained a white bone with golden patterns flashing on it. How about it? Take it out and study it together. The Saint of Thousand Thunder, you seem to have a piece of human skin with blood-red patterns on it. I wonder which expert left it behind? Why don't I help you study it? You. Damn it. Hearing this, the Saint of Thousand Thunder and Jiu Xiao Seiko's faces turned green. They didn't expect that the other party would know their treasures like the back of his hand. This was simply too surprising. For a moment, they were speechless, and their faces were gloomy. At this time, Lin Xian sneered. What? You said that you wanted to share the treasures. Why don't you share them now? How about this? I'll take out the treasure map with 6 Dao patterns, and you guys take out all the treasures you obtained. Everyone can study it together. How about it? These people didn't say anything. What kind of joke was this? They had worked hard to obtain these treasures. How could they be willing to share them with others? They had thought that the immortal palace was isolated and helpless, so they joined forces to suppress them. But they didn't expect that kid to have so many friends. Even ancient families like the Yi family and the Gu family were involved. This caught them off guard. The 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, Thousand Thunder Sacred Ground, and the others didn't say anything. However, the people of the 5 Elements Palace and the Demon Imperial Palace jumped out again. The people of the 5 Elements Palace gritted their teeth. No matter what, others don't have the right, but we do. Kid, this was originally something we found, but you snatched it away. Hurry up and hand it over, or don't blame us for being impolite. No one can snatch what I want. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and hand over the treasure map with both hands. I can spare your life. Chapter 2471. Huatiandu snorted coldly. His body was surrounded by lightning, and his murderous aura filled the sky. You still have the cheek to say that. The dark red dragon jumped out and waved its claws, pointing at the people from the 5 Elements Palace. You shameless bastards! Didn't you attack us at the corpse burial ground to snatch the traversing grass? Now you're pretending to be sanctimonious. That was an ownerless item. We're powerful, so what if we got it? And the Demon King Palace sent people to follow us. What's the meaning of this? Are you trying to assassinate us? You attacked us first, and you're blaming us for snatching it? With that, the dark red dragon waved its hand and grabbed the Bat King and the giant Python King. The 2 guys' flesh was torn open, and it was obvious that they had been tortured beyond recognition. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces full of shock. The Demon King Palace sent people to follow them secretly. God, what were they trying to do? Indeed, those who were not of the same race had different intentions. In an instant, everyone was on high alert. They quickly informed the elders to investigate secretly. They did not want to be targeted by the people from the Demon King Palace. Damn it! The people from the 5 Elements Palace gritted their teeth in anger. The people from the Demon King Palace were even more ferocious. They did not expect the Bat King and the giant Python King to be captured and tortured to such an extent. This made them want to vomit blood. However, they did not explain this matter. They had only sent people to follow them, but no one would believe them if they said it. Although they did not explain, Huatiandu could not take it anymore. Damn brat, I'll kill you with my own hands today. The lightning on his body spread, and he quickly rushed out towards Lin Xian. On the side, the 5 Elements Saint also attacked decisively. The 5 Elements Mountain descended from the sky, wanting to suppress Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. A terrifying sword light rose from his body, sweeping across the sky as if it was going to destroy everything. Just as the battle was about to break out, An earth-shattering sound came from afar, tearing the sword chi in the sky apart. The sea of lightning and the five elements mountain were sent flying. What was going on? The five elements saint and the saint stopped. Lin Xian also withdrew his sword chi, his face solemn. The five elements Holy Land and Fey Imperial Palace frowned, while the others' expressions changed. Not good. This mysterious power is coming again. They had previously thought that the astonishing power was created by Lin Xian's group of five working together. But now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. What else was there? Hiding in this hall? Some people were puzzled, and some people's eyes lit up. Could it be some kind of earth-shattering treasure? Go and take a look. Thinking that it might be a treasure, these people moved quickly. For a moment, they all flew over. Brad, just you wait. This isn't over yet. The five-star Holy Sun, Fey Lord Palace, and those from the nine heavens holy ground all stared coldly at Lin Xian. Whoosh! They left quickly. Lin Xian didn't care about this threat at all. In terms of power, Immortal Palace wasn't weaker than any Holy Land. In terms of individual strength, he didn't think that the five elements saint and the others were a match for him. Therefore, he didn't care. Instead, he waved his hand and led the people from Immortal Palace forward quickly. Among them, Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu temporarily left his side and joined their own holy lands. The group flew quickly, and soon, they arrived at the center of the hall. There was a wall here, and it was extremely simple. There was nothing there. Therefore, no one had noticed it before. But now, a violent energy fluctuation was coming from behind the wall. What was going on? There was something behind the wall. Open it and take a look. These people discussed and prepared to take action. With so many holy lands and sects together, their combined strength was extremely terrifying. Therefore, although this wall was simple and unadorned, it was still cracked by them. Boom, boom, boom. The wall didn't break into pieces, but slowly opened from the middle, as if it was a door. This made everyone even more surprised. Indeed, there was another world behind it. In front, many martial artists directly rushed in. Ah, they exclaimed. Everyone thought that it was some kind of danger, but after looking for a long time, there was no blood. This made them feel much more at ease. The people inside exclaimed. There was something inside. There was a large bronze cauldron. Elder, come quickly. The space inside was very large, about the same as the hall outside. The people inside exclaimed. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and they went in one after another. This hall was indeed very large. Even with so many martial artists from the Holy Lands, it didn't seem crowded. For a moment, they were extremely puzzled. How could this be? This hall was indeed the same as the one outside, as if it was copied. The only thing that was extra was this large bronze cauldron. Moreover, this large bronze cauldron was too special. It was very tall, about 100 meters tall, like a giant bronze cauldron. This bronze cauldron was made of some unknown material. It was incomparably simple, and there were strange patterns carved on it. They looked like Tao patterns, but also like mysterious characters. They were densely packed and covered the entire cauldron. From afar, it looked like all kinds of rare beasts, flowers, birds, insects, and fish. In the entire hall, there was only this large bronze cauldron. It seemed that the energy came from inside. What was inside? It couldn't be a pill, right? These people were extremely excited because they had the habit of using cauldrons to refine pills. Now that they thought about it, it was really possible. If it was a divine pill, they would be rich. They might be able to become immortals immediately after eating it. A group of people flew up and looked at it in the sky. They had no choice. They couldn't see the cauldron that was 100 meters tall from below. In the sky, there were countless figures. They looked like dark clouds. When those people saw the scene inside, they were all stunned. In fact, their eyes were wide open, and their faces were filled with fear. That was because there were no immortal pills or spiritual herbs inside the bronze cauldron. There were only human heads. One human head after another filled the space inside. Those heads were all the same as humans, but their sizes were countless times larger. One had to know how much space there was inside a 100-meter tall bronze cauldron. However, those human heads were completely packed. Everyone's eyes focused, and they looked down like lightning. They counted and found that there were a total of 99 human heads. What shocked them even more was that those human heads all carried traces of terrifying auras. Although there wasn't much of it left, just a trace of it was enough to shock them. It had definitely surpassed that of a peerless powerhouse. Could those be the heads of an invincible king? It was unknown who said this sentence, but immediately, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. 99 invincible kings' heads. Heavens, who would be so generous? Was it the sage in this ancient tomb? Why did he kill 99 invincible kings? Why did he put all of their heads in the bronze cauldron? Chapter 2472. At that moment, they all wanted to retreat. That was because they felt that this place was too sinister. They should leave as soon as possible. However, as soon as they moved, a huge force came from the bronze cauldron. Then, all of them were sent flying. Those who were more powerful felt their blood boil, while those who were weaker spat out mouthfuls of blood. At that moment, countless people had a look of fear on their faces. Damn it! It was indeed the bronze cauldron. It was the energy emitted by the bronze cauldron. Could it be the heads of the 99 invincible kings? They did not dare to imagine. Could it be that the 99 invincible kings had something to do with their heads? Or could it be that their heads contained terrifying energy? They did not know what was going on, but the energy in the bronze cauldron was getting stronger and stronger. Leave quickly. An elder of the Yin-Yang sect shouted coldly, and everyone prepared to escape. However, soon, an inexplicable force froze all of them as if they were imprisoned. Lin Xian also felt the force. His eyes were cold, and he wanted to use the dragon sword soul. However, in the next moment, the space around him shattered, and the black hole swallowed him. At the last moment before he fell into the black hole, he used his soul to sense that not only him, but everyone in the hall was swallowed by the black hole. Buzz. The world spun. That feeling only lasted for an instant, and Lin Xian came out. As soon as he came out, the dragon's sword field surrounded him, and the terrifying sword light surrounded him. At the same time, he spread out his soul to search around. He found that there was no danger around him, and the walls around him were emitting an ancient aura. It seemed that they were still in the ancient tomb and had not left. Then what was the reason? Why did the bronze cauldron swallow all of them? Random teleportation. Lin Xian thought of a possibility. Perhaps this was a trap to prevent powerful forces from attacking the ancient tomb of the saints. Therefore, it created such a trap to randomly teleport everyone to disperse the powerful forces. That way, no one would be able to threaten the ancient tomb. That was not a good thing for them. Lin Xian did not know how the people from the Immortal Palace were doing. He did not know if Xin Jingqiu and Murong Qingcheng would act alone. No, he had to hurry up and find them. They would definitely be able to meet up. Thinking of this, Lin Xian immediately moved forward. He did not walk quickly because he was alone in the tomb of the sage. If he were to encounter another army of Yin soldiers, he would not be able to fight against them. Therefore, he tried his best to be careful and not touch any of the array mechanisms. After walking for a while, nothing happened. But at this time, Lin Xian suddenly heard movement in front of him. There were also energy fluctuations. What is this? The power of the 5 elements. Sensing this aura, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. It was someone from the 5 elements palace. That's great. I'll be able to kill him. Everyone knew that the 5 elemental palace was too despicable, as they had gone against him time and time again. He did not believe that they would still dare to act scornfully in front of him. Thinking up to this point, Lin Xian used his soul force as he quickly advanced. The person in front was indeed an elder from the 5 elements palace. He was also alone. At this moment, he was teleported into a stone house. He was so angry that he was going crazy, because he also knew that this was a trap to disperse their forces. Damn it, I have to meet up with them quickly. The elder from the 5 elements palace immediately set off, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped, because he saw a figure standing in the passage in front of him. Damn brat, it's you. The elder from the 5 elements palace narrowed his eyes, and then his face became ferocious. He discovered that this figure was none other than Lin Xian, the person he hated to the point of gnashing his teeth. In an instant, his soul force spread out and penetrated in all directions. Ha 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 ha. He looked up to the sky and laughed. He realized that there was only him and the other party around. The experts from the Immortal Palace were not here. Humph. His eyes were ferocious. Brat, we finally meet again. You don't have any experts protecting you. Let's see how you escape this time. He was overjoyed because this way, he could kill Lin Xian alone. Why should I escape? Lin Xian sneered. The one who should escape is you. But I won't give you the chance. Humph. You want to fight me with just you alone? The elder from the Five Elements Palace showed a trace of disdain. His eyes were like rainbows that pierced through the void, and his body was filled with the terrifying power of the five elements. Die, brat. The elder formed a seal with both hands and struck out with the power of the five elements, forming a terrifying handprint. It pressed down from the sky. Boom. The sky shook, and the five elements seal directly enveloped Lin Xian. Humph. Lin Xian sneered. He had long wanted to make a move, but he did not expect the other party to be so reckless. He waved his arm, and the five elements sword flew out. Between heaven and earth, tens of thousands of sword chi shone, like a rain of blades, and crashed into the five elements seal. In an instant, the five elements seal was shattered. Boom, boom, boom. The two collided, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Damn it! How could he be so strong? When the elder from the Five Elements Palace saw this scene, his face darkened. He did not expect that the five elements seal he struck out would be broken in an instant by the other party. This was really beyond his expectations. Damn it, the five elements chain. He waved his hand, and two five elements chain flew out from his sleeve. He wanted to capture Lin Xian and seal him. The five elements chain swam in the air like a venomous snake, piercing through the void and making rustling sounds. The power of the five elements spread in the air. Clang, clang, clang. The five elements chain collided with the sword chi in the sky, making thunderous sounds. Large cracks appeared in the void one after another. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. However, at this moment, Lin Xian suddenly pulled out his ancient sword and cut the invisible chain. Clang! The five elements chain fell to the ground, and the elder from the Five Elements Palace spat out blood. This was his natal magic treasure, and now that it was broken, he was shocked. Damn it! How could he be so strong? The elder from the Five Elements Palace's expression became extremely ugly. He did not dare to fight anymore and turned around to escape. He withdrew the five elements chain, and under his feet, the power of the five elements swam, and he instantly fled into the distance. You want to leave? Lin Xian snorted coldly and used the demigods and semi-devils. His speed was much faster than the elder, and in an instant, he was behind the elder. He slashed down with his sword. Puff! The elder from the Five Elements Palace was hit in the back, and he spat out blood and flew out. However, he used this opportunity to increase his speed again. Damn brat, go to hell. The blood in the sky was ignited by him, turning into the fire of the five elements that burned fiercely. He wanted to escape. Whoosh! However, Lin Xian did not give him the chance. His face was full of killing intent. The other party had provoked him time and time again, so how could he let him leave? Chapter 2473. Buzz. Lin Xian directly formed a dragon-shaped sword shadow and slashed out. Puff. A dragon-shaped sword chi slashed down and instantly extinguished the five elements fire. Not only that, but the sword light also enveloped the five elements elder. No. Damn it. The five elements elder's face was ferocious. He felt a peerless killing intent. He didn't expect that the other party would have such a sword technique. He wanted to resist, but it was too late. If he had fought desperately from the beginning, he might not have been killed so quickly. However, he was determined to escape. Therefore, he couldn't resist the dragon-shaped sword shadow at all. Puff! With a flash of light, a head flew up, and the five elements elder's body fell to the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief, because his soul was also destroyed in an instant. The five elements palace's elder was completely killed. If anyone was here, they would definitely be shocked. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He took the other party's storage ring, and then a ball of black fire floated out and burned the other party's body. His eyes flickered as he identified the direction, and then he strode away. Along the way, he found that this place was very chaotic, like a maze, and there weren't many treasures. He guessed that this shouldn't be a passage, so he wasn't in a hurry to go on his way. Instead, he was looking for prey. Previously, the Five Elements Palace, Demon King Palace, Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground, Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, Tuoba family, and Tai Dynasty were eyeing him covetously. They even wanted to join forces to attack his immortal palace, which made Lin Xian very angry. Therefore, he couldn't wait to find the geniuses of these sacred grounds and kill them. Under Lin Xian's search, he really did manage to find another person. This wasn't an ordinary disciple, nor was it an elder, but a saint. The Myriad Thunder Saint. The Myriad Thunder Saint also saw Lin Xian. He immediately roared, and thunder surged all over his body. He rushed over quickly like the god of thunder. As he moved, the entire space trembled. It was as if a lightning beast was roaring, or as if lightning was descending. The saint's son of Myriad Thunder's eyes were filled with killing intent. This was not the first time he had fought with Lin Xian. Even in the eastern wilderness, he had fought with Lin Xian before. At that time, the other party had even snatched away one of his Dharma treasures, the Myriad Lightning Hammer. This made him so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Later on, he went into seclusion to cultivate and finally broke through to become a mighty figure. His strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. When he came out of seclusion, he went to look for her, only to find that she had already disappeared from the eastern wilderness. This became one of the regrets of his life, because he wanted to kill the other party with his own hands. Who would have thought that they would meet him again in the tomb of the central region? What made him gnash his teeth in anger was that the other party had also broken through. His strength was not any weaker than his. This made the killing intent in Saint Sun Myriad Thunder's heart surge even more. He swore that he must kill this great enemy. However, not only was the other party powerful, he even had the extremely powerful Immortal Palace as his backer. The Immortal Palace's strength was not inferior to their 10,000 Lightning Holy Land. Thus, he had once again lost the opportunity to kill them. However, things were different now. The heads of the 99 invincible kings had thrown them all into disorder, scattering them all over the ancient tomb. Now that the two of them had met alone, it was a chance for the Saint Sun Myriad Thunder to take revenge and kill the other party. Boy, I have to say that your luck is really bad. You actually met me alone. Today is the day you die. The Saint Sun Myriad Thunder's body erupted with lightning. Humph, it's not certain who will die. Lin Xian also sneered. He was also extremely excited. That was because he had been looking for these people. He did not expect that he would really find them. Do you think you can kill me? The Saint Sun Myriad Thunder came close. His body was surging with killing intent, bringing about an extremely powerful sense of oppression. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, he would not have been instantly pressed down, or he would have been pierced by the terrifying lightning. I wonder if the elders of the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land will be furious if you die here? Lin Xian sneered. You want to kill me? You're overestimating yourself. Two terrifying lightning bolts burst out from the Saint Sun Myriad Thunder's eyes, piercing through the void. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. A terrifying lightning fist stretched out and directly shrouded the space, including Lin Xian. Crackle. The violent lightning power erupted, shattering a large area of the void, and the figure in the space was also shattered. However, the Saint Sun Myriad Thunder did not relax because he could see that it was not the real body of the other party, but an afterimage. Boy, there's no need to hide. You can't hide. The Saint Sun Myriad Thunder shouted coldly and attacked again. He waved his hands, bringing about a sky full of lightning. The entire space was completely shattered, and the terrifying lightning covered the sky and earth. Just a bolt of lightning could easily kill an ordinary powerhouse. Even a peerless powerhouse would not dare to resist it head-on. However, such a terrifying lightning could not do anything to Lin Xian. Lin Xian struck out with the ancient dragon abyss sword and slashed down. The sea of lightning in the sky was cut open, and a vacuum area appeared. Not only that, but the sword chi that filled the sky was also like a divine red, charging toward the Saint Sun myriad thunder. Before the sword arrived, the astonishing aura it carried almost made the Saint Sun myriad thunder's blood freeze. Get lost. The Saint Sun myriad thunder was furious. He did not expect that the other party would dare to kill him, which made him extremely furious. The next moment, he pulled out a blue lightning saber from the sea of lightning in the sky. Clang! The saber and sword collided, emitting a dazzling light, and cracks appeared in the void. He blocked it. He had finally managed to block the sword. You're just Oso. I'll kill you today. The Saint Sun myriad thunder blocked Lin Xian's sword and once again revealed a ferocious smile. Today, I'll let you see the great magical power of the myriad thunder sacred land. Ninefold thunder saber. The Saint Sun myriad thunder held the thunder saber in his hand, and his expression became extremely fierce. The sky was full of murderous aura, and then he slashed out. This was a terrifying lightning saber technique, which was a heaven-class cultivation technique. There were a total of 9 layers, and each layer had 9 sabers, for a total of 81 sabers. Each layer was stronger than the previous one. In the end, it was really like the god of thunder descending to the world, and no one could resist. Sure enough, as soon as the ninefold thunder saber appeared, it turned into a thunderbolt and struck down from the sky. Rumble. The surrounding sword chi was all shattered. One could imagine how terrifying the ninefold thunder saber was. Lin Xian performed the demigods and semi-devils and flashed quickly. However, the space here was not big, so there was not much distance for him to dodge. Whoosh! Sword of wood. Countless trees and forests surrounded him, blocking the thunder and lightning in the sky. Then, Lin Xian quickly charged over. The 5 elements sword technique and the chaotic heaven destroyer sword. He used it to the point of perfection. One after another, terrifying sword light flashed out. Floating in the sky, they collided with the ninefold thunder saber. The incomparably violent ninefold thunder saber had 81 sabers in the sky. However, it was gradually suppressed. Chapter 2474. However, when the 81 blade lights were completely shattered, he had to believe that his opponent had completely suppressed him in terms of attack. Damn it, I don't believe it. 9 in 1. The Saint Sun of Thousand Thunder roared again. This time, he held the blade with both hands, and the thunder blade in his hand suddenly erupted. An even more terrifying thunder and lightning surrounded it. 81 rays of saber light appeared once again, circling around him continuously. Finally, they merged into a blade light. This blade light combined the power of 81 blades. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying and could split the sky and the earth. Kid, go to hell. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's eyes also burst out a fierce light. 5 in 1. He struck out with the 5 elements sword. 5 sword lights flashed around him, forming a 5-colored divine sword, and collided with the 9-layered thunder blade in the sky. A sonorous sound rang out, and the light rushed through the entire sky. The entire passage was bright, and the terrible sound waves spread in all directions. At this moment, the people in the surrounding passages all felt this rumbling sound. Someone was fighting. They were shocked and listened carefully. Buzz. Many people set off. They wanted to rush over, but when they just flew a few steps, then he felt a wave rushing towards him. Several martial artists were directly slapped away, vomiting blood. The rest of the people stopped. Damn it, what a violent power. Who was fighting? They were stunned and didn't dare to go forward. In the passage, the Saint Sun of Thousand Thunder's hair was disheveled, and the thunder and lightning on his body were constantly intertwining, making crackling sounds. His handsome face became incomparably ferocious because the thunder blade in his hand was broken into 2 halves. In the process of the fight just now, his 9-layered Thunderblade was defeated by his opponent's 5-element sword. This was unbearable. Damn it. I'm going to kill you. The Saint Son of Thousand Thunder roared crazily, and 2 thunder flames formed in his eyes, burning fiercely. Kill me? You don't have the chance. Lin Xian strode over, and the sword chi on his body became more and more dazzling. The 2 seals in his hands were unlocked, and the aura of the ancient dragon abyss sword broke out again. The 2 swords struck the Saint Son of Thousand Thunder and sent him flying. The Saint Son of Thousand Thunder somersaulted several times in the air, hit the wall, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! A priceless treasure sword. Do you think I don't have one? He roared crazily. Thor's spear. With a furious roar, he also took out a blue spear from his storage ring. The moment the long spear appeared, the void began to tremble violently. It was simply unable to withstand the might of the spear. This was also a priceless artifact. Brat, I'll make you wish you were dead. Holding the Thunder God's spear, the Myriad Thunder Saint charged over again. After using the Heaven-grade artifact, the Myriad Thunder Holy Son's combat strength had greatly increased again. He was confident that he could kill his opponent this time. The 2 Heaven-step treasures collided in the air, erupting with unparalleled power. However, the situation was a little different. The ancient dragon abyss sword was actually being suppressed. Ha 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 ha, brat, you were only able to suppress me by relying on the power of that priceless sword. Now that I have a similarly priceless artifact, let's see what you'll use to fight me. He was simply too happy, because he had finally suppressed his opponent. Lin Xian frowned. Something was wrong. His opponent's priceless artifact didn't seem to be sealed. What was going on? He could clearly feel that the power of his opponent's Thunder God Spear was about the same as his ancient Dragon Abyss sword with 3 layers of seals unlocked. That was unlikely. One had to know that his ancient sword was a broken sword with 9 layers of seals sealed. Could it be that the ancient sword wasn't an ordinary priceless sword? He asked. Hey Tuesday. Hey 2 transmitted his voice to him. It was indeed not an ordinary Heaven-step sword. The Thunder God Spear in his hand was a low-grade Heaven-step artifact. The ancient Dragon Abyss sword in your hand was at least a high-grade or top-grade Heaven-step artifact. Although it was broken, its grade was still higher than his opponent's. Moreover, it was an ancient artifact. A Heaven-step artifact refined in ancient times was different from the current Heaven-step artifacts. Therefore, in terms of power, his Thunder God Spear couldn't be compared to your ancient Dragon Abyss sword. However, you still couldn't unleash the full power of the ancient Dragon Abyss sword. On the other hand, he could unleash the full power of the Thunder God Spear. Therefore, you were suppressed. So that was the case. Lin Xian understood. Lin Xian didn't open the 3rd seal. Instead, he directly summoned the great dragon sword soul. He let it fuse with the ancient Dragon Abyss sword. Buzz! The ancient Dragon Abyss sword trembled, and the sound of a dragon and sword rang out as if it was alive. He swung the sword. With a clang, the Thunder God Spear was sent flying and hit the wall, bursting into countless sparks. Damn it! How did his power become stronger again? The 10,000 Thunder Saint quickly retreated, his figure as fast as lightning. His arm was numb, and he couldn't feel it. Buzz! The energy in his body instantly restored his arm, but his expression was extremely solemn. He attacked again. However, the more he fought, the more shocked he became, because he found that the little advantage he had just gained had disappeared again. His opponent tied with him again. Not only that, but he was also suppressed. In particular, his opponent's sword chi was getting fiercer and fiercer, which made his hair stand on end. Damn it! The 10,000 Thunder Saint was furious. Thunder God Bestowal. This was a divine ability that came with a heaven-grade cultivation technique. The Thunder God's spear burst out with an unparalleled light, turned into a flash of lightning, and stabbed over. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. He used the 4 killer moves of the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword to contend with it. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. The 2 retreated. But at this time, Lin Xian attacked again. The dragon-shaped sword shadow burst out, and an unparalleled power quickly slashed out 3 times. The thunder god's spear buzzed and trembled. The 10,000 thunder saints' chi and blood were tumbling, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Damn it, I don't believe it. However, Lin Xian swung his sword again. This sword was like a giant dragon, crushing the entire sky and fiercely whipping the 10,000 thunder saint. Bang! The 10,000 thunder saint rolled out again, and the thunder and lightning on his body and armor were directly broken. His whole body was bleeding wildly, and he was almost cut in half from the middle. Damn it! The 10,000 thunder saint wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were extremely ferocious. He waved the thunder god's spear and swept it out. Crack! Crack! The space was torn apart, forming a blue crack that swallowed the front. This crack was very strange. There were small thunderbolts around it, which intertwined with each other to form mysterious runes. Obviously, this was not an ordinary crack, but another of the 10,000 Thunder Saints' divine abilities. Thunder Devour. Boom, boom, boom. The entire space was completely enveloped by mysterious runes, and Lin Xian's body was also swallowed. Whoosh! The mysterious runes quickly intertwined, shattered the void, and completely exiled Lin Xian. Ha 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 ha. Boy, go to hell. The 10,000 Thunder Saint was abnormally ferocious. He knew that the other party couldn't come out. This crack would directly banish the other party. Although he couldn't kill the other party, it was also a good thing to let the other party leave this ancient tomb. Chapter 2475. When he had enough opportunities in the ancient tomb and broke through again, it would be time for him to kill his opponent. Lin Xian was swallowed in an instant. Feeling the darkness around him and an invisible force surging toward him, he snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul roared. Countless sword chi slashed the spatial energy apart. Buzz. Lin Xian moved like a dragon. His eyes burst out with a piercing light. It directly pierced through the void. With a golden light, he opened his heavenly secret divine eyes and locked onto the Saint Sun's position. Crack! He waved his long sword, shattered the void, and appeared behind the Saint Sun. The sword slashed down from the sky. Bang! With a scream, the Saint Sun's left arm was directly cut off. Blood flowed wildly, and his miserable voice made one's scalp tingle. The Saint Sun turned into a bolt of lightning and fled frantically. Damn it! He was so angry, because he didn't expect that his opponent would come out and appear behind him. That sword was simply too swift and fierce. Under normal circumstances, he had to deal with it with all his strength, not to mention a sneak attack. One of his arms was directly cut off. Surrounded by thunder and lightning, he wanted to regrow his severed arm, but he found that he couldn't do it at all. There was an extremely terrifying sword in the wound, preventing his severed arm from regrowing. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the Saint Sun gritted his teeth. Boy, just you wait. I won't let you go. Do you think I will let you go? Lin Xian stepped on the dragon shadow and quickly rushed over. The ancient sword in his hand was swung again. Seeing this, the 10,000 Thunder Sage quickly formed a few thunder shields. 8 Laydons surrounded him, forming the most powerful defense. The ancient sword hit the shield, making a thunderous sound. The Saint Sun rolled and flew backward. After 3 sword strikes, the 8 thunder shields were directly shattered. The 4th sword strike sent the Saint Sun flying again. Boy, just you wait. I will definitely pay you back for today's humiliation. After all, the Saint Sun was a saint, a genius. He had many life-saving means. He spat out a lightning bead, which instantly wrapped around him. He smashed through the void, disappearing without a trace. Lin Xian slashed out 9 times in a row, shattering the void. But in the end, his opponent still managed to escape. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted as he looked at the healing space. He didn't chase after them. Instead, he turned around and looked at the ground. There was a fallen arm, which belonged to the 10,000 Thunder Saint. With a wave of his sleeve, countless sword chi sealed the arm before he put it away. This was a good item. At a critical moment, it could stimulate the 10,000 Thunder Sage and deal a blow to the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land. Who asked them to be so arrogant? This time, he was going to ruthlessly slap their faces. Lin Xian continued on his way. However, this time around, he stopped after walking for half a day, because he discovered that there was no path ahead. With a cold snort, Lin Xian punched out, shattering the void. However, the wall did not change at all. Wong. He struck out with his ancient sword again, thrusting it out. This time, there was finally a change. The long sword directly sank into the wall. However, when he pulled it out, he discovered that there was blood dripping from the ancient dragon abyss sword. The crack on the wall was quickly healing. Damn it, what's going on? Why is it so strange? Lin Xian frowned. The wall was bleeding. Could it be a living thing? He didn't know. He thrust out his sword again. This time, the ancient dragon abyss sword kept growing longer. It was about 100 meters long. When he pulled it out, he discovered that there was more blood flowing this time. However, Lin Xian could clearly feel that there was no end to it. What's going on? Is the wall 100 meters thick? What a joke. He didn't believe it, but his soul power couldn't penetrate it. There seemed to be some kind of restriction in the wall that prevented his soul power from probing. Lin Xian had no choice. He used the ancient dragon abyss sword to split the wall, but he discovered that he couldn't split it at all. He could only stab it. What should he do? Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that he had to go back the way he came and explore other places? He wanted to do so, but at this moment, He Tu transmitted a message. Kid, try those Dao patterns you got. What's the meaning of these Dao patterns? Lin Xian asked. He Tu transmitted a message. I don't know, but it should be related to this ancient tomb. No matter what, it's from the same time period. Indeed, this ancient tomb should be more than 100,000 years old. Thinking of this, Lin Xian took out the treasure map with 6 Dao patterns. These Dao patterns were very simple, like sword marks. However, it was only simple on the surface. If one looked at it carefully, it would become more and more profound. It was as if there were endless secrets that couldn't be studied thoroughly. This was probably the mystery of Dao patterns. Dao patterns were even more profound than runes. There were even legends that said that Dao patterns weren't invented by humans, but by the top experts of the world to sense heaven and earth. They used Dao patterns to show the secrets of heaven and earth. The word Dao was enough to show how terrifying these runes were. All right, I'll study one first. Anyway, there's no way out now. So Lin Xian simply sat down and started comprehending. It didn't matter if he was comprehending, but a month passed. When Lin Xian woke up, he was also very surprised. He originally thought that it would only take 1 or 2 days or a few hours. But he didn't expect that this comprehension would take a month. And this was when He Tu alerted him from outside. Otherwise, it would probably take a year. Kid, how is it? How much have you comprehended? He Tu asked. Lin Xian shook his head. It's just a little bit. Be content. Even an invincible king wouldn't understand. These Dao patterns were left behind by saints. It's impossible for you to completely comprehend them now. Lin Xian nodded. He understood now. Indeed, these Dao patterns were at least left behind by saints. No matter how strong an invincible king was, he only had the king domain as his foundation. But it was different at the saint realm. They could use the laws of heaven and earth. More importantly, they could absorb the essence of the laws of heaven and earth, condense Dao patterns, and construct their own world. This allowed the king domain to take another step forward and form a small world. Therefore, it was already very shocking that Lin Xian could comprehend so much. Let's give it a try. Lin Xian stretched out a finger and drew an arc in the air. It seemed simple and casual, but there was a mysterious principle behind it. Buzz. As soon as the arc was drawn, countless tiny patterns spread out in the air and flew forward. It sank into the wall. The wall seemed to have been torn apart by a pair of big hands, and a bloody hole appeared. Endless blood flowed out. Go! Lin Xian's figure flashed, and the dragon sword domain enveloped him. He turned into a sword light and rushed into the bloody hole. Then, the bloody hole slowly disappeared. The entire wall healed again, and Lin Xian had already entered the wall. Chapter 2476. He asked Hei-Tu, but Hei-Tu didn't know either. However, Hei-Tu guessed that this might not be a wall, but the corpse of a powerful existence that had been forcefully refined and placed here. You're saying that this is a corpse? Heavens! Lin Xian was shocked. He wanted to verify it, so he didn't fly in a straight line, but changed directions. However, he discovered that no matter where he flew, he was surrounded by a sea of blood. Only the place where the dragon sword domain was located formed a vacuum. According to his estimation, with his speed, he should be able to fly thousands of miles. However, he hadn't left yet, nor did he see anything else. How could this be a human's body? Whose body could be so huge? Therefore, he felt that it was very likely that this was an illusion that had been created to create a false impression for people. Forget it, he still couldn't figure out the ancient tomb of a saint. He could only leave first. He flew for 9 days and 9 nights. Lin Xian felt that he might be trapped in this sea of blood for the rest of his life. Finally, he was touched by something, and his body stopped. That's great. He finally arrived. Lin Xian was delighted. He guessed that this might be the other side of the wall. As expected, he waved his hand again and drew the Tao pattern that he had comprehended. Instantly, the front was torn open, and light appeared. Whoosh! His body swayed, and he came out. The cave behind him healed again and turned into a wall. This made Lin Xian dizzy. Could it be that he flew for 9 days and 9 nights just to pass through a wall? If he hadn't experienced it personally, he wouldn't have believed it. Whoosh! Just as he was lamenting, a sharp aura suddenly came from behind him. It was very terrifying, as if it was going to pierce through his body. Humph! Lin Xian dodged like a flickering light. His afterimage was mercilessly pierced through. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his palm and slapped out 9 dragon shadows, directly shattering everything in front of him. Bang! 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 The terrifying power was like an earthquake. A sonorous sound rang out. Crack! Crack! A branch fell to the ground and kept twisting like the tail of a venomous snake. What was this? Lin Xian frowned. He looked and realized that it was really a branch. In the next moment, he turned his head. It turned out that this was a palace, and he was not alone. There were dozens of figures in front of him, and one of them was glaring at him with murderous intent. This person was very strange. His body was purple and his skin was like tree bark. It was very rough and made people want to vomit just by looking at him. Needless to say, the one who attacked just now should be this guy. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the other party's appearance. He was squarish and had no hair on his head. Instead, he had purple leaves. How was this a human? This was a walking tree. Damn it. It really is a tree. Tree demon. Lin Xian frowned. Regardless of whether it was a tree demon or not, how dare it attack him? He snorted coldly and strode forward. The half-demon wasn't the only one in the hall. There were others as well. Apart from him, there were 2 other half-demons. The others were all humans. Lin Xian instantly released his soul force to investigate the surrounding situation. He saw Jiuxiao Seiko and No Flower. They were the top 2 of the younger generation. Apart from them, there were also some elders and peerless experts. In short, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. Apart from No Flower and a few others, everyone else's eyes were filled with vigilance and even killing intent. Jiuxiao Seiko in the distance had a gloomy expression, but he didn't immediately make a move. However, the tree demon in front of him directly made a move. Kid, there was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. There was no door to hell, but you barged in. Since you're here to court death, don't blame me for being impolite. He was too angry. Previously, when the treasure map with 6 Tao patterns was stolen, he was also gnashing his teeth. Now that he met the other party, how could he not make a move? With a palm strike, countless branches extended and turned into 9 flood dragons. As if they were going to swallow the sky, they covered the sky and enveloped Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, a sword wave swept in all directions. Ka. The branches in the sky were cut off and turned into countless fragments that scattered. The remaining sword wave rushed towards the tree demon. This wasn't an ordinary tree demon. It had the bloodline of the demonic purple gold vine. The demonic purple gold vine was a mutated species of heaven and earth. Legend had it that it was born in the demonic purple gold fire and was extremely powerful. Although the purple tree demon in front of him wasn't the original body of the demonic purple gold vine, it probably had a part of its bloodline. Therefore, when he saw the sword wave slashing towards him, he roared and attacked again. The purple leaves rustled and each of them turned into a peerless killing intent, forming a strange light in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The purple light collided with the sword wave, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split. However, at this moment, Lin Xian made a move again. Dragon Chi revolved around his palm, then turned into a black tortoise and directly pressed down. The black tortoise phantom was naturally formed by him using the great dragon sword rune. As soon as it appeared, it was like a primordial demon mountain that crushed the void. Boom! The tree demon was sent flying by the black tortoise phantom and was even suppressed. He lay on the ground, and the black tortoise on his body emitted a terrifying aura. This scene caused everyone's expression to change. That was because they realized that Lin Xian was too powerful. Such a terrifying tree demon that even had a shocking bloodline was instantly suppressed. It was unbelievable. The older generation powerhouses and peerless figures all had solemn expressions. Juxiao Seiko's expression was also gloomy. No flower formed a Buddhist seal with his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a mysterious smile. He looked at this scene indifferently. Whoosh! In front of him, the purple tree demon roared angrily, and purple runes appeared on its body. Those branches quickly turned into purple flames that burned fiercely. The purple flames enveloped the sword chi and then burned it clean. The purple tree demon rose into the air, and the leaves on its head swayed. It looked extremely ferocious. Damn, brat, I'm going to kill you. He was too angry. He was also a mutated species of heaven and earth, so when had he ever suffered such a blow? Therefore, he couldn't bear it. Brat, I'll show you the bloodline of the purple gold vine clan today. He roared crazily, and the purple aura kept shining. It was as if suns appeared in the sky one after another, shining so brightly that everyone couldn't open their eyes. That was the power of the bloodline. Many people in the surroundings exclaimed. They retreated while discussing in low voices. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, purple light erupted, and 18 purple phantoms appeared behind the tree demon. Each of them was like a purple river that surged in the sky. Lin Xian's gaze was like a sword that pierced through the purple light. He discovered that the 18 phantoms were actually 18 tree branches. Each of them was vigorous and powerful like a dragon. Moreover, Lin Xian could clearly sense that there were mysterious patterns on them, and they were obviously different from the tree demon's branches. It seemed that they were activated by the power of the bloodline. Chapter 2477. Whoosh whoosh. There were still purple flames burning on the 18 bloodline branches, which made one's heart tremble. Damn, brat, go to hell. The purple tree monster roared, and 18 attacks quickly fell. The void cracked, the sky collapsed, and violent energy rushed in all directions. How dare a puny tree monster attack me? Lin Xian snorted coldly, pulled out his ancient sword, and attacked. His body was like a flickering shadow, moving between the 18 attacks. Bang, bang, bang. One sword after another. Each sword was extremely sharp and cut off the 18 bloodline branches. Crack. The long sword swung, and the purple flames were extinguished, and the bloodline branch was cut in half. With another sweep of the sword, another purple ray of light was covered with cracks. Lin Xian's swordsmanship was unparalleled at this moment. Countless sword shadows rushed in the sky, and the eyelids of the surrounding people twitched wildly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the 18 purple lights were all cut off, and the flames fell to the ground, constantly twisting and burning. A few of them even fell beside other martial artists, and immediately those martial artists screamed as half of their bodies were burned away. One could imagine how terrifying the flames were. However, it could do nothing to Lin Xian. Damn it! This is impossible. I don't believe it. The tree monster was extremely shocked. That was the power of his bloodline, and it was so easily broken by the other party. What kind of swordsmanship is that? Why is the other party's combat strength so strong? Could it be that the other party also has the power of his bloodline? However, he did not have time to think too much. That was because the other party was also coming at him. Another few sword lights slashed out, and the tree monster was forced to retreat again and again, rolling in the air. Do I have a death wish? Lin Xian sneered. He stretched out a large azure dragon hand and grabbed in front of him, wanting to catch the purple tree monster. However, at this moment, he frowned and looked into the distance. Whoosh! His body moved, and he instantly disappeared into the sky. Bang! The void where he was originally standing shattered. A black light flashed. It was like a sharp, heavenly blade, destroying everything. Fortunately, his soul was strong and fast enough. Otherwise, that attack would definitely have injured him. What a terrifying attack! What is this? The others were also shocked. Juxiao Seiko's expression was solemn, and even No Flower's eyes flickered as he looked at the black shadow. That black shadow flashed by. Seeing that his attack had missed, he quickly retreated. The crowd followed the black silhouette and turned their gazes. They discovered that it was another expert from the Demon Imperial Palace who had made his move. What was that? The big black bull? Everyone looked at the minotaur in front of them and stared in shock. The person in front of them was a 5-meter-tall minotaur. The other party's entire body was pitch black, as if it was forged from black gold. There were even mysterious black runes flickering on his skin. The bull's head was even more ferocious. Its eyes were filled with endless coldness. At this moment, the black light returned to its hand and turned into a bull's horn. Ox horns. Everyone was stunned. Taking a closer look, they discovered that the left horn had indeed disappeared from the other party's head. Could it be that the other party was using the horns to attack? That's right. They realized that their guess was right. That was because the black yak had directly pressed its horns into the ground. Then, it shook its head and snorted coldly. Kid, you've gone too far. How dare you attack the Demon Imperial Palace again and again? Do you really think that there's no one in the Demon Imperial Palace who can stop you? The big black bull's voice was very low. Every word it said caused a black hole to appear in the void. One could imagine how terrifying the other party's strength was. Cut the crap. Why? Do you want to attack too? Lin Xian looked at the other party coldly. These people from the Demon Imperial Palace were too arrogant. Did they really think that they were the best in the world? They were the ones who attacked first. Now that they couldn't beat him, they ran over to scold him? What kind of logic was that? Lin Xian wasn't afraid of the Demon Imperial Palace. Therefore, in the next moment, he swung his sword again. The golden sword radiance shone in the sky and emitted an incomparably bright light. It formed a golden sun that rotated in the sky. Boom! The golden sword exploded and slashed forward like a scorching sun. His target was still the purple tree demon. Courting death, the purple tree demon was furious. Previously, the big black bull saved his life and gave him a chance to breathe. At first, he thought that he was safe. He didn't expect that the other party would be so persistent and still attack him. This made his heart pound like thunder. Kill. He used the power of his bloodline again. Purple vines flew out and whipped the void like divine whips. The big black bull below was also furious. The other party didn't know what was good for him and didn't listen to his warning. His face was gloomy and a murderous intent appeared in his black eyes. He stomped his foot and the entire hall shook. Countless cracks appeared in the surrounding space. A powerful shockwave surged toward Lin Xian, trying to tear him apart. Lin Xian swung his sword again. The sword of earth turned into 9 earth dragons and roared forward. In an instant, the big black bull's attack was neutralized. However, he also lost 2 of the earth dragons. However, the remaining 7 earthen dragons quickly rushed over. In an instant, they wrapped around the big black bull. Damn it! Open up! The big black bull roared angrily. Its 5-meter-tall body expanded again, and a powerful force erupted. The 7 earth dragons formed by the sword of earth instantly collapsed. Kid, you don't know what's good for you. The big black bull was furious. He clenched his fist and punched out. The sky shook and the earth shook. The violent fist was unparalleled, causing the surrounding warriors to tremble. Even Jiuxiao Seiko's expression was solemn. Lin Xian moved horizontally in an instant. The place where he was originally standing was destroyed. After missing, the big black bull didn't stop. Its palm slapped horizontally. It seemed that it wouldn't stop until it caught the other party. Lin Xian moved in the sky and dodged the big black palm. At the same time, he suddenly accelerated and charged toward the tree demon again. Damn it, get lost. The purple tree demon roared angrily. Its vines danced in the sky. However, they were split apart by the sword. Poof! Blood splattered in the air. It was unusually bright red. Lin Xian's longsword arrived in front of the tree demon again. Chaotic tide. He slashed out and cut the trunk of the tree in half. Ah! The tree demon screamed crazily. It was incomparably ferocious. The leaves in the sky trembled and pierced through the void. The upper half of its body fled frantically, turning into a stream of light. However, Lin Xian charged over again. You're courting death. How dare you? The big black bull roared angrily. It pulled out its left horn and threw it out. The black bull horn turned into a black bolt of lightning and collided with the dragon's source sword, making a clanging sound. With a clang, Lin Xian felt his arm go numb. He was forced back, but the bull horn was also sent flying. Chapter 2478. What a terrifying power! What kind of creature is this? Lin Xian was surprised. He stared at the big black bull. He was too surprised. One had to know that he was very powerful, but the other party was able to numb his arm with just a horn. He had to admit that the big black bull's power was far beyond his imagination. This was definitely a mutant, and the bloodline power it contained was terrifying. Rumor had it that the Grand Supreme had a terrifying bull. Could this guy be the descendant of that bull? That's not right. According to the ancient records, the Grand Supreme's bull is green, but this guy is black. It doesn't look like it. Could it really be a mutant? Or does it have a special hobby? The surrounding people discussed softly. Hearing this, the big black bull suddenly turned its head. Its palm sucked, and the two warriors who were gossiping were instantly sucked over. Scram! These two young warriors were also prodigies. Their strength had reached the level of a mighty figure, and they were usually arrogant. However, in the hands of the big black bull, they were like ants. Puff, puff, puff. The big black bull clapped its palms, and the two men's bodies were torn into pieces, turning into a bloody mist. This scene made everyone's scalps go numb. They no longer dared to guess the other party's identity. Brother Bull, kill him. At this moment, the purple tree demon had also escaped behind the big black bull. At this moment, only half of his body was left. The other half of his body had been crushed by the sword light. However, at his level of strength, he could still recover from this injury. However, the sword chi at his waist was too terrifying. He had to get rid of it quickly. Otherwise, he would not be able to recover at all. More importantly, he had to subdue this kid as soon as possible. The big black bull's face was also gloomy. He called back his horns again with a solemn expression. His bloodline power was far beyond everyone's imagination, especially his horns. It was not a problem for him to destroy an Earth-grade treasure. However, his opponent's sword was completely fine, and so was his opponent. This really surprised him. He knew that he had encountered a powerful opponent. However, there were more important things to do now. Therefore, he said in a low voice, "This time, it's our fault. I hope you will stop now and stop fighting. Why don't we work together to obtain the treasure?" Admitting defeat? How could he make it sound so dignified? Lin Xian sneered. Upon hearing this, the big black bull trembled with anger. His eyes turned red, but in the end, he did not attack. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian did not make a move. Since he had already suppressed these people from the Demon Imperial Palace, he began to observe his surroundings. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. Oh heavens! Such a powerful expert from the Demon Imperial Palace was actually suppressed? Furthermore, he had taken the initiative to lower his head. They looked at Lin Xian with faces full of fear. However, The light in Jiu Zhao's eyes grew even colder. No Flower smiled again. Brother Lin, we meet again. No Flower performed a Buddhist ritual, and Lin Xian also smiled and cupped his fists. No Flower, what is this place? What is the treasure that the big black bull was talking about? Perhaps it's that. No Flower stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Lin Xian also saw clearly that this hall was very spacious. The surrounding walls were simple and ancient, and there were ancient green lamps in the four corners, but there were no flames. Presumably, it had long since disappeared in the endless passage of time. The ground under their feet was not ordinary either. It was engraved with countless mysterious runes, and they were densely arranged. He realized that it was a little similar to the 8 trigrams. In front of them, which was the center of the 8 trigrams, was a cauldron. It was another bronze cauldron, but it was not big, only about 2 meters tall. It was also covered with runes, and the sun, moon, and stars were engraved on it. It was very mysterious, and one look at it would make one gasp in amazement. However, although there were many experts around, no one dared to step forward. Even No Flower and Jiu Seiko did not dare to act rashly. Not long ago, they encountered a bronze cauldron that was 100 meters tall, and inside it were the heads of 99 invincible kings. It was that bronze cauldron that separated them from their sacred ground, and they could not find anyone else. Therefore, when they encountered the bronze cauldron again, they were very cautious, afraid that they would fall into another trap. Seeing the bronze cauldron, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He said, although it might be a trap, I don't think these people will give up. Why aren't they fighting for it? He was very confused. No Flower said, to be honest, we want to fight for it too, but the 8 trigrams under our feet is a powerful formation that prevents us from going forward. I see. Lin Xian strode forward. Indeed, no matter how he walked, he could not get close to the bronze cauldron. Kid, who do you think you are? Do you think we are so cowardly? What a joke. Seeing that Lin Xian had failed twice, Jiu Seiko snorted disdainfully, his eyes full of contempt. The surrounding experts were also in a heated discussion. Seeing Jiu Seiko's disdainful look, Lin Xian was not angry. Instead, he turned his head and said to No Flower calmly, I know a little about formations. Give me some time, and I might be able to break the 8 trigrams under our feet. Oh! No Flower raised his eyebrows. Everyone around pricked up their ears and looked over. Even the people from the Demon Imperial Palace cast their gazes over. However, Jiu Seiko snorted coldly. So what if you know about formations? Who here doesn't know about formations? However, I'm afraid that only a top formation master can break it. Could it be that you think that your formations have reached the acme of perfection and can reach the heavens and the earth? Hearing Jiu Seiko's words, the surrounding people started discussing again. Indeed, at their level, they understood formations and alchemy. Moreover, some of them were very proficient in them. This was because it was related to one's own strength and cultivation base. However, although they were proficient in it, they were not formation masters. Therefore, compared to a true formation master, there was still a difference. Of course, this comparison was with the best array formation masters. They looked down on ordinary formation masters. That was why Jiu Seiko was so disdainful. So you're suspecting me? Lin Xian frowned. Then take your people and get lost. When I break the formation later, if you dare to enter, I'll break your legs. You. Hearing this, Jiu Seiko was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. The people from the 9 heavens holy ground beside him also looked ferocious. Damn it! How dare you scold our holy son? Do you want to die? Kid, you're courting death. Hearing this, Jiu Seiko's face darkened. He roared, and a murderous aura erupted from his body. He charged over like an ancient beast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Xian. He punched out with both his fists, aiming for Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian raised his hand and struck back. The two of them exchanged 7 palms in the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. Whoosh! Jiu Seiko retreated, while Lin Xian stood in place like a demon. In the sky, the violent aura was still surging. Jiu Seiko's face was cold. The blood in his body was boiling and his arms were numb. Chapter 2479. You don't have the right to say that to me. Lin Xian looked at him with disdain. He wasn't paying attention to him. Jiu Seiko was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, under normal circumstances, he couldn't do anything to him, unless he used his trump card. However, he didn't want to use it unless he had no other choice. After all, once exposed, he would have no secrets among the other saints. It was very dangerous for a person to use all his trump cards. Saint, what should we do? A few Nine Heavens sacred ground cultivators gritted their teeth and asked. Jiu Seiko snorted. Don't be rash. Let's see what he can do first. I don't believe that this kid can really solve it. At this point, Jiu Seiko sneered. If the other party can't do it, he'll be the one losing face. We can go up and slap his face. If the other party can do it, it'll be even better for us. At that time, we'll snatch the treasure. The saint is wise. Hearing this, the Nine Heavens sacred ground cultivators' eyes lit up. The others' eyes were also shining. Obviously, they were all making their own plans. No Flower asked doubtfully, Brother Lin, are you sure you can do it? Lin Xian nodded. He glanced around and saw the expressions of the people around him. He scoffed. How could he not know what these people were thinking? They wanted to reap the benefits of others? Take advantage of others? How could there be such a good thing in the world? Lin Xian said in a low voice. I am confident that I can break this 8 trigrams array. However, it's impossible for me to do it alone. If I want to break the array, I need everyone to work together. Work together? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. However, they didn't doubt it. After all, they knew that this was the tomb of a saint. It was very strange. The strength of 1 or 2 people couldn't break it. Therefore, they didn't care. Lin Xian saw that everyone was silent and said in a low voice, Then I'll take it as your acquiescence. Now, I'll say it. In the entire process, I'll be in charge. You must obey my orders unconditionally. If I tell you to go east, you must not go west. If I tell you to go, you must not stop. If you can't do it or don't cooperate, then there's nothing I can do. Or if you don't want to, we can split up and search for our own opportunities. I won't waste my time here. What? Respect you? Do I have to listen to you? Hearing this, the surrounding experts were dumbfounded. Jiu Seiko snorted coldly. What a joke. Who do you think you are? You want to order us around? That's right. You don't have the qualifications. The people from the Supreme First Royal Palace also spoke up. On the other side, the experts from the other Holy Lands also shook their heads. A brat like him wanted to lead all of them? What a joke. These people were all unruly peerless geniuses and experts, who would be willing to lower their heads to others. Therefore, this matter was absolutely impossible. Seeing this, Lin Xian sneered. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Lin Xian turned around. No Flower bro, do you want to stay here? I won't accompany them anymore. As he said that, Lin Xian turned around and was about to leave. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts were in their mouths. They had been deciphering for a long time but could not find any clues. And now, the other party wanted to leave even though he was confident. That made their last hope dashed. For a moment, everyone was extremely nervous. No Flower said, Brother Lin, wait. Then, he looked at everyone. I think we can give it a try. It seems that Brother Lin is the most proficient in array formations here, so there shouldn't be any problems if we listen to him. Hearing that, some people fell silent and thought about it, while others snorted coldly. If he says he's proficient, what if he's lying to us? That's right, that kid doesn't look like a good person. I have another idea. We don't have to listen to his orders. Why don't we join forces and capture that kid? I don't believe that he won't listen to us. The person who spoke was a young man. He was dressed in a black and white Taoist robe and looked extremely mysterious. At that moment, his voice was bone-chillingly cold. He's from the Yin-Yang sect. The surrounding people turned around and saw the young man. They recognized him. The people from the Yin-Yang sect sneered. Obviously, They were trying to stir up everyone's emotions so that they could surround and capture the other party. Sure enough, when he said that, many people's eyes lit up. Among them, Jiu Xiao Seiko sneered. I think that's a good idea. The people from the Fey Imperial Palace also revealed sinister smiles. Capture that kid, and we can activate the array formation. What are we waiting for? Let's do it together. More and more people around them responded. No Flower frowned. How dare these people come up with such an idea? They don't know what's good for them. Sure enough, Lin Xian's expression darkened, and a cold light bloomed in his eyes. He did not say anything. Suddenly, a shocking sword light burst out from his eyes, and golden runes shone. Ah! Poof! A few screams were heard. Then, two martial artists from the Yin-Yang sect were instantly cut in half. A martial artist from the Nine Heavens sacred ground rolled on the ground and turned into a dried corpse. A half-demon from the Fey Imperial Palace was nailed to death in mid-air by the sword chi. Other than that, the people from the other sacred grounds were also killed. In an instant, more than a dozen experts were killed. Everyone was stunned by this scene. They stopped in their tracks, and their faces were filled with fear. They looked at Lin Xian, and their bodies trembled. Oh my God! Is he still human? Lin Xian snorted. You want to fight? Sure. Come on. Let's see if you dare to move. He looked around. Feeling his gaze, everyone lowered their heads and quickly retreated. What a joke. That guy is too strong. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. We're joking. These people shook their heads frantically. They did not dare to have such thoughts anymore. Lin Xian snorted. He stared at the Yin-Yang sect martial artist who spoke first. What are you trying to do? The Yin-Yang sect martial artist felt his scalp go numb. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so strong. After killing so many experts in an instant, the others were completely stunned. This was completely different from what they had imagined. In their opinion, even if Lin Xian was a saint, and even if he was powerful, it would be easy for them to capture him if they worked together. After all, they were all top experts. If they worked together, no one would be able to fight against them. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would make the first move before they did. And his methods were so fierce and murderous. The others did not dare to make a move at all. What was worse was that Lin Xian had his eyes on him. Imph, what are you trying to do? The Yin-Yang sect martial artist snorted. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes. However, when he thought about his identity, he revealed a hint of malevolence. What am I trying to do? Kill you. Chapter 2480. The expression of Wang Tong, the prodigy of the Bright Yin sect, finally changed. He did not expect Lin Fan to attack him. In the next moment, his face darkened. Damn brat, do you want to start a war with the Yin-Yang sect? You can't represent the Yin-Yang sect. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He slashed with his sword, and a terrifying aura swept across the sky. It was as if a primordial demonic beast had awakened in the sky. Sword light filled the sky, drowning the entire space. Damn it! Get lost. Wang Tong, the prodigy of the Yin-Yang sect, roared in anger. He was also a prodigy, and he was very powerful. Buzz. He formed a seal with his hands, and the Yin and Yang energies on his body quickly merged, forming a Yin-Yang diagram that spun in front of him. Boom. Poof. A clanging sound was heard as the sword landed on the Yin-Yang diagram. However, the Yin-Yang diagram was soon split open by the sword. Wang Tong spat out blood and was sent flying. Both of his arms were directly broken. He retreated. Lin Xian took a step forward and rushed over like a dragon. His right hand was like a giant palm that covered the sky. Crack, crack, crack. Before the palm landed, the shockwaves from the energy shattered the space around Wang Tong. The black and white energies on Wang Tong's body kept rolling. He screamed in fear and hurriedly formed a set of armor. At the same time, he formed a yin-yang shield in front of him. It was another earth-shattering attack. The yin-yang shield and armor shattered, and Wang Tong's successor crashed to the ground. It was as if there was an earthquake, and the world shook. All the bones in his body were broken. The blood in his body was rolling, and his organs were impacted, causing him to vomit blood. Ah! Wang Tong roared crazily. The yin and yang energies on his body shot into the sky like two black and white divine dragons. He kept roaring. His broken bones recovered in an instant. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were bloodshot. Damn, brat, I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely kill you. His expression was ferocious, and his killing intent was monstrous. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the right to do so. Lin Xian raised the ancient dragon abyss sword. Yin-yang/die. Both of Wharton's hands quickly formed hand seals, and the yin and yang energies within his body kept fusing to form a huge blade. Next, he slashed down towards the sky. On the other side, Lin Xian also brandished his ancient sword and performed the five elements sword technique. An earth-shattering collision rang out. Within Lin Xian's body, the great dragon sword spirit roared, and his battle prowess rapidly soared. The first sword strike shattered the yin-yang saber. The second sword strike enveloped Wang Tong. When the sword chi that filled the sky disappeared, Wharton's corpse appeared in front of everyone. Everyone in the surroundings was stupefied, because on Wang Tong's body, there were 15 sharp sword lights that pierced through his body, nailing him to death in the air. He was a genius of the yin-yang sect. How could he be killed so easily? They couldn't believe it. Lin Xian was like a demonic god, looking around disdainfully. He coldly asked, "Who else wants to attack me? Bring it on. I can guarantee that your end will be even worse than his." Hearing this, everyone's scalp went numb. Even Jiuxiao Seiko and the big black bull of the Demon King Palace looked gloomy, not saying a word. Ba. No Flower was reciting Buddhist mantras at the back, but he didn't say anything, because these people asked for it. All right, since you have nothing to say, then do as I say. With me as the leader, we will break this formation together. After saying that, Lin Xian kept his ancient sword. The others thought for a long time, then silently stepped forward, ready to cooperate with Lin Xian. Jiuxiao Seiko snorted and led the people of the Nine Heavens holy ground to step forward. On the other side, the people of the Demon King Palace also stepped forward. Although Lin Xian had mercilessly killed their people, they had no choice but to cooperate with him now. Lin Xian began to prepare to break the 8 trigrams formation under his feet. At the same time, strange things were happening in other places. The bronze cauldron and the heads of 99 invincible kings caused everyone to be teleported randomly. Some of them were teleported together, but most of them were scattered. Xing Tian, Elderly, and the others were also teleported. The dark red dragon was also teleported to another place. Damn it, it's that snake. Catch it. Skin it. Near the dark red dragon, a few angry roars could be heard. Whoosh, whoosh. A few figures rushed over. They were the experts of the Tai dynasty. They were also teleported nearby. At this moment, these people's eyes were like lightning, staring at the dark red dragon. This was because they recognized that it was the snake beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian and the others couldn't deal with him for the time being, but they could kill this snake first and make it into snake soup to vent their hatred. Boom, boom. Heaven-destroying palm. Berserk 3 blades. Lightning sword technique. A series of terrifying attacks came, enveloping the dark red dragon. Then, they laughed out loud. Damn snake. Who asked you to be arrogant again? Who asked you to follow that kid? Now, you know what retribution is. Not only you, but everyone around that kid will be killed. The people on the first prince's side of the Tai dynasty sneered crazily. However, in the next moment, their eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it, how is that possible? Dream on. I must be dreaming. Damn it, I'm under an illusion. They roared crazily, and the light on their bodies flickered as they tried to regain their consciousness. That was because they realized that under their shocking attacks, the other party was completely unharmed. In fact, the other party was not injured at all. That made them unable to believe it. The dark red dragon spat out a mouthful of saliva. Damn it, it hurts. Damn it, how dare you attack me? You've committed an unforgivable crime. As he said that, he waved his dragon claws, and a terrifying dragon shadow appeared and enveloped the 3 people above. Damn it, get lost. The three powerhouses of the Tai dynasty roared and fought with the dragon. An earth-shattering battle began. The more they fought, the more shocked they became because they realized that the snake in front of them was too terrifying. Every attack made their arms go numb and their blood boil. In just a few moves, they were injured. However, when their attacks landed on the other party's body, it only made the other party grit his teeth and scream in pain. However, there were no injuries at all. It made them have the urge to vomit blood. Sure enough, after a few hundred moves, one of the kings was slapped to the ground and then enveloped by a formation. After another 100 moves, the second powerhouse was also seriously injured. Another formation enveloped him. Not long after, the third powerhouse of the Tai dynasty was also subdued. The three of them were sealed and lying on the ground, screaming crazily. Damn snake, kill us if you have the guts. Otherwise, you're dead meat. That's right, there are countless powerhouses in the Tai dynasty. Do you think you can fight against us? Damn it, how dare you be so arrogant in my hands? The dark red dragon gave each of them 3 slaps, and the powerhouses of the dynasty saw stars. Their faces shattered in an instant, and their teeth flew everywhere. However, they recovered very quickly. After all, at their level, this kind of injury was nothing at all. Chapter 2481. They could not tolerate such a slap in the face. Snake, how dare you hit me? Just you wait. When I break the seal, I'll kill you. Yes, I'll skin you and make you into boots. I'll make snake soup out of your flesh. Fuck. You want to eat me? Stomp, 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 stomp. With every stomp, their faces cracked and their bones and blood splattered everywhere. But soon, their faces recovered. Just like that, the dragon stomped on their faces a few hundred times. They had the urge to die. The dragon stopped and looked at the three of them. How about it? Do you still dare to be arrogant in front of me? No, no. Lord Snake, please let us go. Yes, we were wrong. Fuck. Kill me if you dare. Give me a quick death. The three of them begged for mercy and roared angrily. Humph. The dragon slapped each of them again. Fuck, you're the snake. I'm a dragon. Call me Lord Dragon from now on. Also, it's impossible to kill you. I'm short of a few servants now. You can be my servants. From now on, you're my lackeys. You're the first lackey, the second lackey, and the third lackey. The three of you must serve me well. After 81 years, I'll let you live. Otherwise, I'll let you taste a fate worse than death. The dragon revealed a sinister smile. As the youngest monster, he had many tricks up his sleeve. Sure enough, the three of them roared crazily after hearing that. But after half an hour, they screamed like pigs being slaughtered. Then, they agreed. Now that their cultivation was sealed, they could not resist at all. If they did not agree, they would suffer a fate worse than death. Very well, now that I'm tired, you guys carry me. The dragon waved its claw. Immediately, the three experts from the Tai dynasty carefully lifted the dark red divine dragon. Let's go. The dragon pointed in a direction and the group of people set off like a gust of wind. Even though their cultivation bases were sealed, they were still top-notch almighties after all. Their physical bodies were extremely strong. It was not a problem for them to cross a few hundred meters with one step. Just like that, the dark red dragon set off in search of a new pet. In the darkness, a white light flashed and turned into a little white monkey. Behind him, a few figures were chasing after him in a frenzy. Damn monkey, put down the treasure. Damn it, I'll kill you. Damned monkey, I will definitely chop you into pieces. The people behind him roared crazily. However, they could not catch up with the little white monkey at all. The little white monkey's body was as light as a swallow. She glided through the dark passageway and entered a palace. The four martial artists behind him also charged over. Whoosh! The snow-white little monkey stopped because he found that there was also someone in front of him. Sure enough, there were people in front of them. Moreover, there were more than 10 people who belonged to different holy lands in great sections. When they saw Little White, they also cried out in alarm. This monkey, Wasn't this the pet of that fella from Immortal Palace? Why did he appear here? They must have gotten separated. Should they catch it and stew it? Many people had this idea. Among them, there were also people from the Five Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land. They gnashed their teeth. However, the little white monkey arrived in front of the martial practitioners of the Five Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Land in an instant and knocked them unconscious with its furry little paws. Swoosh! He turned into a bolt of lightning and dodged the attacks of these people. He revealed a mocking expression in the sky. Woo, woo, woo. He pointed at these people with a look of disdain, as if saying, "You're all trash. Fuck. Kill him. Damn it, I can't tolerate this." The disciples of the Five Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Land were instantly furious. They were also geniuses. When had they been looked down upon by a monkey and knocked unconscious? Boom, boom. These people used their divine abilities to catch Little White. The little white monkey's body was like lightning, and it was incomparably strange. These people could not catch it at all. This made everyone shocked again and again. Among them, a beautiful figure's beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light. At this moment, another 4 figures charged over from the entrance. They cursed loudly, "Damned monkey, get over here." It was accompanied by a spiritual attack. In the sky, a huge saber light rushed up, a rainbow-like spear light, and terrifying palms and fists blasted into the void together. They enveloped the little white monkey. Everyone cried out in alarm. With such a violent power, the little monkey was definitely going to die. That's right. No one below the level of a supreme being could resist it. What a pity. What's there to pity? It's better if that damned monkey is killed. Woo, woo, woo. These people discussed animatedly and sneered. At the same time, a voice came from the other side of the space. Little White appeared and made a face. It stuck out its tongue and spat out its saliva with a look of disdain. This made the remaining people cry out in anger, especially the people behind them. They were so angry that they vomited blood. They charged over once again. The remaining people were extremely shocked. How could it dodge that? How was that possible? Damn it! How did this monkey do it? 7 or 8 experts surrounded Little White, causing the space for Little White to dodge to become smaller and smaller. Little White's big black eyes flashed. Suddenly, it found a figure in the crowd. Suddenly, its eyes flickered. Whoosh! It tore through the void and instantly appeared in front of that figure. The person it chose was that mysterious beauty. Whoosh! Little White rushed to the other party's shoulder with a pitiful look. A few drops of tears even squeezed out of its big, gem-like eyes. Everyone's hearts softened when they saw this, especially the female disciples. They were all filled with motherly love and couldn't wait to hug the snow-white monkey in their arms and dote on it. Sure enough, the mysterious beauty also stretched out her jade-like hands and hugged the snow-white monkey. "Little guy, follow me, okay?" that peerlessly beautiful woman asked. The snow-white monkey nodded with a pitiful look on its face. Seeing this scene, the beautiful woman said, "Don't worry, I'll help you slap these despicable flies away." Bang! She waved her jade-like hand, and a sky full of light danced, blocking all the people who came over. These people stopped. Among them, the eyelids of the people from the 1,000 Thunder Sacred Ground and the 5 Elements Palace twitched wildly when they saw this beautiful woman. They quickly retreated and stopped attacking. The 4 people who had been chasing after her roared angrily, "Damn girl, who are you? How dare you interfere in my business? Hand over that damned monkey and I can spare your life. Little girl, you're quite pretty. Why don't you and that little monkey follow me?" The 4 people sneered. The expressions of the others changed. Many people looked at the 4 people as if they were looking at dead people. Sensing the changes in the expressions of the people around them, the 4 people frowned. One of them asked loudly, "Damn it, who are you? How dare you interfere in our business?" Yao Guang, Lu Ruyan. Chapter 2482. Alcade. Hearing this name, the eyelids of the people in front twitched. They were stunned, and one of them exclaimed, "Lu Ruyan?" the saintess of the Alcade's sacred ground. What? After hearing this, the other three people's expressions changed. Oh no, let's go. They turned around and fled. They had no enmity with the Alcade saintess, but they didn't know her identity before, so they flirted and humiliated her. This was definitely a fatal disaster. Sure enough, the Alcade saintess Lu Ruyan waved her hand, and the holy light ball flew out and enveloped the four of them. Boom! Crackle! A terrifying explosion of energy completely engulfed the four of them. When the light disappeared, there was only a mist of blood on the ground, and not even bones were left. The surrounding people swallowed their saliva, and their faces were full of horror. Little guy, follow me from now on. Lu Ruyan smiled and rubbed Little White's head. Little White nodded and took the spirit fruit that Lu Ruyan gave it and ate it happily. However, the moment it lowered its head, a hint of slyness appeared in its big black gem-like eyes. It was temporarily staying by Lu Ruyan's side and could be said to be safe. However, other places were not so lucky. Among them, Xing Tian met Murong Qingqing. Fairy Murong. Xing Tian walked up. Murong Qingqing's eyes flickered, and she asked, Xing Tian, where's Brother Xin? Isn't he with you? Xing Tian shook his head. No, the young master has been teleported to another place. However, Fairy Murong doesn't have to worry. With the young master's strength and trump cards, there should be no problem. Indeed, hearing this, Murong Qingqing also let out a sigh of relief. Then, the group of people walked forward. There were martial artists from other sacred ground sects around, and these people temporarily joined forces. After all, in this saint's ancient tomb, it was more powerful to join forces. Hey, there are murals on the wall. After walking for a while, the surrounding people exclaimed. They saw that on the walls on both sides, stone carvings had appeared out of nowhere. The carvings were very exquisite and lifelike, as if they were real people. Everyone was excited because they had heard that Lin Xian had obtained a stone carving with 6 Dao patterns on it. Therefore, now that they saw a wall full of stone carvings, they were excited. If there were a few Dao patterns on it, they would be rich. These people carefully stared at these murals, wanting to see if there were any Dao patterns. At this time, their pupils gradually became lax, and a strange light appeared. Among them, a few people screamed crazily, "Kill!" They began to attack their companions around them. In an instant, many of their companions were struck to the ground, and their blood dyed the void red. Damn it, are you crazy? His companions retreated frantically, their bodies glowing brightly as they roared madly. They really couldn't understand why their companion would go crazy. Damn it, there's something wrong with these paintings, shouted an old man from the All Beginnings Holy Land. Look, the person on the mural is smiling. An old man from the Divine Wind Imperial family also frowned. Everyone focused their gazes over. Indeed, they saw that the originally solemn and mysterious mural actually had a strange smile on it. This made everyone's scalp go numb. Damn it, what's going on? They clearly remembered that the characters on the murals were expressionless. Why would they suddenly smile? They could not understand. However, more and more people were going crazy. They couldn't look at the murals. Xing Tian roared. His roar was like a clap of thunder, shaking the surroundings. His roar caused everyone to retreat one after another. Many people stopped looking at the murals to avoid going crazy. However, those who had already gone crazy could no longer control themselves. They began to attack everything around them. In an instant, a great battle broke out. On the other side, Shun Jingqiu was also teleported away. She encountered Peacock, Hu Yidao, and the others. Shun Jingqiu asked about Lin Xian's whereabouts. Hu Yidao and Peacock did not know either. They were also randomly teleported away. Nearby were the Grand Xia Prince and the Alcade Saint's son. Apart from them, there were also many other martial artists. These people were preparing to explore the passage ahead. A group of people was also traveling together. They walked halfway through the passage. Suddenly, all the light disappeared. What's going on? Why did it turn out like this? Peacock frowned. Shin Jingqiu was extremely nervous. She shouted, and a purple radiance blossomed. It was like the moon, but it instantly dimmed. unable to illuminate the passage. She was not the only one. The Grand Xia Prince, the Alcade Saint, and the others were the same. It was pitch black all around. It seemed that even their souls were restricted. They could only stay within a 1-meter radius. Not to mention the radiance on their bodies. Humph. The Alcade Saint snorted and sent out the dragon pattern cauldron replica. Boom. An earth-shattering sound was heard. However, this time, the dragon pattern cauldron replica seemed to have lost its effect. The Alcade Saint's face darkened. Damn it! In the darkness, he roared angrily. Beside him, the Grand Xia Prince also used the golden sword replica. However, it did not work either. This scene made everyone's hair stand on end. Even the two supreme weapon replicas could not illuminate the dark passage. What exactly was in the dark passage? They did not dare to imagine. Let's go back. No one knew who said that, but everyone decided to return. The group of people turned around and went back the way they came. However, after walking for 2 hours, they realized that their surroundings were still pitch black. There was no light at all. Oh no, we're trapped here. These people's faces were gloomy as they began to discuss a way out. On the other side, on Lin Xian's side, with Lin Xian as the leader, they began to crack the 8 trigrams formation under their feet. Many of them were unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. They could not crack it, so they could only rely on Lin Xian. Lin Xian was not polite to these people. These people had wanted to capture him and force him to crack the formation. How could he be polite to these people? Especially the people from Fei Imperial Palace, 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, and the Yin-Yang sect. He would pay special attention to them. Whoosh! Lin Xian stood up, and a golden light flashed in his eyes as he looked around with rapt attention. Although the dark red divine dragon was not by his side, his attainments and formations were still very powerful. It was not impossible for him to crack the 8 trigrams formation, Lin Xian carefully deduced. His eyes flickered as he took strange steps forward and walked 3 meters forward. For a moment, everything was peaceful. This surprised everyone. At the same time, they became excited. Previously, they would be blocked by the formation if they walked 1 meter forward. But now, the other party could walk 3 meters, and they did not receive any warnings of danger or strange things. This made them believe that the other party was right. Perhaps the other party could really crack the formation. For a moment, everyone's confidence increased greatly. 3 meters forward, Lin Xian stopped and did not walk any further. He sensed a mysterious aura floating in the air. Now, his soul had recovered, so he used the heavenly secret divine eyes. A golden light appeared. Chapter 2483. In the next moment, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned around and pointed at a Yin-Yang sect martial artist. Come here. What do you want? The Yin-Yang sect martial artist trembled. He suspected that the other party was going to attack him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Cut the crap. Do as I say. Walk 2 meters forward and 1 meter to the left. Damn it. You want to experiment on me? The Yin-Yang sect martial artist immediately understood. How could he be willing to be a lab rat? That was why he was unwilling. What a coward! Lin Xian sneered when he saw the other party's cowardice. What are you afraid of? Is this formation dangerous? No one was killed when you were wandering around. You're unwilling to do something so trivial? Don't forget that there are so many people around you waiting for you. Sure enough, the surrounding people also looked over with sullen expressions on their faces. The Yin-Yang sect martial artist's expression turned ugly when he saw their gazes. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. To be honest, even though there was no danger, he was still unhappy. How dare he order me around? What a joke. He's not an elder of the Yin-Yang sect, nor is he their holy son. What right does he have to order me around? However, he had no choice. The Yin-Yang sect disciple could feel the pressure from the people around him. He could only brace himself and walk forward according to Lin Xian's instructions. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and nodded in satisfaction when he saw that. No matter how arrogant they are, they have no choice but to listen to me. If I tell them to walk, they will walk. If I tell them to stop, they will stop. It felt as if he was the leader of the sacred land, and the disciples had to listen to him. It was exhilarating. The martial artist braced himself and followed Lin Xian's instructions. He walked a few steps and stopped. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. There was no problem. He continued to walk forward. 2 meters forward and 1 meter to the right. The Yin-Yang sect disciple walked again. However, at that moment, a flame suddenly rose from under his feet and enveloped him. Ah! The disciple screamed in agony. However, the flame was not fatal. It was quickly extinguished by the Yin-Yang sect disciple. However, his face was covered in dust, his body was pitch black, and his hair was standing on end. He looked very strange. Damned bastard! Can you do it or not? Seeing this scene, the Yin-Yang sect cultivators behind him roared furiously. He felt that the other party was clearly toying with them. Lin Xian coldly snorted. What's the hurry? This array formation is so difficult to break. Did I say I could succeed in one try? If you think you can do it, then come on. Hearing this, those people were so angry that they vomited blood. If they knew how to do it, they wouldn't need to listen to him. This made them gnash their teeth in anger. Humph, Lin Xian said with a frown. Stop making a fuss. You can't even handle a little flame? Are you people from the Yin-Yang sect trash? Was this how he usually cultivated? A little flame? That disciple was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This was the tomb of a saint. God knows what kind of things would come out of it. They hadn't forgotten the terror brought about by the heads of 99 invincible kings. Cut the crap and continue to attack. Lin Xian ignored the Yin-Yang sect members and turned to look at the Fey Sovereign Palace. He pointed at the tree demon from before. The tree demon's face instantly turned green. He had barely escaped death, and the lower half of his body was slowly recovering. Asking him to scout the path now? What a joke. He wouldn't do it even if he was beaten to death. You don't want to go? Sure. Get lost in front of me now. Lin Xian coldly shouted. You. The tree demon was so angry that he vomited blood. There was nothing he could do. The people around him were all glaring at him. He gritted his teeth and walked according to the path that Lin Xian pointed out. After a few steps, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck his head, almost splitting him in half. Ah! The tree demon screamed and rolled around crazily. Seeing this, the people from the Fey Sovereign Palace roared crazily. The others were also very nervous. On the other hand, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He silently deduced and then walked another meter forward. In the next moment, he pointed at the people from the 9 heavens sacred ground again. You and you, walk forward separately. 3 meters to the right, 2 meters to the left. The martial artists from the 9 heavens sacred ground also braced themselves and walked forward. They wanted nothing more than to skin the other party alive. But they had no choice. They still walked forward. Among them, the one on the left was fine. The one on the right suddenly disappeared. After waiting for about half an incense stick's time, he finally appeared. The moment he appeared, he knelt on the ground, his face pale. Obviously, he had encountered something extremely terrifying. Damn it, I quit. I quit even if you beat me to death. He roared crazily. Get back here. What a disgrace. Zhu Seiko's face darkened. He slapped the man unconscious and threw him to the back. Look after him, and don't let him embarrass himself. When he wakes up, give him a pill to eat. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground quickly helped him up. Zhu Seiko said in a low voice. Damn brat, can you do it or not? I feel that you're definitely taking revenge on us. As soon as he said that, the people from the Yin-Yang sect and Fey Sovereign Palace gritted their teeth and stared at Lin Xian with cold killing intent. Lin Xian, on the other hand, walked another 2 meters forward. He turned around and looked at those people with a disdainful smile. Can I do it or not? If you have the ability, just walk to this place. Let's see if you can do it or I can. As soon as he said that, everyone fell silent. Indeed, the distance that the other party had walked was further than all of them combined. This meant that the other party's method was feasible. However, it was too dangerous to use the martial artists from the sacred ground to scout the way. Seeing that everyone was hesitating, Lin Xian sneered. What, you don't dare to do it? So far, although there have been dangers and attacks, has anyone been killed? Don't worry, this 8 trigrams formation won't kill anyone. Also, those idiots from the 9 heavens sacred ground and Fey sovereign palace, didn't you put on your armor and shield when you left? If you go up like that, it would be strange if you didn't get hit. Damn it. Hearing that, the people from the 9 heavens sacred ground almost vomited blood. You, and you, go up. Next, Lin Xian called many people. Without exception, these people were all those who had gone against him before. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't let them go. Sure enough, when these people went up, most of them were attacked. Some were struck by lightning, some were burned by fire, and some were directly teleported away. They were so scared that they screamed. Seeing this, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. Who asked these people to go against me? Now they're paying for it. As expected, the faces of the big black bull and the people from the Yin-Yang sect turned green. Just like that, they walked for 3 days and 3 nights in fear. Finally, they got close to the bronze cauldron. At this time, except for No Flower and those who hadn't gone against Lin Xian before, everyone else was covered in wounds. Chapter 2484. Jiu Seiko and the big black bull were also struck by lightning 3 times. Fortunately, they were strong enough to avoid any injuries. However, this made them so angry that their lungs were about to explode. This damned brat, this was definitely a clear retaliation against them. However, there was nothing they could do. However, they were relieved that they had finally reached the vicinity of the bronze cauldron. It seemed that they would be able to crack the 8 trigrams formation soon. Humph. Damn it. When we get the treasures in the bronze cauldron, we must kill this kid. Jiu Seiko gritted his teeth. The big black bull's face was also gloomy. He would not let Fong Xingjian off either. Ba. No Flower smiled. Brother Lin, it's all thanks to you this time. If it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have been able to break the 8 trigrams formation. It's nothing. It's all thanks to everyone. As he spoke, Lin Xian glanced at everyone. Feeling his gaze, those who were struck by lightning were about to go crazy. Fuck. This guy is too infuriating. I really want to kill him. Some of those who were not struck by lightning could not help but laugh. Naturally, they could tell that Lin Xian was deliberately targeting those people. All right, everyone, get ready to crack the last formation, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone stopped laughing and looked forward with rapt attention. When they reached out to grab the cauldron, 8 trigrams appeared around them, forming a circle that firmly protected the bronze cauldron. The 8 trigrams were a very mysterious pattern. It had a special connection with heaven and earth. As soon as the 8 trigrams appeared, the surrounding atmosphere changed. It became heavy, as if countless mountains were pressing down on their hearts. Everyone, let's attack together, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. His eyes shone with a piercing sword light. Okay. No Flower stood in front of a 8 trigrams. Jiu Seiko snorted and also stood in front of a 8 trigrams. The big black bull, the Yin-Yang sect members, and the other experts all chose a 8 trigrams. On the count of 3, they attacked together. Lin Xian pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and the sword light on his body became sharper and sharper. 1, 2, 3, attack. The great dragon sword spirit in his body roared, and a powerful attack burst out. The ancient dragon sword was swung, tearing the sky and splitting the earth. It was as if it could destroy everything. No Flower struck out with his palm. His golden palm shone as if the Buddha had been reborn. His terrifying power was truly frightening. Jiu Seiko roared. His figure was tall and sturdy, and an immortal palace appeared above his head. He grabbed it and smashed it forward. At this moment, he was like a demon king, incomparably valiant. The big black bull was even more violent. Its demonic aura was monstrous as it swung its black fists. He was like a peerless demon king, causing the entire world to tremble. Experts from the Yin-Yang sect, the Illusion Palace, and the Nangong family also attacked with their ultimate divine powers. In an instant, a terrifying energy burst out, emitting a terrifying light that enveloped everyone. Even though the first 8 diagrams were strong, Under the bombardment of so many experts of the heaven sect, cracking sounds could be heard. Pong. Finally, it could no longer withstand the bombardment and broke apart. That was great. Everyone waved their palms and tore apart the energy storm. Their eyes were like divine swords that pierced through the void as they stared at the bronze cauldron in front of them. However, their eyes and souls could not see through it at all. They could only go forward and take a look. A group of people stepped forward one after another. Their bodies shone with light. Some of them activated their king's domains, while others activated their battle armors. They were afraid that they would be ambushed. The dragon sword domain also appeared above Lin Xian's divine body and enveloped him. Terrifying sword chi surrounded him. He took a step forward and looked inside. Beside him, No Flower, Zhou Seiko, the big black bull, and the people of the Yin Yang sect did the same. However, in the next moment, they all recognized what it was. There were no immortal pills or miraculous medicines in the bronze cauldron as they had imagined. Instead, it was a corpse. It was a headless corpse. The corpse was very withered, and the battle armor on its body was shattered. It was obvious that it had been there for countless years. However, there were a few treasures on the corpse that were not damaged. There was a necklace on its neck and a ring on its finger. Although they did not emit any light, they were still intact. At first glance, it was obvious that they were shocking treasures. Everyone's scalps went numb. The battle armor was very ancient, and the corpse did not have a head. What was going on? Could it be that his head was placed in the bronze cauldron? Heavens, could it be that he was an invincible king? These people quickly deduced that the bronze cauldron they had encountered earlier had the heads of 99 invincible kings. Now that they found a headless corpse, they trembled. Could there really be 99 headless corpses in the ancient tomb? Why would they do that? Why would they separate the heads from the corpses? Were the corpses dangerous? They did not know. However, from the looks of it, they should not be in much danger. That was because they were not in any danger yet. What should they do? These people discussed with each other. Although there were no pills, the treasures on the corpse made their eyes go red with envy. Especially the ring. It was very likely that it was the storage ring of an invincible king. The treasures inside were definitely beyond imagination. It could be said that it was a treasure trove. However, no one dared to act rashly. After all, it was the corpse of an invincible king, and it was in the tomb of a sage. Who knew what would happen? Therefore, they were careful. Just as they were thinking of a way to snatch it, someone suddenly roared. Damn it! Put it down. It was a person from the Yin Yang sect. He found that there were many purple tree trunks in the bronze cauldron. They enveloped the 5 corpses, and a few of the tree trunks rushed toward the necklace and ring. Damn it! It's that tree demon. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground were also angry. The others' faces were gloomy, and their eyes were red. That damn tree demon. How dare you snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Are you tired of living? The tree demon laughed sinisterly. Haha, you're all mine. He was too excited because his tree trunks had already wrapped around the necklace and ring. As long as he exerted some force, he would be able to retrieve them. At that time, they would be able to retreat quickly. The big black bull snorted coldly. It guarded the tree demon and looked around disdainfully. Don't blame me for crushing your head if you dare to make a move. Seeing this scene, many people's faces turned ugly. That was because they had seen the big black bull's strength. It was definitely at the level of a saint. It was very terrifying, especially that bull horn of the tree demon. It was even more terrifying. It was probably a weapon that could destroy anything. For a moment, they did not dare to make a move. Zhu Seiko snorted coldly. He was not afraid of the tree demon. Lin Xian's eyes were also cold. The sword chi on his body exploded again, and a golden light appeared in his eyes. Just as they were about to make a move, the tree demon screamed. Chapter 2485. Those people's faces were pale and filled with fear. The big black bull was too terrifying. Lin Xian's sword chi burst out and blocked the sword wave attack. On the other side, the immortal palace above Zhou Seiko's head shone with light. No Flower's body emitted a golden light that filled the sky, making him look extremely sacred. The few of them blocked the attack. However, the others took a few steps back. The purple tree monster said with a trembling voice, He caught me. Who caught me?" Hearing the tree monster's words, everyone looked over. In the next moment, they were stunned. That was because they saw a withered, zombie-like hand grabbing the tree monster. Those people gasped. Could it be that the headless corpse had come back to life? They did not know, but they felt a chill run down their spines. Many of them took a few steps back, their faces full of fear. Lin Xian, No Flower, Zhou Seiko, and Big Black Bull stared at the headless corpse with sharp eyes. The tree monster screamed crazily. He waved his purple trunk, trying to pull it back. However, he could not do it. That scene was even more shocking. One had to know that the tree monster was a top-notch expert, but at that moment, he could not pull it back. One could imagine how terrifying that withered hand was. Damn it! Let go! The big black bull roared and threw a punch. It was earth-shattering as it blasted forward. Let alone a withered corpse, it was likely that the entire place would explode from the impact. However, just as his black fist approached the bronze cauldron, and before it could touch the withered corpse, white mist suddenly appeared from the headless corpse and enveloped the black fist. This earth-shattering punch seemed to have hit cotton. It could not exert any power at all. Oh no! Retreat! There's something wrong with this corpse. Everyone retreated frantically. Even the big black bull could not do anything to the corpse. It was obvious that this was beyond their capabilities. Just as they retreated, the mist spread from the black fist and instantly enveloped the surroundings, shrouding everyone. Everyone felt as if they were in the clouds. All around them was a vast expanse, and they couldn't see anything clearly. Even his soul power was being suppressed. Damn it, this is too strange. These people's expressions were ugly. They were extremely regretful. In the future, even if they were beaten to death, they would never look for this kind of bronze cauldron again. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Sword Chi revolved around his body, blocking the white mist. On the other side, a golden light shone. No Flower was also resisting. Boom! At this moment, a deep and ancient voice suddenly resounded in the world, as if it had crossed over from the primeval times. Between heaven and earth, it was boundless and invisible. This voice rang in everyone's ears, causing their hearts to beat wildly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. They felt a mysterious power surging towards them. The world was spinning, and they seemed to have lost all ability to move. Even his consciousness was blurred. Not good. Damn it. Amitabha. Cries of surprise could be heard as Lin Xian also felt this mysterious power. He instantly opened his heavenly secret divine eyes. Mysterious golden runes flickered in his eyes, but he was too late. If he was a moment earlier, he might have been able to see everything clearly. But now, he could only see that the corpse in the bronze cauldron seemed to have moved. Then, he couldn't feel anything. When he woke up, he saw a blue sky and white clouds, and forests everywhere. They seemed to have walked out of the ancient tomb. Lin Xian was the first to wake up. His body was circulating wildly, and the golden light in his eyes swept in all directions. He saw that there were many people around him. They were all with him, and they were all ready to snatch the bronze cauldron. No Flower stood up and chanted Amitabha. His body was surrounded by golden light. Zhou Seiko and the big black bull also stood up. The other experts gradually woke up as well. When they looked around and saw the unfamiliar scene, they all exclaimed, "Damn it! Where are we? Have we been teleported out? Heavens, it can't be. Are you saying that we've left the ancient tomb?" These people screamed crazily, and their faces were filled with despair. What kind of joke was this? It wasn't easy for them to get to the depths of the ancient tomb, but now they were teleported back. What was worse was that they didn't know where they were. No, they had to leave this place as soon as possible. They had to find someone to ask where they were. They had to enter the ancient tomb again. The people from the Yin-Yang sect and Nine Heavens sacred ground gritted their teeth. They would not give up this opportunity for nothing. Even if they were teleported out, they would go in again. Brother Lin, what do you think? No Flower turned his head and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not say anything. His eyes flickered as he stared at the tree demon. Buzz. His eyes shone with a sharp light. I think we should get rid of this guy first. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes turned to the purple tree demon. The purple tree demon's body trembled, and the leaves on his body trembled. He screamed, "What do you want? What do you want? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this damned place." Lin Xian snorted coldly. "That's right, kill that damned guy." The people from the Yin sect shouted angrily. The people from the Nine Heavens sacred ground were even more murderous. They had to get rid of this guy, or he would cause trouble. "How dare you!" The big black bull roared and stepped forward. He stomped his foot, and the ground cracked and shook. The Demon Clan experts behind him were also furious and murderous. However, this time, the Demon Lord Palace had angered everyone. Therefore, no matter how strong the big black bull was, he could not fight against them. In the end, Lin Xian restrained the big black bull, while Zhou Xiaoseiko and the others restrained the experts from the Demon Lord Palace. As for the others, they blasted the purple tree demon into pieces. Ah! The big black bull and the experts from the Demon Lord Palace roared madly, but there was nothing they could do. "Damn it, just you wait. We will remember this." The big black bull snorted coldly. "Let's go." The experts from the Demon Lord Palace soared into the sky and disappeared. "You guys, what do you think? Do you still want to join forces?" Seeing that the people from the Demon Lord Palace had left, Lin Xian smiled and looked at the people from the Nine Heavens sacred ground and the Yin sect. Seeing this smile, the martial artists from the sacred ground shuddered. They remembered that they had been ordered by this guy to investigate the unknown array. At that time, they were all charred black. Therefore, even if they were beaten to death, they were unwilling to walk together with this guy in front of them. "Humph," Zhou Xiaoseiko snorted. "No need. Kid, take care of yourself. Don't let me see you again. Next time, I won't let you off so easily." With that, Zhou Xiaoseiko left with his people. Then, the others left one after another, leaving only Lin Xian and No Flower. Chapter 2486. Brother Lin, what do you think? Wu Hua didn't speak until everyone had left. Only then did he ask, "I don't think we were teleported out." Lin Xian said something shocking. If others were here, they would definitely cry out in surprise. However, it was a pity that those people had left. They didn't know that Lin Xian had the terrifying heavenly secret divine eyes. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left so easily. As expected, your guess is similar to mine. No Flower also sighed. One flower, one world. We didn't leave the ancient tomb, but we entered a mysterious space. The ancient tomb of a saint is indeed mysterious. There are traps everywhere. If we don't handle it well, we might be trapped here for the rest of our lives. Lin Xian also frowned. He said in a low voice, "But there's a problem. Did we enter a strange space, or did we fall into an illusion?" No Flower carefully sensed, then shook his head. "I can't feel it either." "Brother Lin, what about you? Can you feel it?" Lin Xian also shook his head. "I can't feel it either. Unless we really entered a strange space, or the illusion is so powerful that it's beyond our imagination. But no matter which it is, it's not good for us." Lin Xian sighed. He tried to open the heavenly secret divine eyes, but he didn't find anything. It could only be said that if it was an illusion, it was too powerful and exceeded his current strength. "Looks like we can only walk around and look for it." Lin Xian and No Flower discussed for a while. They also rose into the air and flew into the distance. While they were exploring this unknown spatial world, the outside world had also undergone earth-shattering changes. Among them, the most leisurely was the snow-white little monkey. It stayed by the Alcade Sainticide for the time being, so it didn't face any danger. Moreover, the little guy ate an endless amount of natural treasures. Its stomach was round like a ball. The dark red dragon was also having a good time. It didn't encounter any danger along the way, but it met many people. These people all wanted to kill it. After all, quite a few of them hated Immortal Palace greatly. However, the dark red divine dragon's strength was far beyond their imagination. As long as it wasn't someone at the level of a holy son, the other experts would all be slapped to the ground. He sealed it up and then obediently became its pet. In the end, there were 9 pets behind the dark red dragon. They were called the 9 great lackeys. These 9 people even had the heart to die. However, they couldn't even die now. On the other side, where Murong Qingqing and Xing Tian were, a great battle had broken out. Now that the battle had come to an end, those crazy martial artists had all been subdued. Those that couldn't be controlled were killed on the spot. Blood dyed the area red. It was extremely terrifying. The others were also gasping for breath, their faces pale. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at the paintings around them, because they were afraid that they would go crazy again. Damn it, what is this place? Why was it so strange? Murong Qingqing's face was also cold. I wonder how Chioer and Brother Shin are doing? She was indeed worried about the two of them, especially Shun Jingqiu. Although she was powerful, she lacked actual combat experience. If there were no experts around to protect her, she would probably be in danger. Indeed, Shun Jingqiu was now in great danger. The entire passageway was pitch black without any light. Neither the Alcade Saint nor the great Xia Prince could break out of this predicament. Moreover, what was worse was that they were completely trapped now. The passageway was pitch black and they couldn't even see their own fingers. They couldn't find a way out. Fortunately, Shun Jingqiu had 2 experts, Peacock and Hu Yidao, by her side. Therefore, they weren't in any danger for the time being. The others were also relieved. Although they were trapped, their lives weren't in danger at the moment. In this way, as long as they searched carefully and patiently, they might be able to find a way out. However, this was a good idea. However, after about 2 hours, a scream sounded in the dark passageway. Hearing it, these people's scalps went numb. Who was it? Damn it, what happened? Hurry up and say it. An expert roared. They couldn't see now, and their souls could only be within a range of 1 or 2 meters. They didn't know anything further. Therefore, they didn't know who was screaming at all. What on earth happened? In the darkness, no one answered them. Damn it, could it be that they were killed? The Alcade Saint roared and threw out the holy light ball. The terrifying holy light ball spun. However, it couldn't emit any light. There was only a terrifying energy that slapped in all directions like the waves of the sea. A few martial artists who were close to it were forced to retreat. This scene made the Alcade Saint's face darken. In his entire life, he had never encountered such a strange thing. What was in this passageway? How could it suppress all the light? Another scream sounded, just 4 or 5 meters away from the Alcade Saint. The wavering light, Saint's son felt his hair stand on end. His soul couldn't catch it either. He could only turn around and stare coldly ahead. Who was it? Come out. However, there was still no answer. The passageway was quiet. Only the sound of their heartbeats and breathing could be heard. Other than that, there was nothing else. Whoosh! At this moment, the great Xia Prince suddenly frowned. He suddenly felt a gust of cold wind behind him. Then, it seemed that someone was lying beside him, panting. Damn it! Get lost! The great Xia Prince roared and threw out a palm strike. However, the thing seemed to be lying on his body, so his palm strike missed. Roar! The great Xia Prince shouted coldly. The aura of the Path of Dragon burst out and wrapped around his body. A loud dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. In an instant, the thing lying on his body was blasted away, hit the wall, and disappeared. What happened? Hearing the dragon roar, the others were shocked. Could it be that the royal family was also attacked? The great Xia Prince warned loudly. Be careful, there is an unknown creature. Unknown creature? What is it? Damn it, there is indeed something. Everyone was in a state of panic. Shin Jingqiu shouted. She threw out a palm strike and instantly sent the thing flying. Just now, she felt that someone was attacking her. Perhaps it was that unknown creature. Miss Shin, are you all right? Peacock asked with concern. She knew about the relationship between Shen Jingqiu and their hall master. So now that Shin Jingqiu had attacked, they were very nervous. Shin Jingqiu shook her head. I'm fine, Sister Peacock. This thing can't hurt me. Brother Yu, it seems that you have to use your trump card. After knowing that the unknown creature had appeared, the Alcade Saint said coldly. The great Xia prince nodded after hearing that. Everyone, if you have any tricks up your sleeves, just use them. Don't hide them anymore. Chapter 2487. Show me all the tricks you have. Otherwise, we won't be able to get out of here. The prince of the great Xia dynasty said loudly. At the same time, the aura of the Tao of Dragon on his body became stronger and stronger, and the roar of a dragon resounded in the void. The Alcade Saint used some kind of secret technique, and a torrential force suddenly surged from his body. 108 phantoms of gods and demons appeared in the sky, and a mysterious voice sounded between heaven and earth. This time, the void was finally illuminated. The aura of the Tao of Dragon on the side of the great Xia dynasty transformed into a true dragon and tore through the darkness. Light shone in. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed, "This is great." As expected of the two top saints, they are indeed terrifying. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Heaven and earth trembled, and 9 purple runes suddenly rushed out of Shan Jingqiu's body and surrounded her. In an instant, they also illuminated a part of the world. The others also exclaimed, "God, the saintess of the Zixia Holy Land is also so terrifying." Previously, some people had seen Shan Jingqiu in action. In their opinion, her strength had reached the level of a saintess, but she was inexperienced. But now, it seemed that was far from the case. She had an even more terrifying trump card. These 9 mysterious runes were too terrifying. They fixed the sky and emitted power that made these experts tremble. The power of bloodline. She must have the power of bloodline. Otherwise, it couldn't be so terrifying. Everyone was shocked, and even the prince of the great Xia dynasty and the Alcade Saint looked over. They also had a solemn look in their eyes, but they didn't know what bloodline the other party had. The 3 top geniuses illuminated the passage. This time, they could finally identify the path. The group of people moved forward again. Everyone moved forward in the dangerous and difficult situation. In addition, in the mysterious space world, Lin Xian and No Flower also flew for a while. Below them was a vast forest, and the river was surging. It was a magnificent scene, but there was no one. They didn't even see any demonic beasts. This made them frown. This place is too strange. Why aren't there any demonic beasts? No Flower was puzzled, and Lin Xian's expression was even more solemn. He transmitted his voice, "Brother No Flower, do you feel that someone is spying on us?" "I do feel that way." No Flower also responded. Lin Xian's frown deepened. He had the heavenly secret divine eyes, so this feeling was the strongest. He felt as if there were countless pairs of eyes watching them. Damn it, what the hell is this? What is this place? The silence around them made them feel uneasy. Lin Xian even activated his Tianji God eyes, and a trace of golden light appeared in his eyes. He scanned his surroundings, but did not find anything out of the ordinary. However, when he saw the white clouds surrounding him in the sky, he frowned. He struck out with his palm like a flying dragon, blowing away the surrounding clouds. Lin Xian's feeling of being spied on instantly disappeared. No Flower was astonished. Her eyes lit up. Could it be that there was something wrong with these white clouds? The two of them stopped in their tracks. No Flower also raised his hand. His golden palm swept out in all directions, forming countless gusts of wind that blew away the surrounding clouds. Sure enough, when the white clouds dissipated, the feeling of being spied on disappeared. The two of them increasingly felt that there was something wrong with these white clouds. Do you still remember the white fog that emerged from the headless corpse when we were trapped? It was that white fog that brought us to this space. I think that white fog should be the key. These white clouds might be inextricably linked to the white fog. Perhaps the entire world might be. Lin Xian voiced his conjecture. No Flower nodded after hearing it. That's right, but we still don't know what this white fog is. Let's continue walking. Perhaps we can find someone. Then, we can ask them. They flew for about a day and a night. Lin Xian and Wu Hua didn't know how many tens of thousands of miles they had flown. Finally, more and more white clouds appeared in front of them, as if forming a white barrier between heaven and earth. Buzz. Lin Xian raised his hand, and a sword light slashed forward. No Flower also clapped his golden palm, and a terrifying energy struck the white barrier. The white clouds were torn apart, and a large fissure appeared. The two of them quickly entered the fissure. After entering, the scenery did not change. It was still a large river and a forest. It was the same as before. However, Lin Xian and No Flower were pleasantly surprised, because they saw a person on a distant mountain peak. Someone, finally someone. The two of them were overjoyed. They sped up, turned into two streams of light, and flew over. They found that it was a youth. He was dressed in cotton clothes, carrying a bamboo basket on his back, and holding a hoe in his hand. It seemed that he was picking herbs. The two of them moved like lightning, and instantly arrived near the mountain peak, and descended. There was a whistling sound, and the trees in the surrounding forest swayed with the wind. Below, the youth in cotton clothes looked up. When he saw the two figures descending from the sky, the youth's expression changed. As if he had seen ghosts, he turned and ran. This person could not fly, nor did he use any powerful mystique. He just ran on foot. However, this scene also surprised Lin Xian and No Flower. The other party did not seem to have any strength, but his physical fitness was not that of an ordinary person. With a light leap, he jumped dozens of meters high. With that speed, he could run more than 1,000 meters in 2 or 3 steps. In the end, they even saw with their own eyes that the youth directly jumped over a mountain peak. Although in the eyes of Lin Xian and No Flower, it was nothing. However, compared to an ordinary person, it was indeed extraordinary. No Flower stretched out his palm, and a golden palm like a cloud enveloped that person. That person screamed in fright and rushed around, but he could not break free. It would be strange if the other party broke free. Lin Xian and No Flower flew forward. However, halfway back, the two of them were stunned, because they found that the youth in front of them had escaped. What a joke! He actually escaped from No Flower. This time, it surprised them again. No Flower was a saint. Ordinary mighty figures could not escape from his hands at all. However, a young man without much strength managed to escape with ease. Of course, the other party's means of escape surprised Lin Xian and No Flower. The youth in cotton clothes who was trapped in the Five Fingers Mountain suddenly turned into clouds of white mist and drifted towards the surrounding cracks. The mist passed through the cracks and escaped the Five Fingers Mountain. Then, outside the Five Fingers Mountain, it condensed into a human shape. Whoosh! The youth ran away again with big strides. How strange. This guy was related to the mist. Lin Xian and No Flower looked at each other. They felt that the youth was too suspicious. Chapter 2488. Buzz. Lin Xian raised his hand and countless sword lights formed a sword curtain that completely enveloped the youth. The youth frantically slapped the sword curtain and was sent flying. His body turned into white mist, and he wanted to pass through. But this time, he was unable to do so. Instead, when the white mist touched the sword light, it made a sizzling sound. Ah! The youth screamed and once again condensed into a human form and rolled on the ground. Whoosh whoosh! 2 rays of light. Lin Xian and No Flower came to the side of the sword curtain and frowned as they looked at the linen-clothed youth who was rolling on the ground. They said coldly, "Who are you? Damn it! Who are you? Why did you come to our homeland?" The linen-clothed youth roared crazily on the ground. Obviously, he was very angry. "Foreigners! Get out of our homeland." Foreigners? Hearing this, the two of them frowned. Lin Xian asked coldly, "So, you should have seen other foreigners? Where are they? You foreigners are not good people." The linen-clothed youth gritted his teeth. Suddenly, the ground in the distance trembled and more than a dozen figures ran like apes. They jumped high, crossed a few hundred meters of mountain peak, and then landed on the ground. Their figures were very nimble, and it made people suspect that these people had a special body transformation technique. However, their bodies could turn into white mist. What kind of supernatural power was that? Bloodline power? Or some other means? They didn't know yet. In an instant, the dozen or so black dots in the distance came close. It turned out that it was also these people. They were dressed in linen clothes, and it seemed that they were the same race as the linen-clothed youth. "Stop! Don't hurt our people!" A middle-aged man roared crazily. They were very fast and arrived near Lin Xian and No Flower in an instant. Lin Xian and No Flower did not make a move. They looked up ahead. In front of them, these people were dressed in linen clothes. Their eyes were dignified and there was a hint of fear on their faces. Between their eyebrows, there were a few strange marks that looked like clouds. However, some of them had one cloud, while others had two. Lin Xian looked and saw that the tallest one had 5 auspicious clouds. This was an old man with a head full of white hair and a hunched back. However, he didn't look weak at all. When he jumped the highest, which was 500 to 600 meters. As for the middle-aged man who spoke, there were 4 auspicious clouds between his eyebrows. "Please don't do anything. Please don't hurt us." The middle-aged man stepped forward and said hurriedly, "Amitabha, this penniless monk will not hurt people for no reason," No Flower said indifferently. Lin Xian also looked at them and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you people? Where is this place? How is it related to the ancient tomb?" "This is where we live. We are the White Cloud clan. As for the ancient tomb you mentioned, we don't know about it and have never heard of it," the middle-aged man hurriedly explained. Hearing this, Lin Xian and No Flower frowned. The other party had only given them one answer out of the 3 questions. The White Cloud clan. What kind of race is this? They had never heard of it before. Lin Xian looked at No Flower. No Flower also shook his head. However, it seemed that the middle-aged man was telling the truth. The fact that the other party's body was able to transform into white clouds and condense them at the same time meant that he possessed a unique bloodline power. However, Lin Xian and No Flower weren't satisfied with how the middle-aged man described the world when he said, "Home. Your home should have a name, right?" Lin Xian frowned and asked. There was a flash of sword light in his eyes. Feeling the sharp aura, the White Cloud clan people took a few steps back. Fear appeared in their eyes. The middle-aged man said again, "We have lived here for generations. We named this place the White Cloud World. As for what you call it outside, how would we know? We are here to protect this world. You outsiders must have obtained some treasure map and are here to search for treasures, right?" The White Cloud clan has been here for tens of thousands of years, but we haven't found any treasures. You outsiders, however, came one after another. Treasure? Treasure map? Lin Xian frowned. No Flower's eyes flickered. In that case, what you are guarding is a treasure. It's just a legend. If you want to believe it, we can't do anything about it. We'll take you there now. Okay, lead the way. Lin Xian and No Flower were bold and skilled. They were not afraid. They also wanted to see what the legendary treasure was. What was going on with these White Cloud clan people? Lin Xian waved his hand. The sword light that filled the sky disappeared. The trapped young man in linen clothes was released. He ran to his clansmen with a pale face. The other clansmen waved their hands and asked him to follow closely. As they spoke, they ran quickly over the mountains and rivers. They were very fast, but they were nothing in front of Lin Xian and No Flower. Lin Xian and No Flower flew in the sky and followed behind these people. After flying for about an hour, a village suddenly appeared in front of them. Most of them were built in the mountains. They were all tree houses and wooden houses made of bamboo. They were very simple. There were some fields around the village, and some herbs were planted. Figures flashed in the village. They should be the other White Cloud clan people. The entire village was spread across several mountains. There was one in front. The middle-aged man turned around and pointed to the first mountain. Lin Xian nodded and flew over. "Uncle Chi, you're back." Seeing the middle-aged man and the others return, the other people in the village came out to welcome them. They furrowed their brows when they saw Lin Xian and the other man following behind them. What's going on? Why are there more outsiders? Damn it. How long has it been? 3 groups of outsiders came? Hearing this, Lin Xian and No Flower raised their eyebrows. 3 groups of outsiders? That meant that there were already 2 groups of outsiders before them. They should be the people from 9 Heavens Holy Ground and Demon Imperial Palace. They wondered who arrived first. Where were those people? When did they get here? Lin Xian asked. We are their companions, and we came here together. Those people are at the other two mountains. Humph, if you didn't tell us, we wouldn't have gathered all of you together. We'll let all of you search for that illusory treasure together. An 8 or 9-year-old child said angrily. On the other two mountains, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Sure enough, he saw other people on the other two mountains. 9 Heavens Holy Ground, Yin-Yang Sect, Demon Imperial Palace, and Illusion Destroyer Palace were all gathered together. It seemed that these guys had joined forces, but that was good too. It would save them some trouble. With them together, Lin Xian could continue to trick them. After all, he and No Flower were enough to fight against those people. Erju, Xiaoshanzi, go to the other two mountains and invite those people over, the middle-aged man said. Hearing this, the two 8 or 9-year-old children quickly left. They jumped more than 10 meters. They ran very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 2489. Seeing this, No Flower asked, Do you know any special skills? No. The middle-aged man shook his head. The youths in the village snorted. If we know any special skills, why would we be afraid of you? They looked at Lin Xian and No Flower with hostility in their eyes. Of course, there was more fear in their eyes. Don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. We just want to see what this treasure is. No Flower chanted Ba. Lin Xian didn't say anything. He slowly spread out his soul and looked around. He didn't find anything suspicious. However, he found that most of the people in the White Cloud clan had 1 or 2 white clouds on their eyebrows. Only a few had more than 3. Lin Xian had only seen 5 on the old man. What did these white clouds represent? Could it be that the more white clouds there were, the stronger they were, the higher they jumped? Or was it related to age? Lin Xian still couldn't figure it out. The White Cloud clan was full of mysteries. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as he was guessing and calculating, dozens of figures flew out from the mountain peak in the distance. There were also many people jumping below. Soon, they arrived at the mountain peak. These people were from the 9 Heavens Holy Ground, the Yin-Yang Sect, and the Fey Lord Palace. They saw Lin Xian and No Flower in the air, and their faces darkened. After landing, Jiu Xiao Seiko snorted. This guy just won't leave. The Yin-Yang Sect and the 9 Heavens Holy Ground seemed to have joined forces. They looked at Lin Xian with hostility. After all, Lin Xian had killed a genius from the Yin-Yang Sect. The Fey Lord Palace also came, but they were obviously independent and didn't interact with anyone. They stood alone at the side. Other than that, there were also people from the Illusion Palace and the Nangong family. In short, most of them found the White Cloud clan and came here. After a day or two, these people gathered again. As for the people from the White Cloud clan, they all retreated to create some distance between them. Many young people and children even hid in their houses, only revealing their eyes. They looked at Lin Xian and the other outsiders with fear in their eyes. Now that everyone is here, you can bring us to see your hidden treasure, right? The people from the 9 Heavens Holy Ground said coldly. The eyes of those from the Yin-Yang Sect, the Illusion Palace, and the Monster Emperor Palace also lit up with passion. Lin Xian and No Flower also looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man nodded. All right, follow me. Seeing this scene, everyone was overjoyed and prepared to move. However, at this moment, a cold shout came from afar. No, Uncle Chi, you can't take them to that place. This voice was like a clap of thunder, resounding in all directions. Hearing those words, the middle-aged man frowned. The people from the White Cloud clan were also confused. Lin Xian and No Flower, as well as Jiu Xiao Seiko and the others, all looked up. In the distance, a figure that was like a divine red jumped between the mountain peaks. In a few flashes, he arrived near them. Jingyun. It's Jingyun. Big brother Jingyun. Many people from the White Cloud clan exclaimed, especially the young children. They even ran over cheering. The people from the 9 Heavens Holy Ground and the Yin-Yang Sect frowned. What's going on? Why is someone stopping us? Their expressions were unfriendly. Sensing the change in their cold gazes, the middle-aged man from the White Cloud clan's expression changed. He quickly said, Jingyun, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't mess around. Back off now. Uncle Chi, I'm serious. You can't take these outsiders there. That's not a treasure place. There's no treasure there in the first place. You don't have it? Why are you stopping us from going there? Aren't you guilty? A person from the Yin Yang sect sneered. The young man named Jingyun took a step forward. He looked at the people from the Yin Yang sect with anger in his eyes. Lin Xian was extremely surprised by this scene. This was because the people from the White Cloud clan were looking at them with fear and wariness. However, this young man did not have any of that. There was only anger in his eyes. There was no fear or wariness at all. That was strange. He focused his gaze on the young man's glabella. In the next moment, Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. 7 auspicious clouds. That was right. There were 7 auspicious clouds between the young man's glabella. He had 2 more auspicious clouds than the old man who had the most auspicious clouds. 7 auspicious clouds. This young man's strength should be the most valiant. Otherwise, he would not have been so confident. Lin Xian did not say anything. He quietly observed. The young man in front, who was Jingyun, said coldly, Outsiders, I'm warning you. There's no treasure place at all. That place is the burial place of countless ancestors of the White Cloud clan. It's the most sacred place. Outsiders like you don't have the right to enter. Don't be presumptuous, Jingyun. Seeing that the young man dared to speak to the outsiders in such a manner, the expressions of the middle-aged man and the elders also changed. They hurriedly reprimanded him. However, Jingyun said, Uncle Chi, you don't have to care about this. As long as I'm here, I won't allow them to enter. You won't allow us to enter? Who do you think you are? How dare you block our way? The people from the Yin Yang sect sneered. The people from the 9 Heavens sacred ground also stood out. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The people from the Demon King Palace snorted. If you continue talking nonsense, not only will we kill you, but we'll also destroy the White Cloud clan. These people from the Demon King Palace had a monstrous demonic aura. They were extremely terrifying. Hearing this, the people from the White Cloud clan were so scared that their faces turned pale. They kept retreating. No, don't do it. Everyone, please don't do it. The middle-aged man and the elders around him hurriedly tried to persuade them. We'll definitely bring you there. Please don't do anything to the White Cloud clan. Jingyun, back off. Are you trying to rebel? I've said it before. As long as I'm here, I won't let them pass. Unless they step over my dead body. You want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. A cultivator from the 9 Heavens sacred ground sneered. He stood out. Previously, they had already investigated these people. Apart from their strong physiques, these people did not have any other martial skills. Although their physiques were extremely strong in the eyes of outsiders, in front of them, they could not withstand a single blow. You're courting death. Die. The disciple from the 9 Heavens sacred ground struck out with his palm, shattering the void. His terrifying palm grabbed forward. Oh no, please stop. The middle-aged man and the elders screamed crazily. However, they could not stop it. Just this terrifying storm alone was enough to make them retreat continuously. Sigh. No flower sighed. With a wave of his hand, golden light and runes appeared in the sky, enveloping the surrounding village and protecting the children, young men, and women. It prevented them from being affected by the energy. Chapter 2490. Jingyun roared, not dodging at all. He threw out a punch as well. Lin Xian could clearly sense that the 7 auspicious clouds on the other party's forehead were emitting a brilliant light. Boom! A deep sound was heard, and the sky cracked. Several large cracks appeared and spread in all directions. A violent force swept across the area. Fortunately, the village was covered by the Buddha's light, which prevented it from being destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. After the attack, Jingyun took a step back, while the martial artist from 9 Heavens holy ground took 3 steps back. His arm was numb. How could this be? At this moment, the people from Nine Heavens Holy Ground and Yin sect were shocked. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Even the people from the White Cloud tribe were shocked. Jingyun, stop! The middle-aged man and the few elders were still trying to persuade him. However, they had already fought. How could they stop now? Even if they wanted to stop now, the people from Nine Heavens Holy Ground would not let it go. As expected, the martial artist from Nine Heavens Holy Ground gritted his teeth. Damn it! How dare you resist? You're courting death. He was furious. He could not take down a person who did not have any special skills, and he was even forced to retreat. This made him feel ashamed. At this moment, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He swore that he would kill this young man. You despicable outsider, do you think I'm afraid of you? Jingyun roared. He stomped his feet, and cracks appeared in the void around him. This guy is so powerful. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. Look at the 7 auspicious clouds between his eyebrows. Could that be the source of his power? Many people were discussing. Hearing this, the martial artist from Nine Heavens Holy Ground's eyes lit up. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and a ray of sword light shot towards Jingyun's eyebrows. Boom! Jingyun roared, and the 7 auspicious clouds on his body shone brightly. He waved his fist and fought against the sword light. Cracks appeared in the void one after another, and the surrounding people were shocked. The disciple from Nine Heavens Holy Ground was also powerful. He seemed to be a genius martial artist, and he held the killing sword in his hand. The two of them exchanged 30 moves. Seizing an opportunity, he instantly appeared behind Jingyun. The terrifying sword chi slashed towards Jingyun. If this sword could hit its target, it would definitely be able to slice a person in half. And from the looks of it, Jingyun definitely wouldn't be able to dodge it. Sure enough, the sword hit. Seeing this, the people of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground smiled. The Yin sect and Illusion Destroyer Palace also heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, their expressions froze as they screamed. Impossible! How could this be? The disciple of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground who had attacked Lin Fan was equally stunned. That was because he discovered that his sword had indeed hit its mark. However, the other party's waist suddenly turned into white mist. It was as if he had turned into air. Therefore, his sword strike only hit some of the mist. Damn it, how did this happen? The cultivator was dumbfounded, unable to believe what he had just heard. At this moment, Jingyun turned his head, and a terrifying fist landed on his opponent's body. With a loud bang, the martial artist from the Nine Heavens Holy Ground was sent flying. Clang! He crashed into the surrounding Buddhist light and fell to the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Defeated! How could this be? Everyone was stunned. The faces of the people from the Nine Heavens Holy Ground were extremely ugly. Lin Xian and No Flower also frowned. This guy is so strange. Sure enough, he could transform into a cloud like the other members of the White Cloud tribe. Moreover, it was a partial transformation. This Jingyun was very strong. Looking at his strength, it seemed that he was stronger than the average mighty. They had thought that there were no experts in the White Cloud tribe. Who would have thought that such a powerful young man would appear? It seemed that the White Cloud tribe was indeed strange. Lin Xian and No Flower whispered to each other. The others were also shocked. At this moment, all the martial artists and experts stared at each other with eyes as sharp as lightning. Lin Fan's strength was beyond their expectations. I've said it before. If you want to pass, you'll have to step over my dead body. Otherwise, you'd better scram. Jingyun shouted coldly. Hearing this, the surrounding people's faces changed. The Saint of the Ninth Firmament snorted coldly. He didn't know what was good for him. He took a step forward, and a vast amount of energy gushed out. Countless cracks appeared in the sky and spread in all directions. Jingyun's expression was extremely solemn. This was because he felt a terrifying force rushing towards him. It was as if it wanted to tear him into pieces. He was extremely shocked. He did not expect the young man in front of him to be so powerful. Just one step was enough to create such a terrifying aura. Jingyun did not dare to be careless. He shouted angrily, and his body turned into white mist to avoid the force. On the other side, his body reformed. Kill. With a roar, Jing Yun charged towards Lin Fan again. He waved his fist, and it was as if a mountain was descending from the sky. The entire mountain was trembling. However, Zhou Xiaoseiko was extremely strong. He dodged it with flickering light passing shadow. At the same time, a palace appeared above his head and descended from the sky. In an instant, it enveloped Jingyun. The immortal palace shone brilliantly and shone with tens of thousands of rays of light, sealing the entire void. Jingyun's body was also frozen. Bang! Jingyun shouted angrily and turned into a white cloud again, trying to escape. However, this time, he did not succeed. The area enveloped by the immortal palace completely sealed the void, making it impossible for Jingyun to escape. Seeing that the immortal palace was descending, Jingyun had nowhere to hide. Seeing this, the middle-aged man and the elders hurriedly shouted, "Please stop. Please don't kill him. We'll take you there." Humph. Zhu Xiaoseiko snorted coldly. The immortal palace stopped in midair. The white mist below condensed and transformed into Jingyun's face again. At this moment, his face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Jingyun, hurry up and apologize, admit your mistake, and retreat. Otherwise, you'll die. The middle-aged man roared angrily. The young children in the house were also nervous. Big brother Jingyun, come back quickly. I've said it before. If you want to go there, you'll have to defeat me. Haven't you lost yet? Zhu Xiaoseiko sneered. He stood with his hands behind his back and did not make a move at all. The immortal palace had only descended, and the other party was already unable to resist. How dare someone like that boast in front of me? What a joke. You can try whether you've lost or not. Do you really think that your immortal palace can kill me? Jingyun said coldly. He wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth with his thumb and smeared it between his eyebrows. Buzz. The 7 auspicious clouds were shrouded in blood, and endless blood light emitted from them. Whoosh! 7 blood-colored auspicious clouds appeared around him and shrouded him. 7 evil's blood clouds. You've cultivated something like that. The middle-aged man was shocked. The elders also exclaimed in shock. Their faces were filled with fear. Chapter 2491. Ha! Jingyun didn't care. At this moment, he roared furiously and split open the sky with his palms, forcibly lifting up the falling immortal palace. He became stronger again. This scene shocked everyone. Even the big black bull of the Fey Imperial Palace frowned. Lin Xian and No Flower's eyes flickered. Interesting. This should be some kind of bloodline ability. Lin Xian muttered to himself. Zhu Xiaoseiko's face darkened. You don't know what's good for you. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how powerful I am. He was angry. He stretched out a finger and pointed forward. Whoosh! A stream of light cut through the void like a comet and flew forward. The void shattered in an instant, and countless black holes appeared around him. This attack was aimed at Jingyun's forehead. Jingyun naturally wouldn't sit still. The 7 blood clouds around him spun rapidly, emitting endless blood light and forming a light screen. Clang, 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 clang. The blood light screen shook like waves. The first layer of light was shattered, and then the second. However, the third layer of light was able to block this shocking attack. Zhu Xiaoseiko was stunned by this scene, but the murderous intent in his eyes became sharper. 9 Heavens Palm. At this moment, the Saint of the 9 Firmaments finally used a great superpower. In the sky, 9 huge divine palms descended from the sky like the palms of a giant. Heaven and earth collapsed. The palm descended and enveloped Jingyun. The blood-red clouds around Jingyun started to spin again. The 6th palm of the 9 Heavens palm had already shattered 7 blood clouds. The 7th palm directly enveloped Jingyun. This palm was about to turn him into a blood mist. Jingyun's face was pale. He didn't expect his opponent's palm technique to be so powerful. The White Cloud tribe exclaimed in shock. At this critical moment, Lin Xian made his move. He flicked his finger, and a sword wave flew out. Buzz. The sword wave hit the seventh palm, causing it to stop in the sky. Using this opportunity, Jing Yun's body swayed and retreated. Damn it! Who is it? How dare you stop our saint? The people of Nine Heavens' sacred ground roared in anger. Zhu Xiaoseiko turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. What do you mean by this? He's already lost. There's no need to kill him. He should bring us there. Lin Xian said indifferently. There was another reason why he saved the young man. He was afraid that the White Cloud clan would react violently if the young man was killed. If that happened, they would be at a disadvantage. That's... Since when do you have the right to tell me what I do? The Nine Firmament Saint looked displeased. Lin Xian laughed coldly. Is that so? Your memory is really bad. Just a few days ago, I was still commanding you to head east and west. At that time, didn't you also obediently listen to me? Now, why are you pretending in front of me? You. Zhu Xiaoseiko was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. A few days ago, he was ordered around by Lin Xiansei to break the 8 trigrams formation, but at that time, he could only endure it for the sake of the treasure. He did not expect Lin Xiansei to bring up the past. He was so angry that his teeth itched. He even wanted to attack Lin Xian. But at this time, Jing Yun sighed. All right, you win. You can go to the treasure. Hearing this, the people started to discuss. Zhu Xiaoseiko stopped and did not attack. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. Very well, lead the way then. Everyone, please follow me. The middle-aged man sighed. He and the other elders led the way. Jing Yun followed them. The group left the mountain and headed into the distance. After crossing 7 or 8 mountains, they finally arrived at a valley. The valley was quiet and lush with vegetation. However, there were no animals, let alone demon beasts or humans. At this moment, in the south of the valley, there was an altar. Although it was old, it was very clean. The people of the White Cloud tribe must have come here often to clean. Is this the treasure? The people of the Nine Heavens holy ground asked. The people of the Yin-Yang sect looked around. At this moment, everyone started to search the valley, but they did not find anything. Everyone, follow me. The middle-aged man did not say anything. He just led the way. Soon, they arrived at the front of the altar. Lin Xian and the others took a closer look and realized that the altar was very ancient. There were mysterious runes on it that looked like fog and clouds. They were very lively. The middle-aged man and the others knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the altar. When they kowtowed 8 times, the altar shone brightly. The clouds on it seemed to have come to life and moved around. Behind the altar, there was a rumbling sound. Inside was the place where the treasures were hidden. Looking at the door that was slowly opening, the middle-aged man and the others stood up and pointed to the front. Lin Xian, No Flower, Zhu Xiaoseiko, and the others narrowed their eyes. They looked ahead. They did not enter. Instead, they probed with their souls. However, there seemed to be a mysterious power behind the door that prevented their souls from entering. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes, but he could only see a few meters ahead. It was dark and ancient inside. He could not see any danger for now. We're not familiar with this place. You guys lead the way. Zhu Xiaoseiko said coldly. He was also afraid that the other party would play tricks. So, he wanted the middle-aged man and the others to lead the way. If there was danger, they could capture the other party. All right. The middle-aged man did not refuse. Lin Xian, Zhu Xiaoseiko, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. It did not seem like a trap. At this moment, Jingyun said, Uncle Qi, let me go. You? Many people looked at Jingyun and frowned. This guy had tried to stop them and even attacked them. Why was he so kind now? They were still worried. You can't do it. You have to give in to the middle-aged man and these old men. I'll go in with Jingyun. The elders are too old to move around. The middle-aged man sighed. All right. Hearing this, Zhu Xiaoseiko and the others nodded. Lin Xian and No Flower also did not refuse. Then, the middle-aged man and Jingyun took the lead and walked toward the door. After the two of them entered, Zhu Xiaoseiko and the others moved. Lin Xian and No Flower also glowed as they followed in. When they were more than 10 meters in, the door behind them made a rumbling sound and quickly closed. The faint light disappeared in an instant, and the passage became dark. However, this was not a problem for Lin Xian and the others. Their bodies glowed brightly, and the passage was illuminated. Everyone, please follow me. The middle-aged man led the way, and so did Jingyun. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.